Chapter 10:13. Looking at the 9 sovereigns' hesitant expressions, Qin Wushuang knew what they were thinking. They simply wanted to ask him about Li Xuanfeng's whereabouts and whether he was dead or alive. Qin Wushuang knew that if he told them the truth about Li Xuanfeng, who knew how miserable these people would be. He only said, "What rumors have you heard?" Mu Yarrow sovereign god stammered, "Rumor has it that senior Li Xuanfeng was hunted down by someone and has already fallen. I wonder what the truth of this matter is." That's right. Right now, there are many rumors that senior Li Xuanfeng has fallen. We don't believe it. The Holy Emperor is invincible under the heavens. He definitely lives as long as the heavens and the earth. Who could possibly kill him? My lord, you have such a deep relationship with Lord Li Xuanfeng. You should know his whereabouts, right? Qin Wushuang nodded calmly, his gaze deep. Naturally, I won't tell you Li Xuanfeng's exact whereabouts. However, what I want to say is that the news of his death is a bunch of nonsense, a bunch of nonsense. Senior Li Xuanfeng is still alive. However, he is in closed-door training. As for when he will come out, even I can't be sure. It is because of this that he entrusted me with the task of looking after the 9 luminaries. My visit today is actually no different from Li Xuanfeng's personal visit. That's because he has long since handed over the 9 luminaries to me. Hearing this, the 9 sovereigns' moods were clearly a little better. Although they were scheming against each other, they all hoped that Li Xuanfeng was still alive. After all, they all knew that Li Xuanfeng was the true backer of the 9 luminaries. As long as this backer didn't fall, the 9 luminaries would be able to survive for a long time. If Li Xuanfeng fell, then all their efforts would be in vain. It was impossible to stop the invasion of foreign starfields. Although they did not find out Li Xuanfeng's whereabouts, hearing that Li Xuanfeng was not dead, especially when it came from the mouth of an Empyrean powerhouse, they naturally believed it without a doubt. As they saw it, an Empyrean powerhouse had no need to lie to a sovereign. Since Sir has been entrusted by senior Li Xuanfeng, we will gladly submit and obey your orders. My lord, our lives are in your hands. Qin Wushuang waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say these words too many times. The 9 luminaries are your home, and your fate will depend on your actions, not your empty words. Since senior Li Xuanfeng has entrusted this task to me, I will speak frankly." His gaze was as sharp as a knife as it swept across the entire area. First of all, the sovereigns of the 9 Great Plains must set aside their differences and work together. If you're not united, it's better for you to hand over the 9 luminaries as soon as possible. The 9 sovereigns looked at each other, their expressions somewhat awkward. However, they were not fools and knew that these words were not alarmist talk. If they were not united internally, how could they resist foreign invaders together? Second of all of you are under my command, and you are all powerhouses of the 9 luminaries. The 9 luminaries exist because of senior Li Xuanfeng, so naturally, all of you should also cultivate senior Li Xuanfeng's remarkable abilities. I have a formation here called the 9 Palaces Return to One Sword Formation. This remarkable ability requires 9 powerhouses of comparable strength to cultivate. Once mastered, its power is no small matter. One person's strength can fight against 81 people. A 9-person sword formation can fight against over 700 people. In other words, when the 9 sovereigns cultivate this formation, its strongest power can rival the combined attack of 7 or 8 sovereigns. This remarkable ability can be said to be an endless power, enough to make a heavenly venerable powerhouse suffer. This was not boasting. A heavenly venerable powerhouse might be able to kill a sovereign instantly, or they might be able to deal with the encirclement of many sovereigns through powerful means. However, if they were surrounded by hundreds or thousands of sovereigns and were caught in a human wave tactic, it would be extremely difficult for them to escape. Heavenly venerable powerhouses had an absolute advantage over sovereigns. However, this did not mean that they could do whatever they wanted. An elephant was very strong, but it would definitely be at a disadvantage when surrounded by countless ants. By the same logic, a heavenly venerable might be able to deal with dozens of sovereigns, or even hundreds of them. However, the prerequisite was that the heavenly venerable had to have sufficient space to perform. Once surrounded, even a heavenly venerable would have to pay a price. Even if he could kill many sovereigns when surrounded, he would still be unable to avoid dying on the spot. For many years, Qin Wushuang had been practicing the 9 palaces return to one sword formation. As long as his subordinates were able to do so, they would all cultivate this formation. Its power was indeed very strong. Indeed, Qin Wushuang had gained a lot from his training. He guessed that this ability must have been created by his master when he was roaming the universe. Otherwise, he would have passed it on to the 9 luminaries and the other sovereigns before he left the 9 luminaries. Now, these sovereigns clearly did not know this ability. This proved that Li Xianfeng had created this ability after he had become famous. When the 9 sovereigns heard that they could learn the Holy Emperor's skills, they were naturally overjoyed. Naturally, they were delighted to hear about such a good thing that had fallen into their lap. Qin Wushuang passed on the 9 palaces returned to one sword formation to them. These were all sovereigns. Naturally, they possessed the ability to remember everything they saw. One of the benefits of being sovereigns was that their comprehension abilities were extraordinarily high. If other ordinary divine way powerhouses were to cultivate this sword formation, it would be rather troublesome. Moreover, it would be very difficult for them to achieve a shocking effect. However, in the hands of a sovereign, the formation immediately became extraordinary. The comprehension abilities and power of a sovereign caused the formation to immediately shine brightly. Even Qin Wushuang was extremely curious and surprised. Clearly, he had never thought that the 9 palaces return to one sword formation would actually have such an effect in the hands of a sovereign. Every single one of the 9 sovereigns possessed extraordinarily high comprehension abilities. After a few trials, they had grasped the essence of the formation. They actually enjoyed it for a moment. The original estrangement had long been forgotten in the fusion of the sword formation. They immersed themselves in the formation wholeheartedly. It was quite enjoyable. Qin Wushuang also nodded inwardly when he saw this scene. He thought to himself that they were sovereigns after all. Once they had lost their obsession, they were no ordinary people after all. This was the first time Qin Wushuang had seen such an enchanting side of the 9 palaces return to one sword formation. He was completely mesmerized by it. He could not help but think to himself, if a sovereign is already so impressive, what would it be like if 9 heavenly venerables were to use it? What would it be like if an expert on the level of the Holy Emperor were to cultivate it? Half a month later, they had completely mastered the 9 palaces return to one sword formation. The coordination between the 9 sovereigns could be said to be flawless. Qin Wushuang could only gasp in amazement. Very good. Your comprehension abilities are indeed worthy of the title of sovereign. Now, all of you have seen for yourselves just how powerful this formation is. Even if a heavenly venerable expert were to arrive and be caught off guard and surrounded by you, he would probably die on the spot. There is another advantage to this formation, which is that it is not afraid of being ganged up on. Even if the enemy is outnumbered, this formation can be used both offensively and defensively. It is extremely ideal. It's all thanks to your generous guidance, sir. Haha, sir, if not for your timely appearance, we 9 sovereigns would still be fighting amongst ourselves. Our enemies would be delighted and our loved ones would be hurt. We are ashamed. Sir, you have truly given us, the 9 luminaries, a new lease of life. May I know your name, sir? My surname is Qin. You can just call me Lord Qin. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not reveal all of his details. So, it's Lord Qin. The 8 sovereigns clicked their tongues in praise. Qin Wushuang was about to speak when suddenly, a wave came from the communication jade token. Qin Wushuang communicated with his divine sense. It was from the sound demon on the periphery. Young master, the 9 luminaries are really unlucky. The forces of the surrounding 3 star zones have gathered and are about to invade the 9 luminaries. Looks like we are in big trouble. Oh! Qin Wushuang frowned slightly. Young master, are you still on Mu Yarrow Star? Do you want me to fight them? The sound demon was always eager to see the world in chaos. Not to mention the 3 star zones, even if it was the 30 star zones, the sound demon would still provoke them if he was in the mood. Even if he could not defeat them, escaping would not be a problem. With the celestial ship, why should he be afraid of them? The Sound Demon's temper had been boosted recently because he had the Holy Emperor, the Heavenly Master, as an escape weapon. Qin Wushuang said indifferently, "Don't be in a hurry to provoke them. Wait where you are. If they come, take out an Empyrean flying ship and stop them. Don't let them enter the range of the 9 luminaries." The Sound Demon laughed strangely and said, "Okay, young master, be careful too." "Bah, I said too much. Young master is now a heavenly master. Who can defeat him in this small universe? Remember, don't be impulsive." After Qin Wushuang reminded them, his expression became very serious. He smiled playfully and said, "Everyone, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Seeing that Qin Wushuang was serious, the 9 sovereigns were stunned. After a while, they said, "Let's hear the bad news first." The bad news is that 3 star zones around the 9 luminaries have gathered their forces and are ready to invade the 9 luminaries. What? So fast? D*MN it must be those 3 star zones. In our area, only those 3 star zones are tyrannical and like to annex. Qin Wushuang made a hand gesture to stop their senseless discussion. "Sir, what's the good news?" Sovereign Mu Yarrow could not help but ask. "The good news is that you don't have to worry about the 9 luminaries being attacked for the time being. I have enough forces on the periphery to hold them back." Hearing this good news, the 8 sovereigns, who had been tense, relaxed a little. It was a good thing that someone could hold them back first. "Sir, what should we do? Please tell us." "Yes, we pledge our lives to follow you, sir. We'll listen to you." Qin Wushuang revealed a trace of a smile. "All of you will listen to me?" "Sir, give the order. We'll listen to you. We'll never be disloyal." Qin Wushuang nodded. "Okay, then listen to me. Fight to the death. In the Grand Luo universe, no matter where it is, strength ultimately speaks. Only strength is the eternal and unbreakable truth. If the 9 luminaries want to survive, they have to stay here for a long time. This battle is unavoidable. It's definitely better to fight than to avoid it." The 9 sovereigns' blood boiled. Since the heavenly venerable powerhouse did not hesitate to fight, what reason did they have to avoid it? At the end of the day, the 9 luminaries were their home. What if they did not have the heart to resist? How could outsiders protect them? Fight, then let's fight. At the end of the day, these sovereigns were all arrogant powerhouses in their bones. They were unwilling to submit to others and become slaves that could not turn over a new leaf. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 1014. Fighting for survival, fighting for one's home. This was also a complex in all men's bones. Every time his home was invaded, this kind of complex would also overflow. Now, Qin Wushuang made full use of everyone's mentality. The whole family encouraged the 9 sovereigns to fight for their home with all their might. Even if they lost their heads and spilled their blood, they would never regret it. The 9 luminaries might be the most insignificant star region in the Great Luo universe. The number of powerhouses in it was at least, almost negligible. However, Qin Wushuang did not feel that this was a fatal disadvantage. Although the home was small, if those guarding it were all wolves, tigers, and leopards, those with ulterior motives would still not dare to covet it too much. On the contrary, no matter how big the home was, if those guarding it were all sheep, they would also be eyed covetously by others. Even if there were few people, even if the home was very small, what was needed was a fierceness that could risk their lives for their home at any time. Only by letting the enemy see this fierceness could they truly display the might of the 9 luminaries. Let the 9 luminaries not only rely on Li Xuanfeng's shadow to survive. Lord Qin, give the order. Wherever you tell us to fight, we will fight there. Yes, we must die. If we don't die, we will live for thousands of years. We have to let those bastards know that we, the 9 luminaries, still have the final say in the 9 luminaries. They want to loot a burning house. No way. Qin Wushuang snapped his fingers. Since that's the case, get on your sovereign's flying boats and follow me to meet the enemy. Remember, you are fighting for your home. You have all cultivated Li Xuanfeng's divine abilities. Don't lose face for senior Li Xianfeng. Even heavenly venerable powerhouses will absolutely not gain any advantage in front of the 9 palaces returned to one sword formation. You must show off your might and confidence. Yes, Your Excellency. Qin Wushuang and Murong Shu casually waved their hands, and a flying boat appeared. They got on and shouted, "Follow me." The flying boat flew majestically towards the periphery of the 9 luminary star region. The sound demon had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Qin Wushuang return, he chuckled and said, "Young master, you're not slow. What's going on?" Seeing that I'm here, the other 3 domains are also a bit apprehensive, and are discussing things over there. I think they are afraid of breaking the vases. They want to obtain Li Xuanfeng's inheritance, but they are also afraid of Li Xuanfeng's inheritance. The sound demon's tone was full of mockery. He glanced behind Qin Wushuang and asked, "What's the matter? Has the internal strife of the 9 luminaries been settled?" Qin Wushuang smiled and nodded in agreement. "Young master, with your current cultivation, even the Empyreans of the 3 great star realms wouldn't have the strength to fight against you in a one-on-one battle. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to gain any advantage. Why was the prime god of the 9 luminaries involved? Is their little bit of strength enough?" It was obvious that the sound demon was not optimistic about the 9 prime gods. Qin Wushuang naturally had his reasons for doing so. Firstly, it was to train the 9 prime gods. Secondly, it was to enhance the sense of existence of the 9 prime gods. Thirdly, it was to intimidate the opponents from the foreign domains. Qin Wushuang could certainly solve the problem if he were to take action. However, it was not beneficial for the 9 luminaries to establish their dominance. Only if the prime gods of the 9 luminaries were to show their strength, together with his methods, could they intimidate the opponents completely. They would then avoid the 9 luminaries and not have any other ideas. "Sound demon, listen to my orders later. Don't say anything else," Qin Wushuang ordered. "Of course." The sound demon smiled and said, "Our brothers now regard you as a genius. We will follow you in the future. How can we not listen to your orders?" After Qin Wushuang broke through and became a celestial master, the sound demon was completely convinced and did not dare to have any other thoughts. The sound demon knew better than anyone that the young master was a genius. He was definitely a first-class genius. Perhaps he was a genius who was more outstanding than the Holy Emperor Kai Yang, the Shura of Gojosian, and Li Xianfeng. The 3 Holy Emperor experts had combined 3 completely different personalities and characteristics. Naturally, the student would surpass the master. The Holy Emperor Kai Yang was upright and plain-spoken. The Shura of Gojosian was evil and murderous. Li Xianfeng pursued freedom. 3 completely different personalities, yet they created a peerless genius. Only now did the sound demon realize how wise his choice to submit to Qin Wushuang had been. Even though he had been coerced by the Shura of Gojosian, now that he thought about it, his choice back then had been a wise one. "Shu you and the children go to the celestial ship and stay there. Bao Bao, you master gods stay outside. Those below master gods enter the celestial ship." At this moment, Bao Bao had been a master god for a long time. Naturally, he was qualified. Lone and Fire Kailin had also broken through one after another. Naturally, they were qualified to stay outside. The 2 Kang dragon bloodlines had also broken through one after another. However, these 2 Kang dragon bloodlines did not like to fight. Now, they had become the personal mounts and bodyguards of Qin Wushuang and his children. Naturally, they would accompany them into the celestial ship. Under the leadership of the other demon gods, the 3,000 supreme Dao subordinates of the sound demon did not hide inside the celestial ship. Instead, they were among them. Although Qin Wushuang's camp was not filled with master gods, it was rather impressive. Especially Qin Wushuang and the sound demon, they were both first-rate heavenly venerables. Qin Wushuang, in particular, had a murderous aura that shot to the sky. As soon as he stood there, endless murderous aura surged and shot at the opposing camp, causing them to tremble. Although Qin Wushuang's murderous aura was related to his hundreds of fierce battles, in the end, it was still because of the existence of the graceful spiritual bow. The graceful spiritual bow had merged with the murderous aura of the Shura of Gojosian. It made him look like an evil god that had killed his way out of hell. He was full of terrifying murderous intent. Initially, the 9 master gods of the 9 luminaries were somewhat nervous. However, when they saw Qin Wushuang's murderous aura and how he was chatting and laughing with another heavenly venerables, they felt a little more confident for no reason. Previously, they had feared Lord Qin as if he were a snake or a scorpion. However, at this moment, he had become their backbone. Just looking at him made them feel boundless courage. The armies of the 3 major starfields also stopped advancing. In front of them, 3 auspicious clouds protruded from the 3 heavenly venerables' flying ships, and 3 heavenly venerables jumped out of them. They were the 3 heavenly venerables. These 3 heavenly venerables were the leaders of the 3 major galaxies. The heavenly venerables in the middle was very tall and had a stocky build. He was Biluo deity. He stared with his big bell-like eyes and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you block our way?" Qin Wushuang did not answer. It was as if the army in front of him was just a statue made of clay. His eyes were bright and full of expression as he glanced at the Mu Yarrow Master God. The Mu Yarrow Master God suddenly understood. The 8 master gods behind him all secretly urged, "Mu Yarrow, hurry up and say something. Lord Qin is testing us." The Mu Yarrow Master God knew that Lord Qin wanted to push them to the front lines. He could only brace himself and come. He walked forward and said in a clear voice, "Biluo deity, behind us is the territory of the 9 luminaries. What ambitions do you have for approaching us on such a large scale?" Biluo deity had obviously done his research on the 9 luminaries. He knew that the person in front of him was the Mu Yarrow Master God. He laughed coldly and said, "A mere Mu Yarrow Master God dares to make a fuss. Who is the heavenly venerables of the 9 luminaries? Let him come out and answer. If there is no heavenly venerables here, what right do you have to question me?" The Mu Yarrow Master God was stunned, but he immediately realized his mission. He snorted coldly and said, "At the doorstep of the 9 luminaries, even a small soldier has the right to question me. If your excellency stops here, we will naturally not question you. However, if your army gathers at our doorstep, that is a deliberate provocation." Biluo deity almost thought that he had misheard. He exchanged glances with the other 2 heavenly venerables. From the shock in each other's eyes, they could tell that they had not misheard. The intelligence had always said that the Mu Yarrow Master God was a little cowardly. Now, it seemed that this Mu Yarrow Master God was not cowardly at all. The intelligence also said that the 9 luminaries' master gods were having internal strife and were in a mess. Looking at the 9 master gods, they were all very amiable. It was as if they were wearing the same pants. Where were the signs of internal strife? The intelligence was misleading. However, Biluo deity obviously did not think much of the 9 master gods. He only sneered and said, "Master God Mu Yarrow, I think you don't know what's good for you. Have you forgotten that there is a difference between superior and inferior? Not to mention that the 9 luminaries have been dominating the star field for millions of years. Today, even if you have a heavenly venerate here, you will not be able to escape the punitive expedition. Not to mention that you don't even have a heavenly venerate. What right do you have to call yourself a star field? Obediently accept the title and disband the 9 luminaries. Then, you will be spared. Otherwise, I'm afraid that today will be a day when the moon waxes." Qin Wushuang and the Sound Demon had been listening calmly. Biluo deity's words were obviously a joke to them. With them here, not to mention Biluo deity, even if the 3 heavenly venerables were to attack together, it would be a piece of cake. Overall, Qin Wushuang was quite satisfied with Mu Yarrow's performance. No matter what, he did not make a mistake, which was already very rare. Now that they had reached an impasse, it was time for Qin Wushuang to speak up. "A day when the moon waxes," Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Biluo deity, I've heard of your name. But before you come here, you should also ask around. Did the 9 luminaries get the title by usurping it, or do they have other origins? You said that they got the title by usurping it, so where does that leave Senior Li Xianfeng?" "Humph, Who are you? Biluo deity snorted coldly. He had long noticed Qin Wushuang and the Sound Demon, but he did not know where they came from. Since you said that the 9 luminaries got the title by usurping it, then I, a nobody in the 9 luminaries, must be a rebel. Why do you have to ask so many questions? The more he acted like this, the more careful Biluo deity became. To be able to become a heavenly venerate, one's strength and intelligence were not to be underestimated. Seeing Qin Wushuang's behavior, he guessed that this young man might be the one who was speaking. He exchanged a look with the other 2 heavenly venerables, obviously asking if they should attack or continue the conversation. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 10-15. Qin Wushuang only sneered and raised his voice to say, "Everyone, since it's senior Li Xuanfeng's inheritance, we don't need to play dumb. Let's speak frankly." Biluo deity's expression turned cold as a wave of cold murderous intentions emerged from his eyes. Biluo deity had never heard such a tone from this young man in a few 100,000 years. In the surrounding area, no one had dared to speak to Biluo deity with such a tone. The Sound Demon also said with a peculiar tone, "These days, I've seen too many vile people. In the world of cultivation, when you see something good, you will use any means to snatch it. That can be considered a straightforward behavior. However, you guys really have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. You obviously want to steal something, but you want to make it sound so dignified. Most likely, the word hypocrite is tailor-made for you, right?" When Bao Bao saw Qin Wushuang and the Sound Demon quarreling to their heart's content, he could not help but want to scold them. Yet, Qin Wushuang stopped him with a glance. "If you are not from the 9 luminaries, get the hell out of here. Or else, when our army pushes forward, we will crush you into ashes." Qin Wushuang clicked his tongue and cried, "So awe-inspiring, so ferocious. We are so scared. TSK, with tens of thousands of troops marching, it's easy to defeat us, right?" Lord of 100 Battles said with a sneer, "It's good that you know. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here." "Hey, old man, my young master means that since you guys are so powerful, just bring it on. Why are you being so long-winded?" The Sound Demon hooted. In his eyes, although the tens of thousands of troops appeared intimidating, in fact, it was nothing much. It was more like intimidating those master gods. As the Sound Demon, he did not put this battle formation in his eyes. If they were to fight, it would only be a contest between heavenly masters. Even master gods could only be a support. As for those so-called armies beneath the master gods, they were only used to strengthen their momentum. The possibility of them being of any use on the battlefield was next to nothing. Biluo deity's expression sank. The other party's tone sounded fearless. Could it be that the other party was plotting some scheme? Otherwise, why would they provoke us again and again? Could it be that they wanted to lure him into their trap? Thinking, Biluo deity's mind. After all, this was the other party's territory. Who knew if the other party really had any tricks up their sleeves? If there really was some kind of trap, once they fell into it, not only would they lose soldiers and generals, but they would also lose face. The face of these Empyreans would be completely gone, and that would be very bad. Qin Wushuang clearly grasped the other party's mentality. Although he was confident that he could deal with this situation, he naturally hoped to solve it in the most economical way. Once a chaotic battle broke out, there would be great losses regardless of the outcome. This was not something Qin Wushuang wanted to see. He continued, "You're only here for senior Li Xuanfeng's legacy. Since that's the case, I have a suggestion." "What suggestion?" Biluo deity and the Lord of 100 Battles both stared at Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang did not mind at all. He reached out and grabbed a sword that looked like the water parting a May pisser. He smiled leisurely. "Do you recognize this?" Mu Yarrow Master God was shocked. "This is the Dao Yi Divine Sword." The Dao Yi Divine Sword was very famous a million years ago. Everyone knew that the Dao Yi Divine Sword was the Holy Emperor's divine weapon that Li Shenfeng used to dominate the world. Its power was boundless and its fame was unparalleled. Biluo deity and the others were not people who did not know what was good for them. Seeing the power and spiritual energy of the Daoyi divine sword, their hearts surged. That's right, this is the Daoyi divine sword. If anyone doesn't believe me, you can come up and test the power of the divine sword. Biluo deity's face was ashen. Even if it's the Daoyi divine sword, so what? You're not Senior Li Shenfeng after all. What qualifications do you have to mediate here? Qin Wushuang laughed mockingly. Biluo deity, I think you're old and confused. If Senior Li Shenfeng came here personally, do you think that he would mediate with you? Biluo deity's heart turned cold. He thought to himself, if it was really Li Shenfeng here, he might even kill us on the spot. Back then, Li Xuanfeng's methods of dealing with those who did not accept the 9 luminaries were astonishing. Although you, Biluo deity, have some background, if Senior Li Shenfeng is really here, you 3 Empireans are nothing more than adding 3 more vengeful souls. Mediating, you guys think too highly of yourselves. Lord of 100 Battles said angrily, Brat, what are you trying to say? Don't beat around the bush. Qin Wushuang said indifferently, Senior Li Shenfeng and I have some karma. He entrusted this Daoyi divine sword to me and let me return to his hometown, the 9 luminaries, to maintain the situation. This Daoyi divine sword is the token. But I didn't expect that you Empyrean powerhouses would covet his hometown. It's really laughable. It's true that Senior Li Shenfeng cultivated in the 9 luminaries, but that was before he became famous. His inheritance is not in the 9 luminaries at all. If you want to invade the 9 luminaries, that's killing the chicken to get the eggs. However, even if you kill the chicken, you still won't be able to get the eggs. Then may I ask, where is Senior Li Xuanfeng's true inheritance? Longyu Tianzuan, who had been silent all this time, said sinisterly. That will depend on whether you have the ability to know. Qin Wushuang smiled slightly. The 3 of you, you have 3 Empireans, and we also have a group of experts. If you want to fight, we will accompany you at any time. If you want to be more elegant, you might as well make a bet. Let's have 3 battles to determine the winner and loser. If you win, you can enter and search the 9 luminaries, and the 9 luminaries will be disbanded. Everything will be decided when Senior Li Shenfeng returns. I don't have the ability to interfere. But if you lose, what are the stakes? The Lord of 100 Battles shouted, Who said I want to bet with you? You mean, you have more people, so you want to fight, right? Qin Wushuang's mouth revealed a meaningful smile. If he wanted to fight, then he could only make the first move. Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda was activated. Other than the 3 Empireans, Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda was an insurmountable mountain to the rest. Even if it was the 3 Empireans, Qin Wushuang still had enough divine abilities to deal with them. After all, he had too many Holy Emperor's divine artifacts. The Daoyi divine sword and the graceful spiritual bow were all top-notch Holy Emperor-level divine artifacts. Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda was even more wondrous. Coupled with those endless tricks, Qin Wushuang was confident that even if he came here alone, he would be able to defeat the other party, not to mention that he had the help of a peerless old monster like the Sound Demon. Although the Sound Demon did not have any heaven-defying treasures, he had been a peak Empyrean expert for millions of years. In this kind of battle, his experience and ruthlessness were of great help. Longyu Tianzuan and Biluo deity communicated for a moment with their souls. Obviously, they wanted to hear how the 3 battles would be decided. It would be best if they could settle the problem with a bet. After all, no one could guarantee how many people would be injured or killed in a chaotic battle. Heavenly Venerable Longyu slowly said, 3 battles as the endgame. This is a pretty good suggestion. We happen to have 3 Empireans. Which 3 do you intend to send out? Qin Wushuang smiled and said, We only have 2 Empyrean experts here. However, the 9 luminaries have 9 sovereigns. They are the masters of this place, after all. We can't leave them out. Therefore, I want them to participate. Sovereigns. Longyu Tianzuan was stunned. Sovereigns will participate. We will also send out 9 sovereigns to fight. Then what will the remaining Empyrean do? Qin Wushuang said, "We will only send out 2 Empyreans and 9 sovereigns. You can send out 9 sovereigns or 1 Empyrean to fight. Do as you please." Long Yu Tianzuan thought that he had misheard. He asked, "You mean, we can send out Empyreans to fight the 9 sovereigns? 1 against 9 might be at a disadvantage. Then you can use 9 sovereigns." "We have no objections," Qin Wushuang said deliberately. How could he not know? 1 Empyrean was more than enough to deal with 9 sovereigns. The reason why he asked in surprise was because the advantage was too great. He couldn't quite believe it. Since Qin Wushuang had said it deliberately, of course, he was pretending to be confused. Long Yu Tianzuan hesitated for a moment. He looked at Qin Wushuang, obviously wanting to know if this young man was deliberately playing tricks. Qin Wushuang, however, had an indifferent look on his face. He couldn't tell what he was thinking at all. Only the sound demon's lips were muttering, as if he was saying something. 1 Empyrean to fight 9 sovereigns. This was naturally a great advantage. Even if the other party was plotting something, if even our Empyrean couldn't deal with 9 sovereigns, then sending 9 sovereigns to fight the enemy would naturally be even less likely to win. Fortunately, they were well aware of the strength of the 9 luminaries. They thought that even if the 9 sovereigns' strength had soared recently, it wouldn't be much. Could it really be that they could defy the natural order? Lord of 100 Battles seemed to be afraid that Qin Wushuang would go back on his word. He shouted, "Okay, then we'll let you guys have the advantage of numbers. On our side, we have 3 Empyreans. On your side, the 2 Empyreans will fight 1 battle each, and the 9 sovereigns will fight 1 battle together. Is that right?" Qin Wushuang smiled and said, "That's right, that's right." Lord of 100 Battles rubbed his fists and said, "If we win, the 9 luminaries will be disbanded. We can search at will, right?" "Yes, that's right. Since the Dao One Divine Sword in your hand is the legacy of Senior Li Shenfeng, if you lose, will you also have to hand it over to others?" Biluo Deity suddenly asked. "If you have enough skills and have enough stakes, then it's not impossible." "It's not impossible." Qin Wushuang smiled casually and was surprisingly easy to talk to. Stakes. The 3 Empyreans gathered together and discussed carefully. After a while, Biluo Deity asked, "What stakes do you want us to use?" "The Dao One Divine Sword is the divine weapon of the Holy Emperor. It's not too much to use you 3 Empyreans as stakes, right? How about this, if you lose, all 3 of you will be my slaves. If you win, not only will the Dao One Divine Sword belong to you, all of us here will be at your disposal. We will be your slaves and servants without any complaints. If you have the courage, immediately sign the Heavenly Dao contract and won't regret it. How about it?" This bet was very imposing, causing the 3 Empyreans to suck in a breath of cold air. I realized that I forgot to update the 3rd chapter, so it was added together with the 4th chapter. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 1016. If Qin Wushuang dared to make such a bet, he was naturally very confident. With 3 rounds as a set, he was definitely 100% confident of winning. As for the Sound Demon, as a top-level Heavenly Venerable, he also had a 70% to 80% chance of winning. Even if the sword formation of the 9 sovereigns could not win, securing a draw would not be a problem. In such a battle situation, Qin Wushuang was actually already in an undefeatable position. As long as he performed slightly better on the spot, he would definitely win. However, he had so many trump cards that the other party did not know about at all. The key to this bet was whether the other party would take the bet or not. Such a bet could naturally be called a huge gamble. After the 3 Heavenly Venerables heard this, they were secretly in awe. They could not help but take a few more glances at Qin Wushuang. This kind of bet was not child's play. If they won, it would be great joy. If they lost, they would become slaves. As Heavenly Venerable level powerhouses, this was not a joke. Especially when they had made a Heavenly Dao contract, they could not even go back on their word. The 3 of them looked at each other, feeling a little shocked. Their hearts were in turmoil, but they naturally would not show it. Qin Wushuang was very understanding. The three of you, don't say that we're trying to goad you. The three of you should gather together and discuss this properly, lest you say that we're bluffing. This kind of big matter is not child's play. The three heavenly venerables did not stand on ceremony. They nodded, turned around, and used their souls to communicate. The Lord of 100 Battles had a violent personality, so he was naturally in favor of fighting. He felt that with the three heavenly venerables working together, it was impossible for them to lose this round. Biluo deity and Longyu Tianzuan were a little hesitant. Did the other party not have any backing at all for daring to set up such a shocking bet? Either the other party really had the ability to set up this bet and was determined to suppress them, or the other party did not have the strength to fight them, but the situation was tense and deliberately set up this bet to scare them so that they would retreat. These were two completely different directions. If the other party really had the ability, then the three heavenly venerables naturally could not meet force with force in this round. Instead, they should make use of their advantage in numbers and use a group attack tactic. Looking at the opposing camp, there were only two heavenly venerables and less than a fifth of their master gods. This level of strength could be said to be an overwhelming advantage for the three major star regions. Longyu Tianzuan, what do you think? Biluo deity asked. In my opinion, safety is the most important thing. We have the advantage of numbers, so why should we let them take the initiative? This bet was most likely a conspiracy. If we fall into it, we'll be in big trouble. Longyu Tianzuan was still worried that they would lose the three battles. Biluo deity remained silent. He had to admit that what Longyu Tianzuan said made sense. But on the other hand, if the other party had the ability to defeat them in 3 rounds, then even if they had the advantage in numbers, it would not be of much use. As long as the other party had the confidence to control the 3 Empireans, the disadvantage in terms of numbers could be turned around. In other words, this battle was ultimately a confrontation between the opinions of the strongest. If the other party had the strength to defeat them in 3 rounds, they also had the ability to win the overall situation. If the other party did not have this strength, then perhaps the bet was just a bluff, a deliberate tactic to scare them into retreating. Thinking of this, Biluo deity naturally voiced the doubts in his heart. The Lord of 100 Battles completely agreed with Biluo deity's point of view. I think Biluo deity's words make sense. If they have the ability to win 3 rounds, they also have the ability to fight head-on. Was there a need to beat around the bush? I think they're just bluffing. Longyu Tianzuan said, then what do you mean? My meaning is very clear. If we 3 Empireans can't even take down a mere 9 luminaries, then what face do we have left? Being slaves or servants is also our fate. Lord of 100 Battles was rather forthright. If we fight head-on, there will be many casualties. If the other party's Empyrean powerhouses don't play by the rules and use guerrilla tactics, our losses will be very great. If the other party completely abandons the 9 luminaries and attacks our territory, then the consequences will be even more unpredictable. Therefore, I think that using a bet to determine the winner is a more dignified way to resolve this. Biluo deity also revealed his own point of view. Longyu Tianzuan sighed and said, have you ever thought that if we lose, we will become the other party's slaves? Can you accept this in your heart? Have you ever thought of such a disastrous outcome? First of all, I don't think we will lose. How strong are the 9 sovereigns of the 9 luminaries? If they join forces, any one of us will be more than enough to defeat them. There are still 2 rounds left. As long as we can ensure a draw in 1 round, we will be in an invincible position. Besides, if we can't even deal with the 9 sovereigns, I think we will be destined to be slaves sooner or later. Lord of 100 Battles was straightforward and didn't hold back at all. Biluo deity nodded and said, let's first agree on a time and calculate a draw. As long as we are in an invincible position, we can fight. If it's a draw, then we can agree on a competition between the sovereigns. In this way, we can fully utilize our advantage in numbers. Besides, we can also take a step back and say that we won't bet on each other's freedom. We can only bet on our own assets and equipment. Let's see how the other party responds. In short, We can bargain. If the other party insists, then we can negotiate again. Lord of 100 Battles was very happy. Yes, if the three of us Empyreans fight to a draw, we can continue to compete until they have no one left. Then, our advantage will naturally be reflected. If we compete like this, they will have nothing to say. Long Yu Tianzuan was a little tempted by these two's words. If the Empyreans fought to a draw, then they could continue to compete. In that case, their advantage in numbers would be perfectly reflected, and the battle would be completely under their control. He said, "Why don't we just propose to them that the outcome will be decided in 5 rounds? Add in the battle between the two sovereigns. This way, we will have a greater chance of winning." There were countless sovereigns under the 3 Empyreans who were good at fighting. As for the 9 luminaries, they didn't even have many sovereigns, let alone fight. Biluo deity nodded and said, "Okay, let's propose it first. If they don't agree, then we can bargain step by step." The 3 Empyreans came to an agreement and walked forward again. Qin Wushuang saw them walk over and smiled. "So, how did the discussion go?" Long Yu Tianzuan said, "There is too much chance of winning in 3 rounds. Why don't we bet on winning in 5 rounds? This way, we can show our strength more clearly." Qin Wushuang smiled leisurely. "If you have 5 Empyreans, of course, that will work. However, you seem to only have 3 Empyreans. Who else will you send? We can each send 2 sovereigns to make up for the 5. Qin Wushuang smiled and said, "Can the sovereigns of the 3 star zones be compared to the Empyreans? This is a battle between the top powerhouses. What's the point of having sovereigns participate?" Long Yu Tianzuan said, "Didn't you send 9 sovereigns as well? The 9 luminaries have only 9 sovereigns. As the masters of this place, they can't slack off. If you want to bet 5 rounds, I can fight 3 rounds. You can also send 18 sovereigns to fight me in 2 groups. That way, we can make it 5 rounds. How about that?" The other party naturally wouldn't agree to this. 9 sovereigns against a heavenly venerable level powerhouse. Let alone 2 rounds, they would never win even if they bet 100 rounds. The 9 luminaries were the sovereigns. Why were they so confident? Could it be that Li Xianfeng had given them special tools and arrays? The 3 Empyreans saw that Qin Wushuang wasn't giving in at this critical moment, so they had to go with the original plan. They took a step back and said, "We can bet 3 rounds. However, what if it's a draw after 3 rounds? How will the winner be determined?" "A draw? How can there be a draw?" "If there is a draw, we can just continue fighting until the winner is determined." The sound demon grinned and laughed strangely. The 3 Empyreans couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle when they heard his reckless words. Fight a bloody battle until the outcome of the battle was decided. Was this still called a bet? The sound demon hooted, "Why, don't you dare? Are you scared? If you're scared of death, you still want to invade others. Go back and hug your wives to sleep." The 3 Empyreans secretly shook their heads when they saw how ungentlemanly this person was. They were a little disdainful. Qin Wushuang didn't stop the sound demon and allowed him to make jokes. At this time, the weirder his side acted, the more the other side would be afraid and the more ideas they would have. Biluo deity coughed dryly and said, "You and I are both Empyrean experts. If we pester each other like a scoundrel, we'll be at a disadvantage. Why don't we set a time? If there's no winner or loser in the agreed time, it'll be a draw. How about that? May I know how long it will take?" Qin Wushuang asked with a smile. 2 hours. How about that? Qin Wushuang shook his head. 2 hours is too short for a fight between experts. We'll decide the winner or loser in 6 hours. Biluo deity and the others looked at each other. After they exchanged glances, Biluo deity said, 4 hours. That's our bottom line. Qin Wushuang smiled and said, "Since you're not confident, 4 hours will do. You'll have to accept your loss wholeheartedly." He deliberately acted so arrogantly and confidently. In the eyes of the other side, this young man was arrogant. Sure enough, Long Yu Tianzuan revealed an imperceptible sneer at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, "I only know how shrewd this kid is. After all, He's the arrogant type. He's no longer a cause for concern. 3 rounds it is. Don't tell me the 3 of us Empireans can't handle such a small situation. When Heavenly Warrior by Luo saw that Qin Wushuang's mouth had loosened, he seized the opportunity to press the attack. For the 3 rounds, if each of us wins 1 round and draws another round, the overall situation will still be a draw. What should we do? I have a suggestion. Go ahead. Qin Wushuang didn't bat an eyelid. Since the other side had agreed to 3 rounds, nothing else mattered. It was good that the key point was under his control. If it's still a draw after 3 rounds, the sovereigns will be allowed to fight. The fight between the sovereigns will also be decided in 3 rounds. The competition will continue. That should be fine, right? Qin Wushuang was secretly amused. It turned out that the other side was still thinking of using the sovereigns to decide the winner after the draw. This was wishful thinking. He didn't say anything and just looked at the 3 Empireans with a smile. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1017. The Mu Yarrow Sovereign was the first to shout. You guys sure have a good plan. Are you trying to bully us because we don't have enough people on our side? If we continue to fight to a draw, you guys can take turns fighting us until we don't have enough sovereigns on our side. Naturally, you guys will win. From start to finish, you don't need to fight for victory at all. Just fight until we don't have enough people, and you guys win without winning. What wishful thinking. Qin Wushuang shrugged. See? Even the Mu Yarrow Sovereign can see through your little scheme. If you use such shameless tactics, then what's the point of fighting? It's better to gang up on you. Let's fight wildly, kill until the sky is dark, and don't care about casualties. This way, it'll be easier for you guys to use your advantage in numbers. However, you guys can take the 9 luminaries. But I can guarantee that the losses you guys will suffer will be even greater than the 9 luminaries. If we're willing to abandon the 9 luminaries, we can use guerrilla warfare to wipe out hundreds of planes and kill a few dozen sovereigns. It'll be easy. At this point, it was as good as completely shedding all pretense of cordiality. When the 9 sovereigns heard Qin Wushuang say this, they all nodded. That's right. The 9 luminaries have a small territory anyway, so we'll just give it to you. At worst, we'll just switch territories. You guys come to our territory to cause trouble, and we'll come to yours to cause trouble. We might not be able to do anything to you guys because we have more people, but if we want to cause trouble, there are advantages to having fewer people. That's right. Even if we do our best, we'll only have 9 sovereigns' planes. We're not like them, who have hundreds of sovereigns' planes. It's not easy to defend a large territory. In this day and age, you're willing to sacrifice yourself to drag the emperor down. If we want to compete, we have nothing to lose. If they want senior Li Xuanfeng's legacy, we'll give it to them. Ha ha ha. When all was said and done, Li Xianfeng didn't have much of a legacy in the 9 luminaries. Only a mysterious cave abode could be opened, and the bloodline had to be verified. In other words, other than Qin Wushuang, the inheritor of the bloodline, no one else, not even the Holy Emperor, could enter the cave. Most importantly, there was nothing else in the cave except for the final purification of the bloodline. Therefore, the 9 luminaries did not have Li Xuanfeng's inheritance. Back then, Li Xianfeng had sensed that the 9 luminaries were only average in terms of their mental abilities and aptitudes. They were definitely not worthy of inheriting their legacies. That was why he had come up with such a plan. He planned to travel the universe and increase his knowledge while looking for a successor. This disciple was definitely not a member of the 9 luminaries. He was not a member of the 9 luminaries, but he had to work for the future of the 9 luminaries. Therefore, there had to be a segment that tested one's mental fortitude. Therefore, Li Xianfeng had repeatedly emphasized that Qin Wushuang had to make a trip to his hometown. This was a hint, and also a test. Qin Wushuang had come here without hesitation. Naturally, he had passed the test and obtained the ultimate legacy. What Li Xianfeng hadn't expected was that Qin Wushuang had so many connections with the 9 luminaries from past lives. This was an unexpected coincidence. Listening to the clamor of these lords, Qin Wushuang was secretly amused. As expected, the overgods of the 9 luminary starfield were all lazy people. They were all hoodlums. It was just that at this critical juncture, they needed this kind of shameless temperament. After all, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers in a fair and square competition. If they shed all pretenses of cordiality and hardened their hearts to fight to the end, the other party would more or less be a little wary. The 3 heavenly venerables exchanged glances. Although they were furious, they could also tell that the other party was not exaggerating. If the other party's heavenly venerable powerhouses did not fight them head-on but chose to avoid their main force and attack their weak points, the losses they would suffer would definitely not be any less than the 9 luminaries. After all, the 9 luminaries were only so big. The only things that were truly valuable were the 9 overgod planes. Although they had all the essentials, their properties were ultimately very small. As for their 3 major stellar zones, they all had major businesses, large territories, and many sovereign planes. If they allowed the other party to destroy dozens of overgod planes, the losses would definitely outweigh the gains. The other party had 2 heavenly venerables. If they wanted to destroy dozens of overgod planes and even kill dozens of lords, it would definitely not be empty talk. If the heavenly venerable powerhouses hardened their hearts to launch a surprise attack, the overgod planes would practically be defenseless. Under such circumstances, it was really a very difficult choice whether to shed all pretenses of cordiality and fight. The other party obviously would not agree to the tactic of endless attrition warfare. Biluo deity immediately smiled and said, "Everyone, if the battle between heavenly venerables ends in a draw, there has to be a rule to determine the victor. Since you are worried that we will use the attrition tactic, then let's do it this way. If the battle between heavenly venerables ends in a draw, then we will set up 3 rounds of chief god battles to determine the victor. If the 3 rounds of chief god battles are still unable to determine the victor, then let's settle the score. What do you think about it later?" Chief god Mu Yarrow snorted coldly and said, "What's the point of settling the score? If the 3 rounds of chief god battles are still unable to determine the victor, then all of you can scram back to where you came from. There is a bottom line to our patience. If it really comes down to a life and death struggle, the 9 luminaries can just give up. You can forget about having a good life either." "That's right. Since you are so interested in the 9 luminaries, we will give them to you. Just use your territory in exchange." Biluo deity's expression turned cold. "Chief god Mu Yarrow, with your little bit of strength, you really don't have the right to play any life and death struggle with us. If not for these 2, you clowns will definitely be grasshoppers in autumn. You won't live for long." Seeing that the 9 chief gods had been defeated, Qin Wushuang knew that he had to stand up for them and protect their reputation. Otherwise, their morale would be damaged, and that would not be good. He immediately laughed and said, "Biluo deity, don't be in a hurry to show off your might and throw a tantrum in front of a few juniors. You and I have different standpoints, and you should understand that. What any one of us says does not represent us individually, but the whole behind us. Therefore, the words of the 9 chief gods also represent our standpoints. You threatening them is the same as threatening me. As for me, I have always liked to fight with my hands. Rather than talk about extravagant rhetoric, why don't we have a real competition? We will do as you say for this bet. So, can the stakes be determined?" Qin Wushuang's words were very effective on the 9 chief gods. With a heavenly venerable standing up for them, it really felt different. If it had been in the past, such a threat would have scared them witless and kept quiet out of fear. Now, with a heavenly venerable here to stand up for them at any time, they instantly felt much more confident. Standing at the back, all of them felt much straighter. Upon seeing Qin Wushuang being so protective, the heavenly warrior of Azure Heaven gave a cold snort. In terms of the wager, it's too childish to use the method of sacrificing one's freedom as a wager. The 3 of us feel that such wager is meaningless. Hihi, at the end of the day, you are still afraid. Why do you have to make it sound so dignified? If you are, then get lost immediately. On account of our many years as neighbors, we will not kill you all." The sound demon's tone was much harsher than that of the 9 chief gods. He had never been virtuous, let alone virtuous with his words. The three heavenly venerables detested the sound demon to the core. Hearing him speak made them feel an indescribable sense of irritation. But thinking about it carefully, they were indeed inferior to him in their high positions. Perhaps he could afford to lose, but they, who had been in high positions for a long time, really could not afford to lose. Qin Wushuang was unhurried. The three of you, please forgive my bluntness. If I don't use your freedom as a bet, do you think you can have an equivalent bet with the Holy Emperor's Tao One Divine Sword in my hands? If you can't even match the bet, how can this bet continue? This question stumped the other party. That was right. He had the Holy Emperor's Tao One Divine Sword in his hands. If he did not have something to bet, how could he fight? How could the other party agree? If they could not match the bet, it would be a stalemate. If it was a stalemate, they would go their separate ways and fight to the death. Perhaps they could win a temporary victory, but in the long run, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. If the other party's heavenly venerables were determined to use surprise tactics and ambush their territory, it was possible that their losses would be greater than that of the 9 luminaries. Therefore, after all was said and done, the bet had to be matched. If they followed the Lord of 100 Battles' thinking, they naturally did not need to consider so much. They just had to fight. The Lord of 100 Battles felt that with the strength of the three heavenly venerables, there was no way they would lose. Biluo deity also felt that even if they did not win, they could at least come to a draw. However, Longyu Tianzuan wanted to secure first place. Because of this, there was a dispute. Qin Wushuang smiled. If the three of you really don't want to use your freedom as a bet, then so be it. After all, my Holy Emperor's Tao One Divine Sword is not an ordinary item. There would be a day when Saint Emperor Li Shenfeng reappears in the Jianghu, and a storm would rise again. How about this? The Tao Yi Divine Sword will be valued at 300 Master God Planes. The total number of Master God Planes in your 3 major star zones is no more than 1,000. Each of you will bet 100 Master God Planes. If you win, the Tao Yi Divine Sword will belong to you. If we win, 300 Master God Planes will be allocated to the 9 luminaries. How about that? If there were 300 Master God Planes, then it could be considered a mid-level star zone. If the 9 luminaries had such strength, it would be enough for them to establish a foothold in this area. They would no longer have to look at other people's faces and constantly worry about not having enough confidence. The Holy Emperor's Tao One Divine Sword was priceless. If it was really valued, perhaps even 500 Master God Planes would not be enough to exchange for it. Some heavenly venerables would be willing to exchange their entire star zone for a Holy Emperor's Tao One Divine Sword. After all, if they had the Holy Emperor's Tao One Divine Sword, they would naturally be invincible in commanding the world and conquering other territories in the future. Therefore, Master God Planes had a price. In a certain sense, the Holy Emperor's Tao One Divine Sword was priceless. Its value could not be measured in terms of Master God Planes at all. Qin Wushuang's Tao Yi Divine Sword was valued at 300 Master God Planes. This kind of bet naturally moved the three heavenly venerables greatly. Each of them would give up 100 Master God Planes. Although this kind of sacrifice was painful, it was definitely not irreparable. If there was less territory, they could snatch it. However, the Holy Emperor's Tao One Divine Sword could only be encountered by chance and not sought. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1018. The three of you, the Tao Yi Divine Sword in exchange for 300 Master God Planes. No matter what, you are the ones who will benefit from this bet. Do you want to fight or not? It's up to you. Qin Wushuang naturally did not want to waste too much time with them. The three heavenly venerables looked at each other, understanding tacitly. Although the loss of 100 Master God Planes from each of the three parties was not small, it was definitely not a serious blow. But once they obtained the Tao Yi Divine Sword, the meaning would be different. Although the great Luo universe was vast, which heavenly venerate did not wish to possess a sage emperor divine artifact? Which heavenly venerate did not wish to obtain the Sage Emperor Divine artifact? Using the Sage Emperor Divine artifact to successfully break through the shackles of heavenly venerate and advance to Sage Emperor? The three of them looked at each other for a moment and nodded, obviously intending to agree. Biluo deity was a smart person after all. He said, "Sir, we can accept this bet. But there is one thing we must make clear. No matter which of you fight, since the Dao Yi Divine Sword is the wager, it cannot be used in the battle." This was wishful thinking. If the Holy Emperor Divine Weapon was not allowed to be used, it was equivalent to removing a pair of sharp claws from the other party. Biluo deity's suggestion won the cheers of the other two heavenly venerables. They all agreed. Yes, the Dao Yi Divine Sword cannot be used. Otherwise, this bet will not be fair. How could Qin Wushuang not know what they were thinking? However, his Holy Emperor Divine Weapon was not just the Dao Yi Divine Sword. Speaking of the Dao Yi Divine Sword, he had not refined it yet. Instead, he was very familiar with the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda. Once he used it, not to mention one-on-one against heavenly venerables, even if it was 1 against 3, he would still be able to suppress them. He laughed. "Since that is the case, then I will comply with your request. There is no need for the Dao Yi Divine Sword. All right, Sound Demon, why don't you go and meet these 3 heavenly venerables?" The Sound Demon was already itching to give it a try. Hearing Qin Wushuang's order, he was about to leap out of the formation. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Hold on, bring the graceful spiritual bow." The graceful spiritual bow contained the soul of the Shura of Gojosian, and its attack power was so strong that it was appalling. The scariest thing was that the Sound Demon and Shura of Gojosian were of the same origin. Therefore, the problem of fusion did not exist. To the subordinates of Shura of Gojosian, the graceful spiritual bow could be used as soon as they got it. This unique advantage boosted the Sound Demon's confidence. Originally, the Sound Demon was only half confident. But as soon as he held the graceful spiritual bow in his hand and sensed the powerful devil energy of the Shura of Gojosian, the Sound Demon was instantly energized. He laughed heartily and leaped out of the formation. When Empyrean-level powerhouses battled, the size of this battle circle was definitely not something ordinary could compare to. The opponents discussed for a while and finally decided to send the Lord of 100 Battles. The Lord of 100 Battles' combat power was the wildest. The other 2 Empyrean lords were happy to send him out, but the Lord of 100 Battles was eager to give it a try. The Sound Demon looked at the Lord of 100 Battles with a sinister smile. "Your Excellency, those 2 are so smart that they know to avoid the battle. You're probably one of those brainless people, aren't you?" The Lord of 100 Battles was furious. "You're so eloquent. You don't look like a Empyrean at all. It doesn't matter who comes to deal with a lowly person like you. I'm taking the lead because I've been annoyed by you for a long time. Is that so? Then I'll help you get rid of it." The Sound Demon laughed sinisterly. He opened his big mouth and suddenly burst into laughter. As soon as this laughter came out, layers of sound waves surged up and shot out. They were like decadent demonic sounds, changing into all kinds of desolate and strange rhythms. They formed circles of sound wave attacks, as if countless ghosts were wailing in front of the Lord of 100 Battles' ears. The Lord of 100 Battles was not easy to deal with. He knew that this sound wave attack was powerful. He waved the big axe in his hand, and huge golden axes rolled up in the sky. The sound of metal colliding constantly offset these demonic sounds. Although it could not completely eliminate the demonic sounds. But under the offset, that level of attack had no effect on the Lord of 100 Battles. The Lord of 100 Battles saw an opening and roared. He swung the huge axe, and 2 huge golden gears danced, rolling over like a storm. These gears tore the sky and split the earth, and their momentum was extraordinary. The Sound Demon knew that the Lord of 100 Battles' ability to fight head-on was strong. If he fought with him with weapons, he would not have any advantage. At most, it would be a draw. The Sound Demon's advantage was his hallucination body movement skill and his strange sound wave attacks, which were all pervasive. But his attainments in weapons were not his strong points. But now that he had the graceful spiritual bow, it was different. The graceful spiritual bow, whether for a sneak attack or a head-on confrontation, was very domineering. The sound demon did not intend to use the graceful spiritual bow easily, but his spiritual consciousness was suddenly shouted by a soul-stirring voice, "Sound demon, what are you hesitating for? Graceful spiritual bow, end the battle quickly." With the spiritual attack of the Shura of Gojosian, do you think I'm afraid of a broken axe? Encouraged by the Shura of Gojosian, the sound demon was overjoyed. With a loud laugh, he activated the hallucination body movement skill and created countless phantoms. The phantoms of the sound demon were floating all over the sky. The Lord of 100 Battles hated opponents with strange body movements the most. The giant axe in his hand danced wildly in the sky. Within 100 miles, his golden attacks were everywhere. It was like a huge golden ball rolling in the sea of chi. It was a spectacular sight. The sound demon did not care about his extravagant display of strength. Since the Shura of Gojosian wanted to fight, it meant that the sound demon and His Majesty Shura of Gojosian had joined hands. It would be a piece of cake to defeat the Lord of 100 Battles. Under the control of the sound demon's sound waves, the 9 shooting sun arrows floated in the air and emitted rays of pale golden light. This light actually managed to suppress the powerful aura of the 100 Battles heavenly exalted. Suddenly, 9 big holes appeared in the wild golden circle of the Lord of 100 Battles. It was like a huge ship sailing in the sea suddenly had 9 holes in it. At first, the 9 sword lights were like spiritual snakes. As the golden light broke, they suddenly turned into golden dragons. They absorbed all the attacks of the Lord of 100 Battles and turned them into offensive attacks. This unforeseen event caused the 100 Battle Heavenly Sovereign to be petrified on the spot. Biluo Deity and Long Yu Tianzuan, who were watching from the sidelines, were also dumbfounded. For a moment, they felt as if they had been hit hard in the chest. Not good. An ominous thought flashed through the minds of the 3 celestial masters at the same time. However, it was too late. Especially the Lord of 100 Battles. Suppressed by these 9 attacks, he was completely unable to move, as if he had been immobilized. Stop, I admit defeat. Biluo Deity and Long Yu Tianzuan were the first to react. They both activated the weapons in their hands. One in front and one behind, they faced the 9 attacks. Rumble, the violent collision caused the surrounding void to tremble. Countless streams of air were discharged in circles and overflowed. It caused the hearts of the spectators to tremble. Because of the timely rescue of his companions, the Lord of 100 Battles did not end up with a corpse torn apart by 9 dragons. Even so, his mouth was full of blood. This change was not expected by anyone other than Qin Wushuang and the others. The Lord of 100 Battles' face was as pale as paper, and his heart was still in fear. It was too powerful. What kind of weapon was that? How could it be so powerful? Could it be another Holy Emperor's divine weapon? Even an ordinary Holy Emperor's divine weapon would not be so domineering, right? He did not know that what he was facing was not an ordinary weapon, but an attack from the Shura of Gojosian's divine spirit. With the divine spirit of a powerhouse at the level of the Holy Emperor, how could he withstand a 3-dimensional attack from the shooting sun arrow? The sound demon laughed sinisterly. I say, the rules seem to be 1-on-1, right? Are you planning to fight 3 against 1? The 9 luminaries and the other 9 sovereigns also shouted, that's right. We agreed to fight 1 against 1. You guys are too shameless, aren't you? You broke the rules. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavenly Tao? How do we settle this round? The 9 luminaries' sovereign was impressed by the sound demon's methods. They all joined in the commotion. Clearly, they saw that the 3 heavenly venerables' morale had dropped. Naturally, they would not let go of this opportunity to attack them. If they could win 2 rounds in one go, the 9 luminaries would be rich. They would obtain 300 sovereign god planes in one go. At that time, even if the 9 luminaries could not be considered the most powerful stellar region, they would at least be considered average. In addition, if Senior Li Shenfeng was still alive, the 9 luminaries' future would be bright. If they won 2 out of 3 rounds, they would obviously win the first round. It was just a matter of whether the other party would admit to it. Everyone looked at Qin Wushuang, waiting for him to speak. Qin Wushuang smiled gently. Biluo deity, Longyu Tianzuan. The two of you do not seem to be people who keep their promises. Could it be that the three of you do not care about the rules of the duel at all? The heavenly Tao is not to be trifled with. Are the three of you not afraid of being judged by the heavenly Tao? Biluo deity's face was cold. You guys win the first round. Why must we fight to the death in a duel? Qin Wushuang laughed loudly. He knew that they would definitely win this duel. The other party did not see through life and death at all. Even without the graceful spiritual bow, the sound demon could defeat them in such a duel. First round, victory. Qin Wushuang naturally had to change his strategy. At first, he sent out the sound demon. If the sound demon lost or tied, the 9 sovereigns would fight in the second round. However, the sound demon won the first round. Then, he would have to fight in the second round himself. 2 out of 3 rounds. He did not want any undue delay. If he fought, he was confident that he could take down both Biluo deity and Longyu Tianzuan. Then, the outcome of the duel would be decided. He said to the 9 sovereigns, "You guys stand down. I will fight in the second round myself." Although the great sovereign admired Qin Wushuang, he was still young and seemed to have just become a heavenly venerable. They were worried that Qin Wushuang would not be able to take down the Dao One divine sword if they did not allow him to use it. However, since Qin Wushuang had spoken, they naturally did not dare to disobey. Although they were still worried, they did not want to show it. They retreated, worried about their gains and losses. Heavenly Venerate Sound Demon grinned. Now that the young master was going to fight in person, the suspense of this duel was as good as dead. 300 sovereign god planes. The sound demon was a little tempted. Qin Wushuang knew what the sound demon was thinking. He smiled and said, "Sound demon, I'm afraid you won't be able to return to your old place. Even if you do, it will be someone else's territory. You can consider the new 9 luminaries." What was there to consider? How could the sound demon not know that after leaving his homeland for millions of years, all his territory would probably belong to someone else? Now that he had a new territory to stand on, how could he not be overjoyed? Sorry, I'm resuming the update. The ending of the last few tens of thousands of words is stuck for various reasons. Of course, Old Bull is not looking for an excuse. I'm really ked up. I'm sorry, everyone. Everyone, feel free to despise me. After this, Old Bull will write a summary post to apologize to everyone. There are still tens of thousands of words left. Old Bull will continue to update over the next few days until the ending. As for eunuchs, how can that be? It's already at the edge of the ending. How can there be eunuchs? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1019. When Biluo deity and Longyu Tianzuan saw that Qin Wushuang had already treated the 300 master god planes as his own, they were about to explode from anger. Obviously, they were infuriated by Qin Wushuang's attitude. What kind of person was this? They hadn't even started fighting, and he already thought that he would win. They hadn't even started fighting, and he was already dividing the spoils. Qin Wushuang's attitude boosted their fighting spirit, which had already been damaged a little. They were heavenly venerable powerhouses, after all. In this small universe, they were all reputable experts who could be counted among the top. Yet, they were being looked down upon like this. If the other party was the famous Holy Emperor, then it would be fine to look down on them. However, the other party was clearly an unknown young man. He really couldn't tolerate such a tone. Fortunately, Biluo deity and Longyu Tianzuan weren't easily angered like the Lord of 100 Battles. Although they were angry, they still carefully discussed it. They really couldn't afford to lose this battle. Once they lost, it would be 2 losses out of 3, and the result would be out. It was obviously impossible to go back on one's word in a heavenly venerable level battle. Therefore, they couldn't help but be cautious. The two of them discussed for a long time. In the end, Biluo deity still decided to fight personally. He felt that in terms of foundation and battle experience, he should be stronger than Long Yu Tianzuan. After all, Long Yu Tianzuan broke through to the heavenly venerable level 3,000 years later than him. Although 3,000 years was nothing to them, it was still a gap. Qin Wushuang was calm. No matter how they discussed, the result would be the same. Unless the other party could also defy heaven and earth and take out the Holy Emperor's divine weapon. This was obviously impossible. If the other party had the Holy Emperor's divine weapon, why would he be so cautious? He probably couldn't wait any longer. Other than the Sound Demon and the others who knew about Qin Wushuang's abilities, the 9 luminaries were all somewhat worried and consciously retreated to the side. The Sound Demon chuckled gloomily. "Young master, let's finish this quickly." Qin Wushuang smiled. "Okay." Biluo deity's face was ashen as he said coldly, "Your Excellency is quite confident. I hope that your subordinates are also as confident." Qin Wushuang smiled casually. "Let's begin." Biluo deity saw that he was calm and did not dare to underestimate him. He secretly activated his divine ability and prepared to engage in a protracted battle with Qin Wushuang. No matter what, they had to at least get a draw in this battle. As long as they fought to a draw, Long Yu Tianzuan would definitely have a chance of victory against the 9 sovereigns. In the 3 rounds, 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss would be considered a draw. After that, there would be 3 more battles between sovereigns, and they would have a great advantage. Therefore, it was not necessary for him to win this round. A draw was also an advantageous choice. Biluo deity was very balanced in both offense and defense. Since he had made up his mind, it would be fine as long as he did not make any mistakes. After all, a 4-hour battle was simply a snap of the fingers for a heavenly venerable powerhouse. As soon as the formation was activated, layers of green halos flashed all over Biluo deity's body. These defensive halos were naturally no small matter. Long Yu Tianzuan saw Biluo deity activate the blue sky rainbow aura and knew that Biluo deity had made up his mind to defend. In his heart, he also agreed with Biluo deity's strategy. Qin Wushuang was not in a hurry to attack. He only smiled as he watched Biluo deity continuously build momentum and set up defenses. It was not that he did not want to use a tide-like rapid attack to break down his opponent. It was just that if he did not use the Dao 1 divine sword, he would not be able to use the advantage of rapid attacks. The heavenly branch Kuei wolf twin swords were only heavenly venerable divine swords in the end. In this kind of battle situation, it was enough, but it could not display a decisive advantage. Qin Wushuang naturally would not stick to the rules. If he did not use the advantage of equipment and instead tangled with the enemy, that would be an unwise choice. If he wanted to fight, he had to be like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves, straightforward and efficient. It was just that he had the intention to establish his might in front of his opponent. Only a method so powerful that it made his opponent panic even in his dreams could completely dispel his opponent's future thoughts. Otherwise, this 9 luminaries would not be stable in the end, and there would be a lot of trouble in the future. If he wanted to solve a problem, he had to solve it thoroughly. Therefore, Qin Wushuang allowed his opponent to build momentum. Opening his palm, that golden Kaiyang golden body pagoda was held in his palm. At this moment, the Kaiyang golden body pagoda was only the size of a palm. It looked exquisite, but one could not tell what it was for a moment. Long Yu Tianzuan, who was watching the battle below the stage, clearly did not recognize it either. He only looked at Qin Wushuang somewhat suspiciously. This young man was so calm that it made him feel too surprised. Even Biluo deity felt a little uneasy. Based on his opponent's performance, it was either that he was not in his right mind and did not know the danger of this battle, or he had a lot of confidence, so he dared to be so arrogant. Looking at this young man, there was a heroic spirit in every part of his body. It did not seem like there was something wrong with his brain at all. Could it be that this young man really had some confidence in winning? It could not be that he had another Holy Emperor's divine weapon, right? Just now, in the battle between the Lord of 100 Battles, they had already determined that the graceful spiritual bow was the Holy Emperor's divine weapon. Coupled with the Dao Yi divine sword, the opponent had already consecutively used 2 Holy Emperor's divine weapons. It could not be that a young man had 3 holy emperor's divine weapons at once, right? If that was the case, it would be too abnormal. However, once Biluo deity had this thought, it could not be suppressed. At this moment, Qin Wushuang finally made his move. He threw it against the wind. Suddenly, everyone present felt a burst of dazzling golden light in front of their eyes. Tens of thousands of golden needle-like rays of light were so dazzling that they could not open their eyes. In an instant, the Kaiyang golden body pagoda in Qin Wushuang's palm revealed its golden body treasure form. It instantly expanded tens of thousands of times, towering like a mountain falling from the sky. It crashed down on Biluo deity's head. Between the flipping of Qin Wushuang's palm, he pressed down that gigantic scarlet sun golden body pagoda. Biluo deity suddenly felt that he was simply like a fool, stunned on the spot. When that huge mountain-like pagoda pressed down on him, he did not even move his feet. It was not that he did not want to move, but that the tens of thousands of golden rays, like circles of sharp blades, had completely sealed the surrounding space. If he took one step away from his original position, he would be directly cut into 2 by those golden rays shooting down. That golden light, like a guillotine falling from the sky, was indestructible. Seeing this astonishing scene, Long Yu Tianzuan was completely dumbfounded. The Lord of 100 Battles, who was forcefully supporting himself to watch the battle, vomited another mouthful of blood. It was the Holy Emperor's divine artifact again, and the Holy Emperor's divine artifact again. They realized that this time, they were doomed. What kind of people were their opponents? How could the Holy Emperor's divine artifacts be like a game, one after another, and there was no end to it? Comparisons were odious. Qin Wushuang wanted this effect. He pressed down with his palm, controlling the Kaiyang golden body pagoda to press down. Boom! Biluo deity's defensive halo, which he had been controlling for a long time, was simply fragile under this golden light. It was directly crushed and scattered with a loud bang. Celestial Empyrean Azure Fall had never imagined that he would have difficulty breathing. Before the Kaiyang golden body pagoda pressed down on his head, Biluo deity already felt that he was about to die. All the bones in his body were about to be crushed. He wanted to escape with his divine soul, but it was locked down by this powerful force. Even his divine soul could not break free, as if it was firmly pressed down. This made him feel like he was being buried alive. Senior, stop, we admit defeat. The overgods under Biluo deity realized that the situation was not good and cried out one after another. If he kept suppressing them, the Jadefall starfield would become a masterless starfield. Qin Wushuang did not intend to kill anyone. After all, the 9 luminaries were adjacent. Killing a celestial master was satisfying, but there would be endless trouble in the future. He immediately looked at Long Yu Tianzuan and the Lord of 100 Battles. These 2 guys were also ashen-faced. They knew that even if they cultivated for another 5 million years, they would not be able to surpass him. This trip to the 9 luminaries was destined to be humiliated. They suffered a double loss. You are indeed generous. The Holy Emperor has a bunch of divine weapons. We did not lose unjustly. Although they did not lose unjustly, their tone was still very bitter. After all, losing to the Holy Emperor's divine weapons still left a knot in their hearts. They could not say that they were unconvinced, but they still felt that it was unfair. They felt that the fate of everyone was really too different. The Holy Emperor had a few divine weapons. They had cultivated for millions of years, but they could not even smell it. The 3 celestial masters admitted defeat together. Cheers erupted from the 9 luminary star region's side. The 9 overgods were so united for the first time, and they were happy from the bottom of their hearts. They won. Not only did they defeat the invading enemy, but they also won 300 overgod planes. A blessing in disguise. When the news spread to the 9 overgod planes, everyone rushed to spread the news. The 9 luminaries, who had been suppressed to the point of being unable to breathe, finally welcomed their spring. The Sound Demon was sent to be in charge of receiving the spoils of war. He loved doing this kind of work the most. 300 primary god planes. That was no laughing matter. They had to cash in real gold and silver. Although the 3 celestial masters felt their hearts ache, they still had to part with their treasures. They were willing to accept defeat. Moreover, they did not lose to the Holy Emperor's divine weapons. The 9 luminaries had such a powerful and fortunate person. Their days of glory were just around the corner. It would be very unwise to go against the 9 luminaries at this time. Therefore, the 3 celestial masters decided to compromise and sign a heavenly Tao contract with the 9 luminaries in the name of the heavenly Tao. This way, no matter what happened in the future, they would not invade each other. It could guarantee their safety. The heavenly Tao contract was signed in the name of the heavenly Tao. Whoever violated it would be in defiance of the heavens. Even a powerhouse like the Holy Emperor would be punished by the heavens if he defied the heavens. The 9 overgods of the 9 luminaries did not expect things to go so smoothly. All of them felt like they were dreaming. Looking at Qin Wushuang's expression, there was no longer a trace of doubt. Instead, it was filled with admiration and submission. Therefore, when Qin Wushuang ordered the sound demon to take over the 9 luminaries, they were also sincerely convinced. They had also seen the sound demon's remarkable abilities. With a powerful celestial master guarding them, the 9 luminaries would not be in such an awkward position in the future. The sound demon was naturally beaming with joy. With his elite troops as a foundation, it would not be difficult for him to settle down here. As for the 300 overgod planes, after seeing Qin Wushuang's capabilities, they were naturally happy to join him. A master who had the Holy Emperor's divine weapon was much more reliable than an ordinary celestial master. Everyone knew how to make such calculations. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1020. Qin Wushuang did not disappoint Li Xianfeng during the trip to the 9 luminaries. After completing his task, Qin Wushuang planned to take a look at the territory of the Scarlet Sun Saint Emperor after staying for a few months in the 9 luminary star zone. After all, Li Xianfeng had given him a new lease on life, and the Kaiyang Holy Emperor could be considered his teacher. Anyway, he did not have anything urgent to do at the moment. Travel, experience, go to the Kaiyang Holy Emperor's territory, and comprehend the Kaiyang Holy Emperor's heavenly path. Perhaps, it would help him break through the heavenly venerate level and advance to the Holy Emperor level. For some reason, ever since Qin Wushuang became a heavenly venerate, there was a strong throbbing in his heart every day. Every day, he saw and thought, vaguely felt as if he could see through the heavenly path. This feeling of comprehending the heavenly path made Qin Wushuang feel very comfortable and enjoyable. He realized that, for the first time in thousands of years of cultivation, he really felt like he could break through the clouds and see through the heavenly path. Although this feeling was still somewhat vague, at least he had some clues. He knew that this time, coming to the hometown of Li Xuanfeng's teacher was really the right choice. He could actually travel through time and space, come to the place where he was born in his previous life, and fulfill his wish. Moreover, after the bloodline purification, he completely broke through the last obstacle on the road to becoming a powerhouse and passed Li Xuanfeng's test. From a Lord God to a heavenly venerate, the road was difficult and dangerous, and he did not break through for a long time. Qin Wushuang knew that this kind of thing would never happen again. At this moment, he had completely integrated with Li Xuanfeng's Holy Emperor bloodline. In other words, with Li Xuanfeng's experience of breaking through the Holy Emperors. From a heavenly venerate to a Holy Emperor, if the right destiny appeared, he might even have an epiphany overnight. What he lacked now was not the realm and strength. This was because his bloodline had already reached the level of the Holy Emperor's purity. The key was the opportunity. Every breakthrough required an opportunity. Without an appropriate opportunity, it would be pointless for his bloodline to meet the requirements. Thus, Qin Wushuang wanted to make persistent efforts through his travels and accomplish his goal in one spurt of energy. Once he reached the Holy Emperor level, it would mean that he had finally reached the peak of his cultivation journey. It was precisely because of this that he possessed the qualifications to charge into the Supreme Heaven Tao and become a golden immortal exalt. After all, since the ancient times, there had only been 3 exalts of the golden immortal realm. With a thought of their souls, They could see through the all-heaven universe and see through the past and future, and they were truly omnipotent. Although Li Xuanfeng's master did not achieve this wish, he had already paved a path for him. Qin Wushuang carried that strand of primal chaos Yuan Qi with him. That was the logic. He also knew that if he wanted to revive his master, Li Shenfeng, he would have to comprehend the ultimate heavenly Tao and use a supreme divine ability. In the all-heaven universe, space-time rules and life and death rules were supreme rules. Only exalts of the golden immortal realm could control the supreme rules. As for the Holy Emperor, although he had a small universe, he was unable to completely control these two supreme rules. Therefore, in the eyes of the exalts of the golden immortal realm, the Holy Emperor was only a chess piece on their heavenly Tao chessboard. Only by mastering the supreme rules would one have the ultimate power. From the 9 luminaries to the Crimson Sun small universe, the direct route could not be calculated. Even if the Holy Emperor had mastered a certain amount of spatial rules and could teleport, he would not be able to calculate the distance between the two places. Using the celestial ship, even if he traveled at full speed, he would not be able to reach it without thousands of years. Qin Wushuang was not in a hurry. After all, time was long. In theory, as long as the soul of a supreme Tao expert was not destroyed, he would not die. Thousands of years was not a problem for him. The sound demon originally wanted to follow, but Qin Wushuang left him to guard the 9 luminaries. The situation of the 9 luminaries had just been settled, and the people's hearts were not stable. They needed a strong heavenly venerable to guard them. With the sound demon's strength, ordinary heavenly venerable experts could not do anything to him. Unless the Holy Emperor made a move. As for the Holy Emperor, he usually cherished his reputation and would not target a heavenly venerable expert for no reason. Otherwise, it would be a mess. Unknowingly, Qin Wushuang had left the 9 luminaries for 3 months. In these 3 months, Qin Wushuang began to search for the location of the Crimson Sun small universe through the exalted universe compass that the Holy Emperor had left in the celestial ship. Finally, he had some clues. The heavenly Tao was long and mysterious. Initially in the Tian Shen land, he did not know how big the outside world was. He remembered when he started his journey, he fought for a humble class position and an identity. Now, thousands of years had passed. Most likely, most of his competitors in his youth had turned into dried bones. After all, even elite warriors at the upper sky spiritual martial force only lived for thousands of years. Some elite warriors at the Void Martial Force had lived for more than 5,000 years. Qin Wushuang knew that the next time he returned to the Tian Shen land, most likely, besides those supreme Tao experts, he would not see anyone else. This was fate, and no one could change it. Without the fortuitous opportunity of the supreme Tao, it meant that regardless of how long one's lifespan was, there would be an end. When Qin Wushuang achieved the Tao alone, almost all of his loved ones, relatives, teachers, and fellow disciples had obtained the fortuitous opportunity of the supreme Tao. Thinking about the path of pursuing the elite warriors, Qin Wushuang felt deeply moved. He felt that everything had not come easily. Without such fortuitous opportunity, how could he have the chance to travel the universe with his wife and son? In the 100 Battles Galaxy, the Lord of 100 Battles was injured by the graceful spiritual bow. After 3 months of seclusion training, his injuries were finally stabilized. Indeed, he had suffered a great setback in this battle. The Lord of 100 Battles gave a long sigh. Inwardly, he felt uncomfortable when he thought about it. However, revenge? He did not feel that he had the chance. Even now, when he thought about that battle, he still felt a lingering fear. The other party had left some leeway. If he had continued to chase after them, most likely he and Biluo deity would not have been able to keep their lives. Therefore, regarding revenge, he could not muster up the courage and would not go. Although it pained him to lose 100 master god planes, there was nothing he could do. The heavenly Tao contract could not be changed. At this moment, his disciple sent his voice at the door. "Your Majesty, your old friend has come to visit." What old friend? At this moment, the Lord of 100 Battles truly did not want to see any old friend. After suffering such a huge setback, he had no place to put his old face when he saw his old friend. He said he was your comrade in arms when you were young. His name is Ching Cheong. Ching Cheong? A figure from his youth suddenly floated into his mind. Shortly after, the 100 Battles' heavenly sovereign jumped up and walked out in large strides. Where is he? Take me to see him. Countless beautiful memories from his youth all gushed out at once. Ching Cheong was his most trusted big brother in his youth. He had always guided and helped him. He was his young comrade who had helped him in times of life and death. However, due to various opportunities, they had been separated. In these millions of years, they had not seen each other again. The Lord of 100 Battles had always thought that Ching Cheong was definitely no longer in this world. After all, the heavenly Tao was cruel. On the path of the strong, those who could stand out would always be a small minority. Most people were cannon fodder on the path of the heavenly Tao. In the distance, a tall and mighty figure appeared. It was as if millions of years had passed in the blink of an eye. His figure and aura were just like when he was young. Even his face did not change much. Big brother. The Lord of 100 Battles was excited. In a trance, it was as if he had returned to his youth. That person was naturally Ching Cheong. Seeing Ching Cheong, his mood was also slightly agitated. He quickly stepped forward and hugged him. Brother, you are indeed alive. Haha, very good, very good. Ching Cheong was overjoyed. The Lord of 100 Battles had explored the heavenly Tao for millions of years. His heart was like a rock. At this time, he could not help but feel extremely agitated. It was great to see his big brother in his youth. Seeing his big brother like this, he had not changed much in millions of years. It seemed that he must have been very successful on the path of the heavenly Tao. At least, even the Lord of 100 Battles could not see his depth. The disciples of the 100 Battle Heavenly Sovereign were even more dumbfounded. When had Master ever lost his composure like this? This guy who looked like a young man was actually His Majesty the Heavenly Venerable's childhood companion. In that case, to be able to live for millions of years, how could his cultivation have fallen? Big brother, where have you been in these millions of years? Empyrean 100 Battles really had an impulse to cry. Seeing Azure Dome, his so-called face and scruples were completely thrown beyond the 9 heavens. Hee, brother. Because of a coincidence, I became a disciple of a master. Under his guidance, I was brought to a small universe far away from my homeland. Master guided me along the way, and I only took 30,000 years to become a Lord God. In 100,000 years, I became a heavenly venerable. Master had always treated me as his successor. However, hundreds of thousands of years ago, when I was trying to break through to the Holy Emperor's realm, Master left because of a major event. From then on, there was no news of him. It was not until 100,000 years ago that I found out that Master was pursuing a Holy Emperor. In the end, he was killed by that person. I investigated all the way here and finally found out that Master's murderer was called Li Shenfeng. His nest was called the 9 Luminaries. Who would have thought that you, brother, would be dominating here? Li Shenfeng? The Lord of 100 Battles was stunned. He almost thought that he had misheard. How could such a coincidence happen? What? Did I investigate wrongly? Ching Cheong looked nervous. Big brother Ching Cheong, are you in the Holy Emperor's realm now? The Lord of 100 Battles asked carefully. Yes, I successfully broke through 300,000 years ago. Now, I've already inherited Master's legacy, and I've even cultivated a great technique that Master didn't even comprehend in his previous life. My cultivation has surpassed Master's. However, I obtained my cultivation from Master. If I don't avenge him, I will not be satisfied. Ching Cheong gritted his teeth as he said this. The Lord of 100 Battles was envious and forced a smile. Brother, you found the right person to look for Li Shenfeng. He is indeed from the 9 Luminaries. However, rumor has it that he has been missing for hundreds of thousands of years. I am sure that he is no longer from the 9 Luminaries. Ching Cheong's expression changed slightly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 10:21. When the 100 Battle Heavenly Lord saw Azure Firmament's reaction, he hurriedly said, "Brother, Li Shenfeng is no longer around, but his legacy and foundation are still there." These words were somewhat sinister. The Lord of 100 Battles had signed a heavenly Tao contract with the 9 luminaries and could not be violated. Now that Brother Qing Qiong had appeared, it was a good opportunity for revenge. If he could borrow Brother Qing Qiong's hand to destroy the 9 luminaries, how perfect that would be. Anyway, Brother Qing Qiong and Li Shenfeng had irreconcilable enmity. Qing Qiong's eyesight was very good. Hearing the Lord of 100 Battles' words, he smiled and said, "Brother, do you have any enmity with the 9 luminaries?" Since Qing Qiong asked, the Lord of 100 Battles naturally would not be pretentious. In front of his former brother, he always felt that he was still a teenager and could not hide at all. He did not hide it and sighed. "Brother, I suffered a great loss with them." Qing Qiong was a very nostalgic person. Hearing the Lord of 100 Battles' sad words, he could not help but ask, "What happened?" "Brother, it's like this." The Lord of 100 Battles immediately opened his mouth and told him in detail. After listening, Qing Qiong's face was gloomy. "Brother, you're confused. That young man is not Li Xuanfeng's old friend at all. He must be his successor. Otherwise, how could a powerhouse like Li Shenfeng lend him the Daoyi divine sword, the Holy Emperor's divine weapon?" Qing Qiong thought quickly. The Lord of 100 Battles was stunned. "Brother, that guy said that Li Shenfeng was in seclusion to comprehend the heavenly Tao. So he used the Daoyi divine sword as a token to help the 9 luminaries. According to what you said, that kid is only a heavenly venerable. How could a holy emperor like Li Shenfeng become the best friend of a heavenly venerable? If he wanted a client, he would definitely entrust a holy emperor. Why would he let a heavenly venerable do it? It must be his successor, there's no mistake. Brother, that kid has more than one holy emperor's weapon on him. The Daoyi divine sword. Speaking of which, one after another, he is very resourceful. However, he did not use the Daoyi divine sword. There's such a thing." Qing Qiong fell into silence. Although he had inherited his master's legacy, however, his master was only at the middle level among the saint emperors of the entire Great Luo universe. He had a sage emperor god artifact, which was now in his hands. He also had a secret technique that he had cultivated to the highest level. Qing Qiong was confident that she was even better than her master back then. So Lord of 100 Times was the of 100 Battles battle dragon. Hiss of his weapons divines his inheritances of his god SS. In this way, he could not help but think deeply. "Brother, why don't we erase the 9 luminaries first? In this way, we can find that kid. In this way, it won't be difficult to find Li Xuanfeng's whereabouts." When the Lord of 100 Battles thought of that battle, the ruthlessness in his heart erupted. He could not do it himself, but he could ask his brother to do it. Qing Qiong smiled faintly. "Brother, erasing the 9 luminaries is not a joke. Since ancient times, not many people have done something like destroying a starfield. This kind of action that goes against the heavenly Tao might provoke the wrath of the heavens." The Lord of 100 Battles also knew this and smiled bitterly. Yes, I was hot-headed. Brother, the one who humiliated you is that young man. When we find him, we'll vent our anger. Destroying a star field at the drop of a hat is no joke." "Ha ha." The Lord of 100 Battles said obsequiously, Yes, if we can destroy that young man, I'll vent my anger. Brother, that young man has many holy emperor weapons. When the time comes." The Lord of 100 Battles laughed. "Brother, when I was born, I was an orphan. It was your parents who raised me and taught me martial arts. As far as I am concerned, you and Master are the closest people to each other. Don't worry, when I destroy that young man, one of the Holy Emperor weapons on him will be yours. Tell me the characteristics of those Holy Emperor weapons first, so that I can make some preparations." The Lord of 100 Battles said, "Brother, there's a bow and arrow with very strong attack power. 1 bow and 9 arrows, infinite power. My defense is as fragile as paper in front of them. There's also a pagoda that's covered in golden light. When it comes down, It's like the sky is falling. The 100-battle Empyrean described everything in detail. Ching Cheung listened attentively, remembering every detail clearly. Finally, he asked very carefully, "Brother, are you sure that the other party is only at the heavenly venerable realm? Are you sure there's no mistake?" "Brother, I'm definitely not wrong about this. That young man is indeed at the heavenly venerable realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't only know how to use the Holy Emperor weapons." The Lord of 100 Battles' analysis was reasonable. If it was a Holy Emperor powerhouse, there was no need to use weapons. He could kill a heavenly venerable with just a point of his finger. There was also no need to spend so much effort to agree on the rules of the battle. A Holy Emperor powerhouse would not have so much free time. In a situation where he could overwhelm his opponent with force, why bother to beat around the bush? Ching Cheung was delighted. "All right, then come with me to watch the show." The Lord of 100 Battles was overjoyed. "All right, as long as I don't make a move, I won't be afraid of the heavenly Tao's judgment." Ching Cheung nodded. "Let's go." The 9 luminaries had a lot of things to do. The sound demon was also very attentive. Now, this was his territory. As the ruler of a star system, Heavenly Venerate Sound Demon was a new official who made drastic changes. He was very devoted. On this day, he was planning the development of the 9 luminaries when he suddenly felt a throbbing uneasiness. Then, this feeling of dread became more and more intense. With the Sound Demon's cultivation, he naturally knew that this was not a good sign. Just as he was feeling suspicious, Ching Cheung and the Lord of 100 Battles had already arrived near his territory. A celestial ship floated outside the 9 luminaries. It was magnificent. Although it could not be compared to the Scarlet Sun heavenly ship, it was much more majestic than an ordinary celestial venerable flying ship. "People of the 9 luminaries, listen up. Come out and speak. Otherwise, if this lord loses his temper, you will all suffer." The Lord of 100 Battles was in high spirits. He was not the kind of person who would suffer a loss overnight. When he thought that he could see the opponent who had made him vomit blood 3 months ago being abused by Big Brother Ching Cheung, he felt an endless sense of pleasure. The Sound Demon's consciousness moved. "The Lord of 100 Battles? Isn't this guy too bold? Isn't he afraid of the heavenly Tao's judgment? This guy is as timid as a mouse. He doesn't look like a bandit who would go against the heavenly Tao's contract." With strong doubts, the Sound Demon also drove the celestial venerable flying ship into the clouds. In the distance, a magnificent celestial ship floated in the sky. It was like a blade of judgment above the 9 luminaries. The Holy Emperor? The Sound Demon's heart trembled. The Lord of 100 Battles actually asked the Holy Emperor to help him. Was he not afraid of the heavenly Tao's judgment? The Sound Demon was a little frightened, but he knew that if it was a blessing, it would not be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it could not be avoided. He braced himself and shouted, "The Lord of 100 Battles, we signed the heavenly Tao's contract 3 months ago. Are you going to go back on your word?" The Lord of 100 Battles laughed. "Old demon, I'm just here to watch the show. I have nothing to do with this. This Lord Ching Cheung has a history with the 9 luminaries." "Ha ha. History? What history? It could not be anything good." The Sound Demon was secretly careful. He glanced at Ching Cheung coldly, but found that his consciousness was like a stone sinking into the sea. He could not see the bottom of it at all. The shock in his heart wasn't small at all. How could Ching Cheung not know that the Sound Demon was spying on him? He just smiled faintly and asked the Lord of 100 Battles, "Brother, is he the one who injured you?" The Lord of 100 Battles said bitterly, "Brother, it's him." "Good." Ching Cheung was expressionless. Suddenly, his figure moved. It was as if he did not exist in the whole sky. A moment later, Heavenly Venerate Sound Demon felt a gust of wind in front of him. It was as if all the airflow had been distorted in an instant. A huge vortex that couldn't be seen had appeared in the space and locked his body completely. The Holy Emperor. He was indeed the Holy Emperor. He controlled the Sound Demon's vital energy with just one move. Amazing. No matter how hard the Sound Demon struggled, it was useless. Ching Cheong's figure turned into streaks of green light and appeared in the void. He still had a contemptuous smile on his face. You don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. I won't kill you. I just want to ask you one thing. Where is your young master now? Ask him to come out and see me. He said that he would not kill the sound demon, but the sound demon felt that he would rather die. The torment, as if thousands of demons were gnawing at his heart, made him feel so much pain that he wanted to die. This kind of pain was not just physical torture. His spirit was suffering as well. It was as if his spirit was placed on an infinitely hot grill and was being roasted continuously. Heavenly Venerate Sound Demon had the urge to bang his head against the wall and die from the pain of being torn apart and distorted. However, he did not even have the chance to kill himself at this moment. Say it. If you say it, you'll be able to suffer less. I said that I won't kill you, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill you. Ching Cheong's tone was cold. The sound demon was very stubborn. He scolded, You, the great holy emperor, are running errands for a celestial lord. You don't know what's right and wrong. Karma will come for you sooner or later. You're so stubborn. It seems that you won't know what's good for you if I don't use some magical powers. The sound demon was furious. What are you going to do? Are you going to search my spirit? Hehe, you're the one who should be doing this. It seems that you've done this kind of thing a lot, haven't you? The sound demon was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The green dome easily entered Heavenly Venerate Sound Demon's soul. The sound demon was on the verge of collapse. However, his consciousness could not stop Ching Cheong at all. Boom! Ching Cheong's spirit suddenly separated and returned to his body. He smiled. Very good. It seems that there's no need to look for him. He ran away. The Lord of 100 Battles asked cautiously, Brother, what do you mean? The Lord of 100 Battles was now following Ching Cheong's lead. Although he did not do anything today, he was the one who led the way. In the future, when Ching Cheong took revenge, he would definitely be involved. Therefore, he was very worried. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1022. This person is called the Sound Demon. He seems to be a subordinate of the Shura of Gojosian. That young master of his is incredible, incredible. Big brother, don't scare me, the Lord of 100 Battles said with a smile. Brother, I'm not scaring you. His young master is indeed Li Xuanfeng's disciple. He comes from a place called the Tianxian continent. This kid, in addition to being Li Xuanfeng's disciple, he also inherited the teachings of the Kaiyang Holy Emperor, and is closely related to the Shura of Gojosian. The 3 holy emperors are both good and evil. They're not simple, not simple. The Lord of 100 Battles' expression changed slightly. Big brother, you're that Kaiyang Holy Emperor? The Kaiyang Holy Emperor who's known as the Emperor of Emperors in the Great Luo universe and is ranked in the top 10 Holy Emperor of the Great Luo universe? It should be him. This guy's consciousness is very messy. I can't capture every detail. However, that Kaiyang Holy Emperor is already dead. There's nothing to be afraid of. Dead? Good, haha. The 100 Battle Heavenly Lord's worries were instantly put down. If it really was the Crimson Sun Saint Emperor, not to mention himself, even Ching Cheong couldn't afford to offend him. In the Great Luo universe, there were thousands of small universes, and there were thousands of Holy Emperor powerhouses. To be able to be ranked in the top 10, that kind of level was almost unrivaled below the Great Luo Supreme. The Kaiyang Holy Emperor is dead. However, that kid is even more abnormal than the Kaiyang Holy Emperor and Li Xianfeng. In less than 10,000 years, he's already a heavenly venerable. Have you heard of this level of 100 battles? The Lord of 100 Battles' expression changed again. Less than 10,000 years old, a heavenly venerable? Big brother, is there a mistake? There's no mistake. This detail is very clear in this guy's consciousness. That guy is not even 6,000 years old. What a monster, what a monster. Ching Cheong couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He felt that he was already a genius. But compared to a 6,000-year-old Empyrean, What was 100,000-year-old Empyrean? If they didn't step up their efforts to suppress this guy, once he became a holy emperor, they wouldn't be able to suppress him anymore. Big brother, what should we do? The Lord of 100 Battles was also a little flustered. Where did that kid escape to? That guy went to Holy Emperor Kai Yang's lair. It had been 3 months since they set off. I'm afraid it's a little too late for us to chase after them now. The Lord of 100 Battles said, it doesn't matter if you're late. As long as you stick close to him, you'll catch up sooner or later. Ching Cheung nodded. Let's not waste any more time. The Lord of 100 Battles laughed. What about this guy? Bring it, it's a rare commodity worth hoarding. Otherwise, if he uses his spiritual sense to send a message, it will be very bad. Blue Dome was obviously very considerate. Yes, haha, Big Brother is wise. Ching Cheung said in a low voice, Brother, if you want to go with me, go back and prepare immediately. We'll leave tomorrow, we don't have time to waste. Although the Lord of 100 Battles couldn't increase Ching Cheung's combat strength by much, but having a confidant by his side could be considered a companion. He could solve many things on his behalf. Although that young man had at least 3 Holy Emperor weapons, he was only an Empyrean after all. Ching Cheung was still very confident. If the opponent had already broken through the Holy Emperor level, then he would have to think of another way. Now, the opponent was still an Empyrean. He probably wouldn't be able to break through the Holy Emperor level in such a short time, right? But no matter what, there was no time to lose. The sooner the better. Sure, how long has it been since we left the 9 luminaries? Let me count, it's been more than 9 months. Haha, it's only been 9 months. Why does it feel like many years have passed? Sigh, this trip to the Crimson Sun Cosmos will take more than 1,000 years. I wonder what the Crimson Sun Cosmos looks like. Haha, husband, you'll know when you get there. Moreover, this kind of journey, comprehending the universe's heavenly Tao and observing the world's various states feels pretty good. Don't you think so? Yes, it's indeed a pleasure. By the way, has the sound demon contacted us recently? Qin Wushuang was engrossed in comprehending the heavenly Tao. These things were taken care of by Murongshu. Nope. In the first 3 months, the sound demon would occasionally contact us. Recently, perhaps he's been too busy, there's been no news at all. This guy shouldn't be so careless. Wait for me to use my divine ability to contact him. Qin Wushuang felt something in his heart. He knew that although his wife was also a heavenly supreme, her divine sense hadn't reached that level to contact an Empyrean powerhouse, so he had to be the one to contact him. Qin Wushuang's expression changed slightly. With this connection, it was truly strange. He couldn't sense the sound demon's divine sense. This was completely impossible. Even if they were separated by thousands of mountains, as long as their divine senses established a connection, distance was not a problem at all. Unless there was someone who blocked the divine sense channel. The divine sense channel of an Empyrean powerhouse couldn't be blocked by ordinary people. Even if it could be blocked, it couldn't be blocked so thoroughly that there was no news at all. What's wrong? Murongshu saw that her husband's expression was a little strange. The sound demon's divine sense can't sense it. Qin Wushuang had a very bad premonition. Could it be that something happened? When he thought of this possibility, he felt a burst of anxiety in his heart. If something happened to the sound demon, then the 9 luminaries might also suffer. How about we contact the sound demon's subordinates, such as Tu Wang? That's the only way. Tu Wang, what's the matter? Where's the sound demon? In fact, his subordinates were also puzzled by the sound demon's disappearance. That day, they only heard the Lord of 100 Battles shout, and then the sound demon disappeared. The 9 luminaries were all crazy with anxiety. They wanted to contact Qin Wushuang, but because their strength was too low, they couldn't communicate with the Empyrean powerhouse. They could only be anxious. Now that Qin Wushuang contacted him, Tu Wang naturally told him what happened that day in detail. Qin Wushuang's expression suddenly turned cold. The Lord of 100 Battles? Yes, I didn't hear wrongly. It was indeed the voice of the Lord of 100 Battles. When we rushed over, Big Brother had already disappeared. Young master, you have to uphold justice for Big Brother. Qin Wushuang pondered for a moment and asked, did the 9 luminaries suffer an unknown attack? No, the 9 luminaries are still very calm. Besides, other than us brothers, only the original 9 luminaries and the 9 chief gods know about this inside information. We haven't informed the other 300 chief god planes yet. Millimeter, well done. Tu Wang, you were only one step away from becoming an Empyrean back then. Now, I'll teach you a few incantations. You have to remember them and break through as soon as possible. If the 9 luminaries lose control, you have to show great courage to control the situation. Don't mess up. Yes, yes. Young master, I'll do as you say. Tu Wang was overjoyed to hear that the young master was teaching him. In his heart, the young master's status was comparable to that of the Shura of Gojosian back then, or even better. After all, the Shura of Gojosian was powerful back then, but he was definitely not such a genius. In addition, Qin Wushuang's master was a holy emperor who was even more powerful than the Shura of Gojosian. How could his incantations be bad? Qin Wushuang's incantation was neither from the holy emperor Kai Yang nor from Li Xianfeng. Instead, it was his insights from the past 9 months of cultivation and comprehension of the heavenly Tao. This insight was more suitable than the incantations of the holy emperor powerhouses. It was more suitable for those powerhouses who were about to break through to the Empyrean level. After all, these were the insights that he had just gained, first-hand experience. After instructing Tu Wang, Qin Wushuang fell into deep thought. He did not believe that the Lord of 100 Battles had the ability to capture the Sound Demon. There was only one conclusion. The Lord of 100 Battles had asked for help. And this helper had to be a powerhouse of the Holy Emperor. If it was just a Empyrean powerhouse, there would have been a huge battle. Even if the Sound Demon was no match, it could not have disappeared so silently. There was only one possibility in this situation, and that was that the Sound Demon did not put up any resistance at all. There was no room for resistance in front of the opponent. This was the only explanation that made sense. Husband, did the Lord of 100 Battles make a comeback and ask for help? Qin Wushuang nodded. That's right. The Sound Demon has gone missing. We don't know whether it's dead or alive. The opponent did not attack the 9 luminaries. It seems that he still has a sense of propriety. In that case, he's coming for you and the Sound Demon. Yes, I reckon that the opponent might have already deduced my whereabouts by searching the Sound Demon's soul. Shu the opponent is very likely to be a powerhouse of the Holy Emperor. Murong Shu was smart and naturally knew this. She comforted him. Husband, we are not afraid. Even if the Holy Emperor can't break the celestial ship, he can't do anything to us. When you break through, you can fight him again. We are not afraid of them. Yes, I'm just worried that the opponent will threaten me with the Sound Demon's life and disturb my temperament. When that time comes, I will be in a difficult position and it will affect my comprehension of the Holy Emperor's realm. Qin Wushuang voiced his worries. This was exactly what Murong Shu was worried about. She knew that her husband valued loyalty. He would not easily abandon his subordinates, even if they were once unpardonably evil. If the opponent really used this point to make an issue of it, it would be very troublesome. Of course, it was not that there was no solution. As long as they avoided meeting for a long time. If the opponent could not find them, the delaying tactic could succeed. When Qin Wushuang broke through the Holy Emperor's realm and appeared again, this problem could be solved. However, their whereabouts were now known by the opponent. Unless they gave up on going to the Holy Emperor's old haunt. But this way, the opponent would miss. When Qin Wushuang broke through to the Holy Emperor's realm, it would be difficult to find an opponent. Just as the husband and wife were hesitating, Shura of Gojosian, who was in the graceful spiritual bow, suddenly snorted. Kid, you have such a kind personality. I really don't know how you cultivated to this point. Those who achieve great things do not care about trifles. The Sound Demon is just a dog of mine. I'll leave it to you to order around. If it dies, it dies. What are you feeling sorry for? Shura of Gojosian's words made Qin Wushuang and Murongshu look at each other. This Shura of Gojosian was indeed a demon. He spoke so casually about the lives of his subordinates, as if he did not care at all. If you can't let it go, then avoid them. If they can't find you, they won't kill the sound demon. This is a very simple principle. Shura of Gojosian had to make it clear. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1023. To avoid battle and bide one's time. It seemed that this was the only way. After all, it was not the first time Qin Wushuang had experienced such a thing. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of martial arts, in fact, each process of his rise had been accompanied by this strategy of biding his time. Perhaps, this was unavoidable in the path of growth for each elite warrior. After all, no one's growth would always be smooth sailing, and no one would be invincible from the beginning. Regarding the Holy King elite warriors, Qin Wushuang knew that he would not be able to defeat them before the breakthrough. He could definitely resist by borrowing the power of the celestial ship. However, that kind of battle would be meaningless. Qin Wushuang would either not fight or endure the humiliation. If he wanted to fight, he must have the confidence and courage to defeat his opponent. Although Qin Wushuang did not know who his opponent was, for sure, it must be the Holy Emperor, since he could make the sound demon suffer a great loss without making a sound. Therefore, Qin Wushuang decided that before he comprehended the Holy Emperor stage, he would not fight with his opponent. Although this delaying tactic was not honorable, it was necessary at this moment. Since Qin Wushuang had made up his mind, he did not hesitate. He was a person with a firm temperament. Naturally, he would not waver after making up his mind. Only the Scarlet Sun celestial ship was still flying in the boundless universe. Under the joint control of Bao Bao and Lone, it flew rapidly towards the Scarlet Sun little universe. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not change his mind. He must go to the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor's territory. This was a form of promise and also a form of attitude. He firmly believed that before he arrived at the Scarlet Sun little universe, he could certainly break through the Holy Emperor stage. This was a form of unprecedented confidence. Time and space were endless, the journey was endless. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. The Green Dome Holy Emperor, who was advancing towards the Scarlet Sun little universe, was still calm. On the other hand, the Lord of 100 Battles appeared to be unable to keep his cool. He would beat up the sound demon for no reason. Anyway, Qing Qiong had told him not to kill this person. Other than that, he could do whatever he wanted. Big brother, 1,000 years have passed. They had yet to reach the territory of the Holy Emperor Kaiyang. Brother, I'm worried that something unexpected might happen. What do you think will happen? Qing Qiong asked with a smile. I'm afraid that brat is too freakish. Once he breaks through the celestial realm and becomes a Holy Emperor, he'll be hard to deal with. He has too many Holy Emperor artifacts. The Lord of 100 Battles' worries were not unfounded. Blue Dome, however, remained calm. I can sense it from the sound demon's consciousness. That Qin Wushuang had just entered the Empyrean realm when he fought with you. His foundation was unstable. It would be strange if he could break through the Holy Emperor realm in 1,000 years. I reckon that no matter how much of a genius he is, he'll still need 10,000 years. In the history of the Great Luo universe, there were no more than 3 people who had entered the Holy Emperor realm before the age of 50,000. I don't believe that this brat is so freakish. To be able to enter the Holy Emperor realm before the age of 20,000. Blue Dome had come all this way and knew how difficult it was to enter the Holy Emperor realm. After all, he had spent millions of years to reach this point. Before becoming a celestial venerable, he had only spent 100,000 years. From a celestial venerable to a holy emperor, he had spent more than 1,000,000 years. Therefore, he did not believe that Qin Wushuang could break through in 10,000 years. According to his calculations, it would take at most 3,000 years to reach the territory of the Holy Emperor Kaiyang. It would be strange if Qin Wushuang could break through the Holy Emperor realm in 3,000 years. Not to mention the historical record, he would be far ahead of all the records. Blue Dome did not feel that he was so unlucky to have met the #1 genius in history. Therefore, he was still very calm. Every day, other than cultivating, he simulated how to deal with Qin Wushuang and how to plunder his 3 Holy Emperor artifacts. If he could snatch the treasures of the Holy Emperor Kaiyang, he would be rich. After all, the Holy Emperor Kaiyang was one of the top 10 Holy Emperors. What did it mean to be one of the top 10 in the Deluo universe? When Blue Dome thought about it, the Holy Emperor felt his ears heat up. Big brother, do you have any helpers of the same level? The Lord of 100 Battles asked. Why? The Lord of 100 Battles said hesitantly, I have seen Qin Wushuang's methods and am always worried that he has more tricks up his sleeve. If you have a Holy Emperor expert as your helper, then you will have 100% confidence. Blue Dome was not angry. He smiled and said, I do have friends who are strong Holy Emperor experts. However, if I invite one, I have to give him a Holy Emperor weapon. If I invite 2, you won't get a share. Tell me, should I invite them or not? The Lord of 100 Battles scratched his head. If only I was also a Holy Emperor. As he said that, he looked at the Blue Dome Holy Emperor with a burning gaze. The Blue Dome Holy Emperor sighed. Brother, I can help you with other things. As for helping you break through, this is already beyond my ability. With your talent and foundation, the Heavenly Venerable level is the limit. As your brother, I advise you not to be too stubborn and try things that are beyond your ability. Otherwise, if you attract a great calamity, you will definitely die. The Lord of 100 Battles knew that the Blue Dome Holy Emperor would not lie to him. He couldn't help but feel a little sad. He nodded and said, Big brother is right. I was thinking too much. Haha, brother, don't be discouraged. In any case, whether it is a Heavenly Venerable or a Holy Emperor, in theory, lifespans are infinite. Us 2 brothers are together. If you are not the Holy Emperor, could it be that as your brother, I will let others bully you? The Lord of 100 Battles was very grateful. He respected the Blue Dome Holy Emperor 100%. He was also his spiritual support since he was a teenager. Lone, how many years has it been since we came here? On this day, Bao Bao was also extremely bored. Not long ago, he had broken through the shackles of the Master God and become a Heavenly Venerable. This was an unprecedented achievement for the ancient spiritual monkey clan. Bao Bao had always wanted to find someone to test his skills. He had been cooped up in this celestial ship for almost 3,000 years. The purple flame electric beast laughed. What, you just broke into the Heavenly Venerable, do you want to find someone to fight? Yes, it's your fault for breaking through so slowly. If you had also broken through, we could have fought, right? Bao Bao laughed mischievously. You can fight. Then go find the boss. Lone said disdainfully. Ha ha, to find the boss to fight, am I looking for death? Bao Bao scratched his head and laughed mischievously. Any random Holy Emperor weapon from the boss can kill me 10 times over. To tell you the truth, in these few days, I kept having a premonition that something major is about to happen. Say, is the boss about to break through? When he mentioned this matter, Lone immediately became energized. Yes, I also had a similar premonition. I was wondering if I was overthinking it, so you also felt it. Of course I felt it for such an obvious matter. Boss has gone through thick and thin with us. We have been brothers all this way. We know more about his matters than Sister Shu-er, ha ha. Bao Bao laughed and suddenly, his eyes lit up. Look, that mountain range, we are here. Ha ha. Isn't it the same shape as 9 giant wolf heads? 9 Wolf Mountain? Lone was also moved inwardly. When they arrived at the 9 Wolf Mountain, they had already entered the territory of the Scarlet Sun Little Cosmos. This 9 Wolf Mountain was a symbol of the Scarlet Sun Little Cosmos. Should we inform the boss? No rush, the boss has been in solitary training for 300 years. If you disturb him now, do you want to get your butt kicked by the boss? Lone immediately stopped Bao Bao's impulse. Bao Bao was truly impatient. He scratched his ears and cheeks and appeared extremely excited. He almost could not refrain himself from jumping out to play. "Lone, how about we talk to sister-in-law to stop? Let's go out for a stroll." Bao Bao used a negotiating tone. "No, before the boss breaks through, we are not allowed to leave the celestial ship." This is the order he gave before his solitary training. Lone was rather principled. Besides, Lone enjoyed the feeling inside the celestial ship. Since he had yet to enter the heavenly honored warrior stage, even if he went out, he could not unleash his full potential. Master God stage. In the entire Great Luo universe, a master god was the master of a plane. In the Great Luo universe, such masters were as numerous as the sand of the Ganges River. The celestial ship had unlimited space. At this moment, in a spacious area, under the atmosphere that was like yellow sand filling the sky, a tall and solitary man was sitting cross-legged. In front of him, there was a divine sword, Dao Yi divine sword. Currently, this Dao Yi divine sword was not just a sword, but more like a bright lamp, a navigation system that guided this man. Naturally, this man was Qin Wushuang. After 300 years of solitary training, he had merged with the Dao Yi divine sword. 3,000 great Daos had finally become one. Qin Wushuang's lips moved lightly. "Dao Yi divine sword, I understand. In the end, the so-called 3,000 great Daos only have one path. Dao Yi, I see." For any elite warrior, there were countless paths to walk to the peak of the great Dao. However, there was only one goal. When one reached the peak of the great Dao, in fact, all paths led to the same destination. Li Shenfeng had named the divine sword Dao Yi because of this comprehension. Qin Wushuang had meditated for 300 years and merged with the Dao Yi divine sword. In between his thoughts, he suddenly understood the profoundness within. His mind became clear and suddenly, he seemed to have gained something. The Holy Emperor of the Sky Martial Arts sect, the peak of martial arts. When one reached the Holy Emperor's realm, in terms of martial arts, one could no longer surpass it. Therefore, Dao was the foundation that determined the level of a Holy Emperor's realm and strength. At this moment, Qin Wushuang wanted to laugh out loud. Dao Yi divine sword, Li Xuanfeng's master, had really given him too much guidance. Wasn't this Dao Yi divine sword a hint? The yellow sand that filled the sky kept extending and gathering around Qin Wushuang's body. It formed a myriad of signs of the weather as if it was a mirage of extreme beauty. The Holy Emperor's realm. Strange phenomena were everywhere. Ha! Qin Wushuang held the Dao Yi divine sword in his hand. In an instant, it was as if the entire world was in his hand. This feeling was rich and comfortable. The Holy Emperor of the Sky Martial Arts sect. Qin Wushuang almost laughed wildly. At this moment, he was really proud of himself. This feeling of pride was not arrogance or narcissism. It was a kind of open-mindedness. At this moment, the Sagely Emperor Heavenly Arc was resonating with the Sagely Emperor Heavenly Arc. Strange phenomena were constantly occurring within the Sagely Emperor Heavenly Arc. Clearly, it had sensed the Sagely Emperor's aura and was resonating intensely. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1024. Husband. Murongshu's eyes lit up as an incomparably joyful expression shot out from his eyes. Bao Bao and Lone also rushed out and shouted, "Boss, you broke through?" The Holy Emperor stage, this was a joyous matter. After being suppressed in the celestial ship for 3,000 years, they all knew that it was because of the situation. However, once he broke through and entered the Holy Emperor stage, it meant that Qin Wushuang had stepped into the top ranks. The Great Luo universe was all-encompassing and had as many elite warriors as the clouds. Among them, the Holy Emperor stage was the peak. The Holy Emperor stage elite warriors were the supreme existences below the Great Luo universe. When Qin Wushuang stepped into the ranks of the Holy Emperor stage, it meant that he had already stepped into the ranks of the strongest warriors. He no longer needed to act according to other people's expressions. Li Xuanfeng's inheritance was already extraordinary. In the past, Li Shenfeng had suddenly emerged as a new force to be reckoned with. Although he was a rising star in the great Luo universe, he had set off a huge wave. Some people had even listed him as one of the top 10 Holy Emperor candidates. From this, one could see Li Xuanfeng's limelight in the past. And the Holy Emperor Kai Yang was publicly recognized as one of the top 10 Holy Emperor stage elite warriors. When Qin Wushuang received the inheritance from these two, it could be said that he had joined forces. Although it could not be said that the student would surpass the master, at least there were signs of it. In the future, it would not be impossible for him to surpass these two great masters. After all, Qin Wushuang's training path was wider than any of his teachers. He had dabbled in both the righteous and evil paths and had merged them perfectly. Since ancient times, the Holy Emperor stage elite warriors were clearly separated. The righteous and evil paths could not coexist. And Qin Wushuang cultivated both the righteous and evil paths. He had merged the styles of Li Shenfeng, the Holy Emperor Kai Yang, and the Shura of Gojosian. Perhaps, it might even become a new benchmark in the great Luo universe. Boss. Bao Bao was the first to rush before Qin Wushuang. His eyes shone brightly as he was unable to contain his joy. He was even more excited than when he had broken through. Boss, did you really break through? Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and nodded. Yes, Bao Bao, you must be bored after staying here for 3,000 years, right? Bao Bao scratched his head and chuckled. Yes, boss, now that you have broken through, we don't need to worry about anything, ha ha. Qin Wushuang's eyes were as deep as the sea, emitting an indescribable light. The Lord of 100 Battles dares to disregard the heavenly Dao contract. I think he's tired of living. Qin Wushuang's voice was as cold as a knife. Hee, boss. Look here, this is the Nine Wolves Mountain. We're already in Holy Emperor Kai Yang's territory. Do you want to visit the mountain now? Qin Wushuang shook his head. No rush, Holy Emperor Kai Yang has left his territory for a few million years. Now, it's uncertain who is the master. We don't even know if it's still called the Kai Yang Little Universe. That's right. At this moment, Lone also rushed over and said with surprise, Boss, congratulations. Qin Wushuang laughed. Lone, you are also doing well. I see that in less than 10,000 years, you will surely break through and enter the heavenly honored warrior stage. Lone chuckled. Isn't it all because of your influence? Although Bao Bao and Lone had exceptional talent, they still benefited a lot from staying next to Qin Wushuang. 1 year on this Holy Emperor Kai Yang's celestial ship was equivalent to 100 years in the outside world. 3,000 years was equivalent to 300,000 years in the outside world. Naturally, Bao Bao and Lone had such speed because of Kai Yang's celestial ship. Or else, with his strength and talent, it would be a major problem whether he could become a heavenly honored warrior if he were to train in the outside world. Not to mention breaking through in such a short time. Qin Wushuang said seriously, Bao Bao, you have the most exceptional talent and the purest bloodline. In the future, you will have the hope to aim for the Holy Emperor stage. I see that with your foundation, the probability of you aiming for the Holy Emperor stage is 80%. However, you have an impatient temperament and need to improve. Otherwise, the path to the Saint Emperor realm is fraught with danger, and it may bring danger. He then looked at Lone. Lone, you have a refined personality. You have the same talent as Fire Kailin, Ari Simo, and Nan Nan. Now, they have all reached the Master God stage. You four should work harder and chase after Bao Bao's footsteps. Lone said obsequiously, Yes, boss, I will catch up to Bao Bao, ha ha. Bao Bao said proudly, I followed boss the earliest, of course I have to be 1 step ahead. Right, boss, ha ha. Lone gave a sneer. Yet, he had to admit that Bao Bao had great talent. He was just 1 step ahead of him. At this moment, Fire Kailin, who was in charge of monitoring the surrounding situation, came to report, Master, beneath this Nine-Wolf Mountain, a group of Master Gods is blocking the way. They seem to be coming for us. Qin Wushuang laughed, It's okay, let's go down and take a look. Currently, although Heavenly Venerable Sound Demons group had not come, Qin Wushuang's relatives and subordinates were also full of elite warriors. There was a heavenly warrior like Bao Bao and a group of elite warriors at the master god level like Lone. Bao Bao, Lone, Fire Kylin, you three come with me. Ari Simo, Nan Nan, you are in charge of guarding this celestial ship. Qin Wushuang took great care of these two immemorial dragon bloodlines. Inside his body, he still had the immemorial dragon bloodline that was extremely pure. Naturally, he felt close to these two dragon bloodlines. This time, besides his wife and children, Qin Wushuang also came with his father and sister. Of course, Qin Wushuang's only disciple, Yang Yi, was also there. This Yang Yi had the same talent as Qin Wushuang. Through Qin Wushuang's nurturing, she also possessed the potential to become an advanced heavenly god. Soon, she could aim for the master god level. For Qin Wushuang's family, even his sister Qin Xiu, who was extremely weak in the past, could easily reach the heavenly supreme Dao stage. Of course, all of this was bestowed by the celestial ship. One must admit that elite warriors like the Holy Emperor, especially the Holy Emperor Kai Yang, did have the divine ability to turn stone into gold. Qin Xiu, Da Shiming and his wife, including Qin Lianshan, were all ordinary. Now, they were all at the heavenly supreme Dao stage. Most likely those martial artists in the Tian Shen land would not even dare to imagine such a difference. After finishing the arrangements, Qin Wushuang brought Bao Bao and the other spiritual beasts down the celestial ship. The Nine-Wolf Mountain was the territory of a heavenly warrior. At this moment, the Nine-Wolf heavenly warrior led his subordinates, the Nine-Peak Master Gods, to intercept them as if they were facing a great enemy. Who dares to trespass into the territory of the Nine-Wolf Mountain? A giant guy with a tall figure and bulging forehead shouted. Bao Bao chuckled. Nine-Wolf Mountain, is this the territory of the Kai Yang Holy Emperor? As soon as he asked this question, the Nine-Wolf heavenly warrior and the Nine-Peak Master Gods looked at each other in dismay. The Kai Yang Holy Emperor? Who were these people? Which universe did they come from? Their territory had already changed owners 1,000,000 years ago. The Kai Yang Holy Emperor universe was already a thing of the past. You stinky monkey, you are speaking nonsense. This is the Blood Cloud universe, how could it be the Kai Yang universe? Did we come to the wrong place? Just as Bao Bao was about to scold him, he was stopped by Qin Wushuang's gaze. He only heard Qin Wushuang say, so it's the Blood Cloud territory, this way, we came to the wrong place. After he had finished speaking, he whispered to himself, it seems we have failed the Kai Yang Holy Emperor's request again. It's not strange, the Great Luo universe is so big, it's possible for the Nine-Wolf Mountain to have similar symbols. Since we came to the wrong place, let's look again. Although these words sounded like he was talking to himself, in fact, Qin Wushuang said it deliberately for the other party to hear. Indeed, the Nine-Wolf heavenly warrior's ears twitched. Hold on, I have heard of the Kai Yang Holy Emperor you mentioned. What did he ask of you? Qin Wushuang laughed. Since this is not the Kai Yang little universe, then forgive us for not revealing the secret. This matter is related to the legacy of the Kai Yang Holy Emperor, outsiders are not worthy of mentioning. Yes, it's such a disappointment. After walking for tens of thousands of years, we came to the wrong place again. If it's not so important, I really want to give up. Bao Bao also played along. Boss, let's go. If we delay here, we don't know when we can find the Real Kai Yang little universe. After he had finished speaking, the group was about to leave. Hold on, everyone. Nine-Wolf heavenly warrior shouted. Did the Holy Emperor Kai Yang little universe instruct you to find someone? The Holy Emperor Kai Yang little universe had countless disciples, but none of them were absolute geniuses. However, some of the matters regarding his disciples were recorded in the celestial ship. Qin Wushuang had studied it carefully along the way, but he did not expose it. He only said, Mister, you don't have to ask about things you shouldn't ask. Ha ha, Mister, perhaps you have found the right place to find the Kai Yang little universe. If I remember correctly, this Blood Cloud little universe was called the Kai Yang little universe a few million years ago. Only, after it changed hands, it was renamed the Blood Cloud little universe. Changed hands? Is the current master of the Kaiyang Little Universe a disciple of the Holy Emperor Kaiyang Little Universe? Ha, we don't know the inside story. If you are truly entrusted by the Holy Emperor Kaiyang Little Universe, please wait a moment. I will immediately inform the Holy Emperor Kaiyang Little Universe and ask him to make a decision. Page, if you are not a disciple of the Holy Emperor Kaiyang Little Universe, then forgive me for not meeting you. I remember the list of people that the Holy Emperor Kaiyang Little Universe instructed me to meet. Who are they? Can you tell me? Nine Wolf Heavenly Warrior asked patiently. What does this have to do with you? Bao Bao asked. Hurry up if you want to inform me. We have wasted tens of thousands of years for a promise. We don't have time to dawdle with you. Nine Wolf Heavenly Warrior knew that this monkey's methods were not inferior to his, so he did not dare to flare up. Okay, I will inform you. Wait here. Nine Wolf Heavenly Warrior quickly sent the news to the Blood Cloud Palace through spiritual perception. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor Kaiyang Little Universe was giving a lecture to his 12 Heavenly Warriors. When he heard the news from Nine Wolf Heavenly Warrior, he immediately frowned deeply. Then, he revealed a mysterious smile and mumbled inwardly, "The Holy Emperor Kaiyang Little Universe? Finally, there is news after all these years. Ha, it's good that he has come. It's good that he has come. Chang Kong, Chang Feng, you two go to the Nine Wolf Mountain and receive a group of guests for me. Remember, you must be respectful and not be impolite." The smile on the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor Kaiyang Little Universe was mysterious. Yes, sir. Chang Kong and Chang Feng were the first two heavenly warriors under the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor Kaiyang Little Universe. Sending them to receive the guests was enough of a show of force. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1025. Outside the Nine Wolf Mountain, a divine cloud suddenly flew over from afar. Amidst this powerful aura, the two leading Heavenly Venerables descended from the sky with a group of chief gods. Heavenly Venerable Nine Wolf could tell at a glance and was overjoyed. Heavenly Venerable Changkong, Heavenly Venerable Changfeng have come personally. It's a pleasure to meet you. Although Heavenly Venerable Nine Wolf was also a Heavenly Venerable, he was still a Heavenly Venerable sent outside. Whether it was cultivation or strength, he could not be compared to the Heavenly Venerables by the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor's side. Therefore, seeing the arrival of the two strongest Heavenly Venerables, Heavenly Venerable Nine Wolf's flattery was easy to understand. Hearing that esteemed guests have arrived, my master ordered the two of us to come and welcome you. Chang Kong was expressionless. Although it was a treat, this person was born with a dark face, so he could not say such warm words when welcoming guests. Qin Wushuang said indifferently, "What is your master's name? Is he related to the Kaiyang Holy Emperor? Why do you ask?" Chang Kong glared. Qin Wushuang did not reveal his abilities at this moment. With the strength of Chang Kong and the rest, they could not see the depth of his abilities. The Kaiyang Holy Emperor is in trouble, so he ordered me to come and inform his disciples to go and rescue him. From there, he will evaluate those disciples and see who can inherit his mantle. Qin Wushuang looked at these heavenly venerables. They did not look like the people that the Kaiyang Holy Emperor had mentioned. That was strange. Could it be that the original people of the Kaiyang cosmos had all been wiped out? The Kaiyang Holy Emperor had mainly mentioned 9 disciples in the Kaiyang heavenly ship. Among them, 3 were the most important. But none of them were called Shuiyun. What was going on with this Shuiyun Holy Emperor? Was it an outsider, or did the Kaiyang Holy Emperor's disciples change their names? Qin Wushuang felt that if the disciples changed their names, even if they changed their signboard, they should not deny the Kaiyang cosmos to outsiders. It was very likely that the Kaiyang cosmos had really changed owners. It was no longer under the control of the Kaiyang Holy Emperor's disciples. Qin Wushuang communicated with Ari Simo and Nannan through their consciousness, asking them to descend the celestial ship. Even Chang Kong and Chang Feng were shocked when they saw the majestic celestial ship descend. The majestic celestial ship had exceeded their horizons. Gentlemen, please. Qin Wushuang remained calm and collected as he gestured for them to lead the way. Qin Wushuang saw the expressions of these two people. The Scarlet Sun heavenly ship. Clearly, these two did not know about it. Otherwise, their expressions would not be like this. In that case, the trusted subordinates of the Shuiyun Holy Emperor also didn't recognize the Scarlet Sun heavenly ship. From the looks of it, the people around the Shuiyun Holy Emperor, at least in terms of the backbone, were not the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor's disciples. The location of the Blood Cloud Palace was not where the Scarlet Sun Divine Palace used to be. It was in the middle of a dense forest of giant blood-colored rocks. These giant rocks towered into the sky and were extremely rugged. They surrounded and protected the Blood Cloud Palace and appeared extraordinary. Qin Wushuang let the celestial ship stop outside. He only brought Bao Bao, Lone, and the Fire Kailin and followed Chang Kong and Chang Feng into the Blood Cloud Palace. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor was dressed in a red robe. On his forehead, there was a Dharma eye that shot out a burst of astonishing red light when it opened. Behind him, there was a ball of red cloud. Like that ferocious flame, it gave people a powerful psychological intimidation. "Boss, this guy is not simple." Bao Bao whispered through his spiritual perception. Of course, Qin Wushuang knew that this person was not simple. He had intentionally unleashed his aura. Only, Qin Wushuang was no longer at the heavenly warrior level. Indistinctly, his aura did not yield. The purple cloud floated behind him and accompanied by the golden light around him, it blocked the aura of the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor. Ha ha ha, honorable guests. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor walked down from the palace in large strides. You are all honorable guests. I think my teacher must have suffered a lot outside. I am deeply grateful for all of you bringing my teacher to pass on the message. Who is your teacher? Qin Wushuang asked lightly. The Kai Yang Holy Emperor is my teacher. This blood cloud small cosmos was personally established by my master. Unfortunately, he went missing after a great battle with the Shura of Gojosian. He left me and the other unfilial disciples here, missing my teacher all the time. Thank goodness, there is finally good news. Qin Wushuang nodded. Only, your name is not among the disciples mentioned by the Holy Emperor. I would like to ask, what is your name under the Kai Yang Holy Emperor? Ha ha, I was not famous under my teacher's tutelage. I was able to surpass him and temporarily occupy the position of the Master of the Universe because all my senior brothers died in battle, which benefited me. Died in battle? The Kai Yang Holy Emperor mentioned 9 names to me. They are Qingchuan, Shunxiao, Benevolent King. Qin Wushuang reported 9 names in one breath. The first 7 names were real, but when he reported the last 2 names, he deliberately made up 2 names. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor looked excited and kept nodding. Yes, yes, these 9 senior brothers were my teacher's 9 disciples. These 9 senior brothers took the lead to fight against the enemy, but they died one after another. Now, only a few of them are my teacher's subordinates. The rest are more or less the juniors that the senior brothers took in on behalf of their teacher. I, Blood Cloud Holy Emperor, couldn't enter the top 30 under my teacher's tutelage. If it wasn't for a chance encounter, it would be impossible for me to reach the level of the Holy Emperor. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor's move was very clever, but no matter how clever he was, he didn't know that the seemingly honest Qin Wushuang had already arranged a trap in words. As long as he went in, he would be exposed no matter what. Sure enough, this Blood Cloud Saint Emperor directly went in, and spoke as if he was serious and had a nose and eyes. He didn't expose him and nodded. If that's the case, these 9 senior brothers are worthy of respect. Even if they died, there should be a tomb or memorial tablet or something. Can we pay our respects? The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor was stunned. He smiled and said, these senior brothers fought against the enemy outside, and most of them died in a foreign land without a corpse. Now, there is no tomb. That's fine. Let us pay our respects to the old site of the Scarlet Sun Divine Palace. Sigh. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor looked sad. There is no more Scarlet Sun Divine Palace in this world. The Scarlet Sun Divine Palace was completely destroyed by the enemy. After millions of years, the world has changed. It is no longer what it used to be. Everyone, if you have any news about my teacher, please let me know. If my teacher comes back, he will definitely rebuild the Scarlet Sun Divine Palace and wash away the hatred. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor looked extremely sad. Qin Wushuang also played along. I'm afraid the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor won't be able to rebuild the Scarlet Sun Divine Palace. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor's heart skipped a beat. What happened to my teacher? That old man had sealed himself. He asked me to send a message to his disciples to inherit his Holy Emperor divine weapon. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor was shocked. Where is he? He is at least 5,000 years away from here. Your Excellency Holy Emperor, I have already passed on the message. It is up to you whether you want to go or not. Qin Wushuang said this deliberately, but he sighed in his heart. He was too late. It seemed that the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor had seized power 1,000,000 years ago. At that time, the battle between the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor and the Shura of Gojosian might have ended long ago. As for what happened to the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor, it was probably a mystery for all eternity. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor's thoughts surged. He knew how much he was worth. After taking the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor's small universe, he was worried every day. He was worried that the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor would come back for revenge. Today, when he heard that the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor had sealed himself, he was overjoyed. At the same time, a huge greed arose in his heart. If he could get the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor's treasure, with his own cultivation, he would be able to become one of the 10 Holy Emperors in the future, just like the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor. Friend, may I ask the specific direction of the place where my master sealed himself? Can you tell me? The celestial ship you used to come here should be my master's, right? Can you return it? Qin Wushuang smiled and said, the celestial ship is the reward that the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor promised me. As long as I send a message, the ship will belong to me. If you ask for it now, are you going back on your word? The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor smiled and said, of course not. I didn't know that my master made such a promise. Can you stay in my Blood Cloud Palace for a few days and allow me to be a good host? Qin Wushuang was naturally willing. There were many things here that he had not investigated clearly. Although the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor's foundation had been taken away. But if there were any remaining disciples under him, he would save them if he could. No matter what, he was a disciple of the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor. He had inherited the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor's legacy and was originally here to take over the Scarlet Sun universe. Now, this Blood Cloud Holy Emperor had overstepped his authority. Immediately, he smiled and said, I will go back to the ship to rest. Holy Emperor, if you need anything, you can find me there. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor was very shrewd. He did not object explicitly and said with a nod, if that's the case, that's good. Let me make some arrangements here and then I will go ask for advice. Sure. Qin Wushuang cupped his hands and left the Blood Cloud Palace with Bao Bao and the others. The third eye on the forehead of the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor narrowed into a slit. A flash of red light like the light of a blade swallowed in front of his forehead with terrifying power. Your Majesty, these guys don't trust us, Heavenly Master Chang Feng said. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor gave a light snort. So what if they don't trust us? As long as he tells me the exact address, we can completely ignore him. I'm just afraid this kid is up to no good and is deliberately deceiving us. Yes, we must guard against this. I saw that kid was vague and unwilling to tell me the exact address. It seems he doesn't trust me completely and is deliberately deceiving us. He didn't deliberately deceive us. Blood Cloud Saint Emperor's analysis was also reasonable. After all, Qin Wushuang had shown his vigilance, and not the temptation of boasting. Then what should we do? There must be some way to gain their trust. Heavenly Master Chang Kong could not help but suggest, Your Majesty, why don't we go to the God-confining prison and take a few people out? We can use our spiritual perception to control them. This way, with the original Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor's disciple in front, they will have no reason to doubt us. Initially, when this Blood Cloud Holy Emperor invaded, he only killed a few stubborn and powerful disciples of the Scarlet Sun sect. He did not kill them all at once. For the remaining people, he sealed their vital energy and imprisoned them in the God-confining prison. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1026. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor's heart skipped a beat when he heard this suggestion. After pondering for a moment, he felt that this was probably the best solution. If he couldn't gain the other party's trust, it would be impossible for him to get the other party to tell him the exact location. Only by dispelling the other party's doubts would he be able to obtain the exact location. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor didn't believe that a messenger would stick to his principles. As long as he could fool the other party, he would have complete control over the subsequent matters. Pass down my order. Bring a few leaders here, the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor ordered. He then turned to Changkong and said, Changkong, I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, brother. Go and return quickly. Don't delay, the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor ordered. Heavenly Venerate Changkong accepted the order and left quickly. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor sat there with his eyes closed, deep in thought. None of the heavenly venerates under him dared to speak, fearing that they would disturb the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor. After all, the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor was an expert on the same level as the Holy Emperor. Ever since Qin Wushuang left, he had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. This nagging feeling made him feel very uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Something's not right. Something's not right today. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor's divine sense spun rapidly as he began to recall the other party's words and actions. He thought about it over and over again in his mind. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor's 3 eyes suddenly opened at the same time. He shouted, Changfeng, bring me a list of all the disciples under Kai Yang. The more detailed the information, the better. Heavenly Venerate Changfeng didn't ask for the reason and immediately went to do it. This matter was naturally done quickly. Not long after, Heavenly Venerate Changfeng returned with a list of information. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor glanced at it and stood up like a spear. His expression changed drastically. Everyone knew that something was wrong when they saw this change, but no one dared to ask. Damn it, what a cunning fellow. Saint Emperor Blood Cloud was enraged. Pass down my order. Changfeng, gather the 28 celestial venerables and surround the Saint Emperor Heavenly Ark immediately. Your Majesty, what's wrong? There's a trap in that kid's words. Do you remember the 9 names he mentioned? The last 2 names were deliberately said wrongly. Damn it, none of us notice. Ah, so he already knows we're fakes? It's fine if you know. Now that he's in our territory, it's no longer up to him. I won't let him leave. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor was enraged, and the team was quickly assembled. However, at this time, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. An Empyrean rushed in. Your Majesty, things are not good. The God-sealing prison was attacked and Empyrean Vast Sky was captured and disappeared. The God-sealing prison has been completely opened. Everyone has been captured and gone missing. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor's heart sank. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. All these years, he had been scheming against others. He had planned with every possibility taken into account. Today, he did not expect to be continuously schemed against by an outsider. He lost in one move and was restrained in every move. He could tell that the other party had been scheming against him step by step. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor really had the urge to vomit blood. However, he was still a formidable character in the end. After being angry, he calmed down. The other party was able to silently subdue Empyrean Vast Sky. He was definitely a Holy Emperor powerhouse. This point was already proven when they met back then. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor shouted angrily, "Gather the troops. We must not let them leave our territory." In the Scarlet Sun heavenly ship, Qin Wushuang transformed into a gust of wind. Purple light flashed and he had already entered the Scarlet Sun heavenly ship. He casually threw Empyrean vast sky onto the ground. At the same time, the purple light retracted. Those Scarlet Sun disciples whose auras were sealed by the blood cloud Holy Emperor also landed on the ground. Counting, there were about 30 to 40 people. Clearly, they were all the disciples that the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor was most proud of back then. Among them, there were a few very familiar faces. There was information about them in the celestial ship. These people all revealed excited looks when they saw the celestial ship. Everyone, you did not see wrongly. This is the Scarlet Sun heavenly ship. Your master's item back then, Qin Wushuang said with a smile. Those disciples all had tears streaming down their faces. Their expressions were incomparably excited. Master, it's really master. Sir, where's my master? Where's he? Qin Wushuang sighed and said, everyone, you are all the disciples of the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor. I won't hide it from you. His Majesty the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor has already fallen. When these disciples heard this bad news, each and every one of them wailed sorrowfully. They beat their chests and stomped their feet, crying very brokenly. Although they had long guessed such an outcome. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for their master to not appear for millions of years. Now that they got confirmation, they still cried incessantly. After crying for a while, these disciples raised their heads and looked at Qin Wushuang. The disciple in the lead was clearly one of the 9 great disciples of Empyrean Scarlet Sun back then. He was also one of the only 2 left. This person was called Shenjiao. He was also an Empyrean level powerhouse. Qin Wushuang used a supreme divine ability and reopened their auras. These cultivators were at least sovereigns. There were 7 to 8 Empyrean level. Once their auras were reopened, the seal was undone. They were like tigers coming out of their nests. Their combat power immediately recovered 70 to 80%. Qin Wushuang said, everyone, your injuries still need to be nursed back to health. This Empyrean Scarlet Sun was left behind by His Majesty the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor. 1 day is equivalent to 100 days. Rest for a few days and your power will be restored. Shen Jiao said with an excited expression, Senior, may I ask who you are? Do you have any relationship with my master? Bao Bao laughed. You can't call our boss senior. Ha ha, my boss is only 10,000 years old. He is younger than you guys. Only 10,000 years old? Shen Jiao was greatly astonished. As if he had seen something, he stared at Qin Wushuang with disbelief. Clearly, he felt this monkey was joking. A moment ago, they felt Qin Wushuang's method to undo their seal. That method was clearly at the level of the Holy Emperor. How was it possible for the Holy Emperor to be less than 10,000 years old? Not to mention Shen Jiao and the others, in history, most likely the number of people who had reached the level of the Holy Emperor before 50,000 years old would not exceed the number of fingers on one hand. 10,000 years old, it was simply, there was only one word to describe it, and that was monstrous. Even Qin Wushuang himself, and even Li Shenfeng, who had nurtured him and arranged everything for him, most likely would not have expected that they had nurtured such a monstrous heir. If it were just a single Holy Emperor, regardless of Li Shenfeng, the Holy Emperor Kai Yang, or the Shura of Gojosian, they would not have been able to nurture such a monstrous disciple. Because of the combination of the 3, the different characteristics kept merging on the path of training and allowed Qin Wushuang to achieve such a monstrous training speed. If the news of a 10,000-year-old Holy Emperor were to spread out, most likely the entire Great Luo universe would be in an uproar. Even those 10 holy emperors who had lived in seclusion for millions of years would most likely not be able to resist the urge to come out and take a look. Qin Wushuang laughed. Everyone, don't look at me like that, it's just a coincidence. The more he explained, the more dumbfounded those people became. This way, what that monkey had said was true. Was it really the 10,000-year-old holy emperor? Bao Bao had a wicked interest and loved to see people's disbelieving expression the most. He laughed with extreme pride. I am afraid you guys still don't know, right? Your teacher, the Holy Emperor Kai Yang, has already passed down his legacy to my boss. He was ordered by the Holy Emperor Kai Yang to return to the Kai Yang Little Universe to take a look. Unexpectedly, the Kai Yang Little Universe had changed owners. What? Shen Zhao and the others shot a look of disbelief. Then, each of them revealed an ecstatic expression. Their teacher was dead, yet he had found such an exceptional heir. This way, wouldn't it be possible for them to take back control of the Kai Yang Little Universe? Mister, is this true? Shen Zhao still could not believe it. Qin Wushuang nodded. Although I was not chosen by the Holy Emperor Kai Yang himself, I had unintentionally inherited his legacy. In his will, he asked me to return to his territory to take a look. Since I have inherited the legacy of the Holy Emperor Kai Yang, of course it's my duty. Everyone, what is going on with that Shuiyun Holy Emperor? When he mentioned that Shuiyun Holy Emperor, each of them revealed an indignant expression. Shen Zhao said angrily, "This Shuiyun Holy Emperor has a type of demonic technique that excels in transformation. He changed into my teacher's appearance and suddenly returned to the Kai Yang Palace. He gathered my 3 senior brothers and killed them all. Then, he gathered them in batches and defeated them one by one. In the end, when we found out, we had already fallen into his trap. He had sealed our qi and imprisoned us for millions of years. This Kai Yang Little Universe also fell into his hands." Qin Wushuang nodded. "I thought that guy was good. Indeed, he is a fake that plotted to usurp power. This way, we must take back the control of this Kai Yang Little Universe." Shen Zhao said with great joy, "Yes, since you have inherited the legacy of our teacher, then you are our chief senior brother. I am still young, how dare I call myself senior brother? Hihi, the capable one is the leader, this is the rule of the Kai Yang sect. If you don't become our senior brother, we will be even less qualified. Yes, chief senior brother, please uphold justice for us." These people actually spoke in unison. The momentum stunned Qin Wushuang. "Everyone, please stand up and speak. Since I am a disciple of the Kai Yang sect, I should serve my teacher. That Shuiyun Holy Emperor killed our fellow disciples. Even if he is not a usurper, we will not tolerate him. Everyone, please rest in this skyship and recover your strength as soon as possible. That Shuiyun Holy Emperor knows that I have attacked the God-sealing prison. He will definitely come here. This skyship's defense is amazing. Even if it is the Holy Emperor, it will be difficult to break through. Unless your cultivation is stronger than Master Kai Yang. Mph, there are not many people who are stronger than Master Kai Yang." When Shen Zhao talked about his teacher, his tone was also full of pride. Just as they were talking, Ji Mo walked over quickly. "Boss, the Shuiyun Holy Emperor brought 27 heavenly venerables. They are here aggressively. They have already surrounded our skyship." Speaking of the Shuiyun Holy Emperor, this person had already arrived. His speed was indeed fast. Shen Zhao and the others' expressions changed slightly. Obviously they were also afraid of the Shuiyun Holy Emperor. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1027. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly. "Good timing. Everyone, take a rest and watch me fight." Shen Zhao said anxiously, "How can we do that? Those 27 people, including Chang Kong you captured, are the strongest subordinates of the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor. They are called the 28 Mansions. They have a great formation called the Primeval Celestial Phenomenon Formation. Even if the Holy Emperor is trapped, he will be badly battered. If he is not careful, he will die with a grudge. Haha, that's good. Since they have Chang Kong, how do we use this formation?" Qin Wushuang spoke casually, yet he was secretly on guard. He did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He instructed Bao Bao, "Bao Bao, you alone will be in charge of the internal matters of the celestial ship. Shen Zhao and my fellow disciples, please take a rest. Watch me go and meet them." After he had finished speaking, he carried Chang Kong's body and flew out of the celestial ship. He carried the Daoyi divine sword on his back and hung the graceful spiritual bow on his waist. He appeared majestic like a heavenly god. Even the blood cloud Holy Emperor was inwardly awed by his carefree temperament. Although he wanted to swallow Qin Wushuang alive, he did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He sent his spiritual perception and instructed, "You all must not underestimate the enemy. The prime val celestial phenomenon formation is missing a position and has an opening. Once it is set up, before the opening appears, try to trap him and I will win with a surprise attack." The blood cloud Holy Emperor's strategy was clear. He wanted to use the formation to trap Qin Wushuang. Then, he would use his supreme divine skills to launch a surprise attack and kill him. Perhaps this battle was the best choice to trap a Holy Emperor to death. Or else, in a one-on-one battle, unless he had an overwhelming advantage, it would be extremely difficult to kill the enemy. Qin Wushuang glanced around and raised the vast sky heavenly warrior in his hand leisurely. He laughed. "Saint Emperor Bloodcloud, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. You are quite efficient." The blood cloud Holy Emperor's expression turned cold. "Mister, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. Just who are you to come to my blood cloud universe to amuse me?" Qin Wushuang laughed loudly. "Who am I? I should be the one asking you this question. Do you see the person in my hand? Take it back." After saying that, Qin Wushuang shook his arm. The hidden force had already shattered celestial venerable Chang Kong's soul. His body was struck by the purple light and exploded like a ball of purple light. Countless dazzling flares shot out in all directions. The power of this explosion was incomparably tyrannical. The Holy Emperor of the Blood Cloud was not afraid. He opened his arm, and a whirlpool of air came out and wrapped around the flare. At this moment, Qin Wushuang's graceful spiritual bow was already in his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time, Qin Wushuang's body appeared. He flapped the purple cloud yin-yang wings and flew up. The graceful spiritual bow was like a golden sun. Amidst the pure and holy golden lights, 9 shooting sun arrows gushed out. Like 9 giant dragons spiraling around, they dashed out. This aura was indeed capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. Whoosh! The soaring momentum of the giant dragons messed up the formation of the 27 people in the blink of an eye. 9 strong lights flashed in succession, and 9 holes appeared in the 27 people's formation. 9 miserable cries were emitted almost at the same time. The 9 celestial venerables were completely devoured by the graceful spiritual bow's powerful devouring power. The shooting sun arrows flew back and circled around the graceful spiritual bow, making strange sounds. The graceful spiritual bow was also extremely restless at this moment. It kept emitting strange resonances. Qin Wushuang knew that this was the sign of the awakening of Shura of Gojosian's soul after devouring the 9 celestial venerables. The awakening of the soul meant that the power of the graceful spiritual bow would become stronger. "Haha, kid, you're really something. Haha, celestial venerable expert. Good, do your best. Absorb all of these 27 people in one go, and I will be able to recover about 70 to 80%. Shura of Gojosian's consciousness was also very excited and could not help but shout. Qin Wushuang smiled leisurely and said, "The first time, they did not notice and the sneak attack was successful. The second time, it will depend on how you control the shooting sun arrows." Shura of Gojosian smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry about these useless people. As long as you cooperate well, I guarantee that it will be useless even if they know in advance. You only need to be in charge of restraining that Holy Emperor." Qin Wushuang smiled and said, "Good, restraining that Holy Emperor is naturally not a problem." That Shueyun Holy Emperor saw that 9 of his 27 subordinates were gone in one move. He, the Shueyun Holy Emperor, could not even take out one of such overbearing weapons. Who was this guy? Qin Wushuang raised his back, and the Daoyi divine sword slashed down from the sky under the control of the soul. When the Daoyi divine sword was activated, it actually gave off a feeling of being the strongest in the world. Li Xuanfeng's carefree spirit of roaming the Jianghu in the past seemed to have been completely inherited, and it even had the aura of a student surpassing his master. When the sword slashed down, the Shueyun Holy Emperor suddenly felt as if a passage was opened in the galaxy, and there was a boundless power of judgment tumbling over his head. Immediately, he did not dare to be careless and raised his hand. The Holy Emperor's divine weapon was in his hand, but it was a long spear. He raised it above his head and blocked the sword. He turned around and was about to attack Qin Wushuang with the spear. However, he did not expect that the Daoyi divine sword was faster and faster than the previous one. It was actually very fierce and continuous. The Shuiyun Holy Emperor was not an ordinary expert. When his soul moved, it was also controlled by the soul. At the same time, both of his fists danced, multitasking, and slapped on his chest. Pa. A doppelganger. After slapping 3 times in a row, 3 doppelganger actually appeared. These doppelganger were obviously not illusions, but real demonic puppets. The Holy Emperor's demonic puppets either did not have any doppelganger, or their attacking power was definitely not much weaker than the original body. At the same time, Qin Wushuang's graceful spiritual bow had already been activated for the second time. Like harvesting wheat, it began to harvest mercilessly. At this time, instead of saying that Qin Wushuang was harvesting the lives of those celestial lords, it was better to say that the Shura of Gojosian was harvesting their lives. When Qin Wushuang saw the Shuiyun Holy Emperor's doppelganger, he knew that this person was indeed somewhat skilled. The Daoyi divine sword returned to his hand. It was simple. The great Dao returned to one. With a casual wave of his hand, it was like the 2 extremes of yin and yang, one bright and one dark. 2 sword lights intersected and shot out. Qin Wushuang combined the sword intent of the Taiji sword from his previous life and completely combined it with the Daoyi divine sword to open up a brand new battle technique. This sword technique was in line with the heavenly Dao. It was obviously an ordinary sword technique, but the Shuiyun Holy Emperor was very afraid and did not dare to block it directly. Obviously, the Shuiyun Holy Emperor did not completely understand this sword technique. Fortunately, the 3 doppelganger of the Shuiyun Holy Emperor had already begun to surround Qin Wushuang. This was the second killing move of the Shuiyun Holy Emperor, the human wave tactic. Even if he had to sacrifice a few demonic puppets, he must kill this guy in front of him. It was too terrifying. If this guy was allowed to continue to grow, there would be no place for the Shuiyun Holy Emperor in the future. Qin Wushuang laughed. Shuiyun, you want to use this kind of puppet technique to deal with me? I forgot to tell you that playing with demonic puppets is already outdated. After that, the Daoyi divine sword merged with him and disappeared into the void with a sweep. On the other side, the graceful spiritual bow had already completed its second harvest. Another 9 heavenly warriors could not evade the attack despite knowing that it was coming. They let out miserable cries in unison. These miserable cries caused the Shuiyun Holy Emperor to feel waves of pain as he became impatient. Just what was that bow and arrow? How could it be so tyrannical? Although those heavenly warriors could not compete with elite warriors like the Holy Emperor, they should not be unable to evade the attack despite seeing it clearly. When did they become this weak? However, at this moment, the Shuiyun Holy Emperor also knew that it was not the time to be distracted. That opponent was unfathomable, and his methods were indeed extremely formidable. As he channeled his demonic skill, in all directions, waves of blood mist kept emerging. In a moment, the surrounding area was covered in blood color. As if a blood sea abyss, it completely locked the void. This blood mist was extremely tyrannical. Wherever it spread, all the plants and trees withered and disappeared into the blood mist. Bao Bao swore loudly and activated the heavenly ship to retreat. Although he did not think that this blood mist could harm the heavenly ship, he still felt it was better to retreat when he saw it spreading. Just in case this blood mist had a special effect and caused the heavenly ship to be cursed and unable to be activated, it would be troublesome in the future. This blood mist carried a burst of strong bloody smell. In a moment, it spread to 10,000 miles away. Bao Bao could not help but curse and activate the heavenly ship to retreat. Although this blood mist spread fast, it could not be faster than the heavenly ship. Only, where was Qin Wushuang? Even Bao Bao felt somewhat surprised. Shen Zhao and the others were even more nervous. Their discerning eyes could see through heavenly warriors that were millions of miles away. However, they could not see where Qin Wushuang had gone. Could it be that in the blink of an eye, he had traveled millions of miles? Although the Shuiyun Holy Emperor had gained the upper hand, he did not dare to let down his guard. Instead, he called to the remaining 9 heavenly warriors, "You 9, hide behind me. That kid will not die so easily. However, in this sea of blood, you are absolutely safe." As soon as his voice dropped, Qin Wushuang's voice sounded leisurely. "Is it truly absolutely safe?" At the same time, 9 more arrow lights appeared in the sky. Carrying an invincible momentum, they broke through the sea of blood and transformed into 9 golden lights. They dashed at the extreme speed in the sea of blood and drew a beautiful arc in the sea of blood, appearing extremely eye-catching. Only, within this golden light, vividly, there was a surge of dark waves. This surging dark wave was filled with a burst of wild power that kept pushing forward. This burst of wild power was completely different than the power of that young man. It even carried an extremely tyrannical feeling. This style was rather close to the Shuiyun Holy Emperor. However, the Shuiyun Holy Emperor could feel that this burst of power clearly carried an ancient presence. Another elite warrior of the Holy Emperor? Suddenly, the Shuiyun Holy Emperor's heart tightened. When he realized this, the power and the 9 arrow lights were pushed to their limits. They rushed over, and the 9 celestial venerables were swept away right before his eyes. Whoosh! In front of him was a vast expanse of empty space. Not a single one of the 27 heavenly warriors survived. This kind of result made the Shuiyun Holy Emperor feel like crying. He even suspected that he was dreaming. The sea of blood that he was so proud of was actually so fragile that the enemy could take it as he wished. The Shuiyun Holy Emperor could not accept this cruel reality at all. In a fit of rage, he roared, "Who the hell is it that ruined my plan?" "Who?" Qin Wushuang did not reply with words. Instead, he flipped his palm and the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda directly pressed down. The majestic momentum wrapped in infinite golden light pressed down on the sea of blood. This was a collision of the peak. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1028. In the end, the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor was an ambitious and ruthless character. When he saw this Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda pressing down, he knew that the Blood Sea could not stop this invincible golden light. Suddenly, he remembered something. Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda. Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda was the signature treasure of the Kaiyang Divine Emperor. In the entire Great Luo universe, it could be ranked in the top 10. Regardless of how confident the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor was, he knew that he could not stop Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda with his methods. Like a giant carpet being lifted up, the Blood Sea rolled and escaped at a rapid speed. With a flash of the red light, the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor had escaped directly. Among the 36 stratagems, escape was the best. If the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda broke through the Blood Sea completely, the probability of the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor knowing that he had escaped would be less than 30%. Before the Blood Sea was completely broken, he could use the Blood Sea to escape. It would not be easy for the enemy to chase after him. As soon as the Blood Sea retreated, the sky became clear and bright. Finally, the clouds and rain stopped in the entire sky and revealed a clear sky. Bao Bao also rode the heavenly ship back immediately and stopped near Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang used his divine soul to search. After confirming that the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor had escaped, he felt reassured. He called Bao Bao and the others to come out. As soon as Bao Bao came out, he said with smiles of exultation, "Boss, so cool, you beat the Holy Emperor and made him escape. Such methods are too tyrannical, right? Ha ha, who would have thought that this was your first battle as the Holy Emperor?" Qin Wushuang only smiled and did not answer. He said to Shen Zhao and the others, "This Blood Cloud Holy Emperor has escaped, and there will be no end of trouble. The foundation left by Master Kai Yang must be reorganized. You will be in charge of these matters." Use the name of Master to summon all the old subordinates. Whoever does not obey will be treated as a traitor. If you surrender and plead guilty, we will let bygones be bygones. Shen Zhao was completely convinced. They had already seen Qin Wushuang's methods. The insufferably arrogant Blood Cloud Holy Emperor was beaten to a pulp in just a few moves. Even if his methods were not as good as Master's in the past, they were not far off. The Scarlet Sun Small Cosmos had a huge territory. However, it would take some time to reorganize everything. With Qin Wushuang personally overseeing the situation, there was a clear order. Those old subordinates didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor either. If the Holy Emperor of Blood Cloud hadn't been so strong and forcefully suppressed them, none of the Starfield Lords in Red Sun Cosmos would have submitted to him. After all, the Holy Emperor Kai Yang's reputation and prestige back then were very admirable. As a result, Shen Zhao representative Qin Wushuang didn't meet with much resistance. On the contrary, it was very popular. It was as if the clouds had parted and the moon had been revealed. This feeling of seeing the sun again made the Scarlet Sun Small Cosmos regain a lot of vitality in just a few months. However, Qin Wushuang didn't dare to let his guard down. He cultivated in seclusion every day to comprehend the Holy Emperor's great Tao. Although he was the Holy Emperor, he still needed to consolidate and improve his realm. For example, in the battle with the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor, if he was experienced enough, he wouldn't have given the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor a chance to escape. He still lacked experience. Qin Wushuang knew that it was not easy to kill a Holy Emperor in a battle. However, if he let him escape, it would be a big trouble in the future. A fugitive like the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor would definitely not give up. He would probably find a chance to come back. Even if he couldn't get any benefits, it was always possible to destroy and kill. It was impossible to guard against. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang also had one of his treasures, the Observant Finger Jade Plate. This item was just an ordinary treasure in the past. It didn't have any effect at the level of the Heavenly Supreme Tao. However, Qin Wushuang had repaired and modified it later on. He used his own divine sense to refine it. Now, it had advanced with the times and became a treasure that matched him. Qin Wushuang had always relied on this item. That was why he was willing to spend a lot of effort to modify it. Although this item couldn't lock onto the Holy Emperor's divine sense, if the Holy Emperor was close to it, it could still detect some clues. Of course, its shortcomings were obvious. If the distance was a little farther, this item wouldn't be effective at all. Its range of effect was only between 1 or 2 star areas. If it was farther, it wouldn't be able to catch it. As for the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor, he fled all the way. He thought that his opponent would chase after him. After running for a few days, he found that his opponent didn't chase after him at all. Only then did he feel a little relieved. Looking back on this battle, other than feeling sullen, he only felt sullen. His opponent was obviously not stronger than him, but he had so many treasures. Especially that bow. Until now, the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor still couldn't figure out whether there was another Holy Emperor controlling it behind the scenes, or that guy was deliberately mystifying himself. With a strong sense of hatred, the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor drifted in the sky above the Star River. It had been 1,000,000 years. Sometimes, he would wake up from his dreams. He was afraid that the Holy Emperor Kai Yang would come back one day. However, never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the one who returned was not the Crimson Sun Saint Emperor, but a young man with unknown origins. It seemed that the young man had inherited the Holy Emperor Qiang's skills. The power of the Golden Crimson Sun Pagoda was indeed not to be underestimated. Thinking about it, the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor felt a little lucky. If he had hesitated a little, he might not have been able to escape. How many Holy Emperor experts were suppressed by the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda? There were simply too many to count. If I can take the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda for myself, with that magic bow, I, the Blood Cloud, will be able to dominate the Deluo universe. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor thought angrily. However, I'm afraid that I can't beat that kid alone. I need to find a helper. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor came from a heterodox background. To put it bluntly, he was a villain who got his way. He didn't make friends with any Holy Emperor-level experts. Speaking of reliable and considerate helpers, he couldn't find a single one. If he didn't do well, the person he found might betray him. After all, in terms of reputation, he was completely different from the Holy Emperor Kaiyang. Holy Emperor experts are all hypocrites. If they are motivated by benefits, they might be able to find a helper. If there are 2 Holy Emperor experts, that kid won't be able to beat us even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. While he was thinking, the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor's eyes suddenly moved. He looked into the distance with a burning gaze. A million miles away, an azure Sacred Emperor heavenly ship was actually flying over at high speed. Looking at its direction, it was actually heading straight for the Kaiyang small universe. Does that kid have a helper? Generally speaking, the Holy Emperor wouldn't visit each other in the small universe, let alone enter each other's territory. Even if they were passing by, they would inform each other in advance. Therefore, seeing the celestial ship, the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor's first thought was that it was that kid's helper. Thinking of this, the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor became alert. But then he thought, if it's that kid's helper, why don't I change it? Confuse them? As long as I use a great technique to seal this channel, they won't be able to communicate with each other. Although I can't seal it for too long, 3 to 5 days shouldn't be a problem. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor did as he said. He used the Blood Sea technique again and set up a seamless Milky Way sealing barrier. This barrier could directly block the outside world from communicating with the Kaiyang small universe. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor shook his body and transformed into Qin Wushuang's appearance. No wonder Shen Zhao said that the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor was good at transformation. After the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor transformed, he waited for the celestial ship to come closer. Inside the green celestial ship, the Lord of 100 Battles stretched his body and said, "Big brother, we will reach the Kaiyang small universe in 3 to 5 days. If we see the 9 Wolves Mountain, it means that we have entered their territory. Big brother, should we kill our way in or?" The Blue Dome Holy Emperor sneered and said, "Kill our way in? Do you think that with our strength, we can do whatever we want in the Kaiyang Holy Emperor's territory? Hee, didn't the Kaiyang Holy Emperor die?" The Lord of 100 Battles laughed and said, "Although the Crimson Sun Saint Emperor has perished, someone who can control such a large place is definitely not a weakling. As long as it is the Holy Emperor, we can't let our guard down. We're here to snatch things, not to fight with others. Our target is Qin Wushuang, not the Kaiyang Holy Emperor's territory." Yes, Big Brother is wise. Big Brother, please tell us what should we do? Let's figure out the situation first. If the Kaiyang Holy Emperor is still in charge of the Kaiyang Holy Emperor's territory, we will slander Qin Wushuang and say that he usurped the Kaiyang Holy Emperor's orthodoxy. If it has already changed hands, we will not say anything. We will do them a favor and ask them to help us capture Qin Wushuang. I think they will not make an enemy out of a foreign Holy Emperor for a heavenly venerable. The Blue Dome Holy Emperor's plan was perfect. Suddenly, the Blue Dome Holy Emperor's heart skipped a beat. There is something strange in front. I can feel the aura of the Holy Emperor. Did someone know that we are here and is waiting for us? Are you for real? Heavenly Sovereign of Endless Battles was stunned. Activate the sky ship and go up quickly. Let's see what is going on. The Blue Dome Holy Emperor was bold. In the nebula ahead, a figure floated in the air. The Lord of 100 Battles observed and gasped. Big brother, it's him. It's Qin Wushuang. What? The Qingqiong Saint Emperor was also shocked. Brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? Big brother, how can I be wrong? I am not that stupid, am I? It's this kid. This outfit and this expression. There is no mistake. What does this brat mean? Blue Firmament was a little confused. It seemed that he was deliberately blocking there. Was he waiting for an enemy or someone? The Lord of 100 Battles saw Qin Wushuang and was furious. Big brother, isn't he delivering himself to us? It will save us the trouble of looking for him. The Blue Dome was not a brainless person. He was very calm. No, this kid is standing there. It is a little strange. Where is his celestial ship? Where are his accomplices? Hey, big brother, his accomplices are nothing special. So what if they are ambushed? Can they do anything to you? The Lord of 100 Battles was full of fighting spirit. He wanted to skin Qin Wushuang alive. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1029. The Blue Dome Holy Emperor was not a coward. He nodded and said, I'll go and meet him. He jumped out of the heavenly ship and appeared in front of Qin Wushuang in a flash. He looked at him coldly and asked, Kid, why aren't you running anymore? Of course, that was not the real Qin Wushuang. It was the Qin Wushuang that the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor had transformed into. He thought that this person was Qin Wushuang's helper. He did not expect him to ask such a question. What do you mean? Shuiyun was stunned. Don't play dumb. Let me ask you, were you the one who injured my brother, the Lord of 100 Battles, at the 9 luminaries? The Blue Dome Holy Emperor said coldly, I've been chasing you for 3,000 years. Don't think you can fool me with a few words. The Blue Dome Holy Emperor was obviously planning to rob the treasure, but he said that he was standing up for his brother. It was as if this was the only excuse that could justify his actions. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor laughed and said, Qin Wushuang? So his name is Qin Wushuang? This time, it was the Blue Dome Holy Emperor's turn to be stunned. What did you say? The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor turned back to his original appearance. He looked at the Blue Dome Holy Emperor with a cold smile and said, Look at my appearance just now. Am I the person you want to kill? Who are you? The Blue Dome Holy Emperor asked cautiously. Don't ask me who I am. Just answer my question. If you want to kill that person, I don't think you're strong enough. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor was not exaggerating. The Blue Dome Holy Emperor could tell that the person in front of him was a Holy Emperor. Moreover, his strength was not inferior to his. Hearing his evaluation of Qin Wushuang, the Blue Dome Holy Emperor could not help but say, Don't you think you're exaggerating? Qin Wushuang was merely a celestial venerable. If it wasn't for the speed of the heavenly boat, I would have caught up to him long ago. To deal with him, why would I need any strength? When the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. I don't know how old you are. Is that person a heavenly sovereign? Are you sure he is only at the celestial venerable realm? Haha, I really should let you meet him and see what it means to be powerful. What do you mean? The Green Dome Holy Emperor felt that there was something fishy going on here. What do you mean? Blood Cloud Holy Emperor's face flashed with hatred. He turned around and pointed at Red Sun Microcosm. Do you see that microcosm? Not long ago, it was still my territory. Now, it had already been occupied by him. Your Excellency's strength is not bad, but do you think you can defeat me? Qing Qiong sneered. How would we know if we don't fight? The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor sneered. Forget it, we are all Holy Emperor Qi practitioners, there is no need to brag. We all know how strong each other is. If we fight, both of us will suffer. Although the two Holy Emperors didn't fight, they secretly used their Holy Emperor Qi to compete with each other. After a few clashes, they found that they were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. So, the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor sneered, do you want to have a real fight? Since I have no home now, I don't mind having a fight with you. If I am lucky, I can snatch your heavenly boat and continue to be free. Qing Qiong smiled faintly. All right, I will believe you for now. But that kid, according to my information, is in the heavenly sovereign realm. I swear in the name of the heavenly Tao that the kid you are talking about is definitely in the Holy Emperor realm. And he is the one who snatched my territory. Is he really that powerful? Qing Qiong frowned. If Qin Wushuang was really that powerful, it would be a big problem if he could return safely after spending thousands of years to get here, let alone snatching things. He may not be that powerful himself, but he has a bow and arrow, and Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda, which is the inheritance of the Holy Emperor. Besides, he has a powerful sword. This kid is full of treasures. He is not easy to deal with. So, it is really him. Qing Qiong found that the treasures described by the blood cloud matched Qin Wushuang perfectly. Humph, if I don't stop you and let you barge in, I can guarantee that you will die. That Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda sneak attacks people. It is impossible to guard against it. The blood cloud Holy Emperor deliberately provoked Qing Qiong. Humph, are you praising yourself or belittling me? Qing Qiong was also an arrogant person. You can block Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda, but I have my ways. I can't block it, I can escape quickly. The blood cloud Holy Emperor was very frank. Enough nonsense. What are you going to do? Although Qing Qiong couldn't accept the fact that Qin Wushuang had become the Holy Emperor, he had to face it. What else can I do? I am going to find help. The blood cloud Holy Emperor said dejectedly. Oh, do you have a suitable helper? Qing Qiong asked with a smile. The blood cloud Holy Emperor's eyes lit up. They looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Qing Qiong laughed and said, "Haha, no discord, no concord. Why don't we have a drink in my skyship and then we can discuss how to deal with that kid?" These two were both ambitious and ruthless people. Once they found that they had something in common, they would naturally collude with each other. After 3 rounds of drinks, the blood cloud Holy Emperor slapped his thigh and cursed, "That kid is really despicable. He took advantage of his treasures to beat me up. Brother Qing Qiong, let me tell you, if we want to deal with him, the human wave tactic won't work. Only the 2 of us will fight. Heavenly masters are all useless. They are useless except for sending themselves to death." If this kid comprehends the secrets of primal chaos and attains the Tao of Heaven, the first one to be slain is either you or me. The blood cloud Holy Emperor's heart thumped. If the other party was only a Holy Emperor level genius, then the blood cloud Holy Emperor would at most not provoke him in the future. The Deluo universe was so big, and it would not be easy for the other party to seek revenge on the blood cloud Holy Emperor. However, the other party had the primal chaos vital energy. What if he comprehended the primitive Tao? What if he became a supreme grand heavenly realm? The possibility of this was very small. However, considering that the other party had reached the Holy Emperor level before 10,000 years old, it was not entirely impossible for him to reach the supreme grand heavenly realm. Such a genius was already terrifying enough as an opponent. If he became a mortal enemy, he might not even be able to sleep well. The blood cloud Holy Emperor originally wanted to have a way out, but now he knew that there was no way out. He could either kill the other party and seize the treasure, or run away like a stray dog. If the other party became a supreme grand heavenly realm, he would be able to see everything in the Deluo universe. At that time, there would be no escape. Qing Qiong and the blood cloud Holy Emperor looked at each other and saw the final trace of determination in each other's eyes. If they were going to do it, they would go all out. They would disregard their own lives to kill the other party. Although the risk was great, the temptation was also very obvious. If they wanted to kill the other party, the present was always the best opportunity. Because every day they delayed was equivalent to giving the other party an extra day to cultivate, which meant that the other party would be stronger. The only way was to catch the other party off guard before the other party's foundation was stable. Brother Qing Qiong, I have fought with the other party before, so I am more familiar with his fighting style. If we want to defeat him, we have to come up with a plan and a set of tactics to fight side by side. Otherwise, it will be difficult to defeat him even if we fight on our own. Qing Qiong agreed. Yes, you and I have to display the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2, and try to settle the situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the battle turns into a protracted battle, it will be disadvantageous to us. In the Scarlet Sun small universe, after 3 months of rest and reorganization, everything had almost returned to its normal orbit. Although Qin Wushuang had no intention of seizing power, the Scarlet Sun small universe did not have a Holy Emperor at the moment, so he had to carry this heavy burden. On this day, Qin Wushuang was cultivating in the heavenly ship again. The uncontrollable restlessness of the graceful spiritual bow beside him was very obvious. Kid, it is all thanks to you this time. 27 Heavenly Venerables, haha, my appetite has been whetted, my appetite has been whetted. Give me another helping hand and help me escape from this graceful spiritual bow, how about it? The Shura of Gojosian was sealed by the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor, and only Qin Wushuang was qualified to help him escape from the seal. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1030. Qin Wushuang smiled leisurely and said, Your Majesty Shura of Gojosian, don't forget that this is the territory of the Holy Emperor Kaiyang. If I let you out and you behave atrociously, who will restrain you? Shura of Gojosian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Kid, do you think I'm such a vengeful person? Don't you hold grudges? I remember that before you met the Holy Emperor Kaiyang, you were someone who didn't want to suffer losses. Shura of Gojosian sighed and said, I really don't feel any resentment about being defeated by the Holy Emperor Kaiyang. He is indeed stronger than me. I have killed no less than 30 holy emperors in my life, but in front of him, I feel like a child who has just learned to walk. The Holy Emperor Kaiyang, I'm convinced. These disciples of the Holy Emperor Kaiyang all think that the disappearance of the Holy Emperor Kaiyang has something to do with you. Aren't you afraid that they will vent their resentment on you? Shura of Gojosian pretended to be angry and said, Kid, your status is so high now. Everyone believes in you. If you speak, will they dare to question you? Besides, do you think I, Shura of Gojosian, am afraid of a few juniors? Even if they blame me for this, it's nothing. You're not afraid, but I'm worried that you will kill them in anger and have an excuse. Shura of Gojosian was really confused by Qin Wushuang's anger. Kid, don't always think of me as such an ungentlemanly person, okay? How can you help me get out of this? Kid, you're burning the bridge after crossing the river. I've helped you for so long. Even if I don't deserve credit, I've worked hard. Besides, after I go out, I may not be able to beat you. I don't need anything, Your Majesty Shura of Gojosian. I just want you to make a heavenly oath. As long as you swear that you will never kill anyone in the Kaiyang Little Cosmos, and that you will not care about anything with the disciples of the Kaiyang Little Cosmos, I will help you. What's wrong with that? All right, you brat, I'm scared of you. If I want to swear, then I'll swear it. What do you think I should do? The Azura King only wanted to escape this time. He really didn't have any thoughts of avenging the Scarlet Sun Saint Emperor. Moreover, he only had himself to blame for being sealed. What was there to say when he was defeated by the Holy Emperor Kaiyang, who was recognized as a good person by both the righteous and evil? Qin Wushuang thought for a moment and told him the contents of the oath. Shura of Gojosian didn't hesitate this time and swore. Only then did Qin Wushuang completely trust him. After swearing the oath, Shura of Gojosian said angrily, I say, kid, you helped me get out. You're definitely earning a lot. If my guess is correct, when the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor escapes, he will inevitably encounter the Lord of 100 Battles and his group. If the Lord of 100 Battles and his group also have a Holy Emperor, you won't be able to fight alone. Don't you need my help secretly? Although I don't have a physical body, if my soul recovers to 100%, I can still deal with the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor. This wasn't bragging. It was true that the Shura of Gojosian couldn't defeat the Holy Emperor Kaiyang. However, this didn't mean that the Shura of Gojosian couldn't defeat a second-rate Holy Emperor like the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor. After all, the Shura of Gojosian was also one of the best first-rate Holy Emperors in the past. It was only because he met a super-abnormal Holy Emperor like Kaiyang. Otherwise, an ordinary Holy Emperor wouldn't dare to fight with the Shura of Gojosian. On this point, Qin Wushuang firmly believed it without a doubt. After all, in the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor's Sea of Blood, the Shura of Gojosian could still devour the opponent's holy master as if there was no one around. From this point alone, the cultivation of the Shura of Gojosian was definitely stronger than that of the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor. This was under the condition that he didn't have a physical body. If he had a physical body, the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor wouldn't be a match for the Shura of Gojosian at all. Well, Your Majesty Shura of Gojosian, I admit that what you said makes sense. Tell me, how can I help you break the seal? Qin Wushuang knew that the millions of years of sealing had suppressed some of the Shura of Gojosian's temper. When the Shura of Gojosian saw that Qin Wushuang had finally agreed, he smiled and said, "The method is very simple. You just need to use the Kaiyang Holy Emperor's Kaiyang Holy Emperor's Kaiyang Holy Emperor's Kaiyang Holy Emperor to perform the unique unsealing technique. I believe the Scarlet Sun Heavenly Ship must have records of this sealing technique." That's true. Let me take a look. There were too many cultivation manuals in the Scarlet Sun Heavenly Ship, all of them were the true teachings of the Scarlet Sun Holy Emperor. Qin Wushuang searched for a moment and found it. He walked over with a smile. My luck is not bad. Are you ready? Shura of Gojosian said angrily, I've been preparing for millions of years. Do you think you're ready? You, on the other hand, do your job properly. Don't make any mistakes. Hee, don't worry. I won't joke about your freedom. Qin Wushuang actually did not have any bad feelings towards the Shura of Gojosian. At least, although the Shura of Gojosian's help could not be compared to his teacher, Li Shenfeng, it was actually on par with the Kaiyang Holy Emperor. Especially in the early days, the graceful spiritual bow was still very helpful to Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang was well aware of this point. Therefore, he was still very respectful towards the Shura of Gojosian. It was just that after interacting with the Shura of Gojosian for a long time, they were used to that kind of teasing tone. At this moment, the graceful spiritual bow was like a person with flesh and blood, hanging high in the sky. Qin Wushuang activated the Holy Emperor's qi according to the method of breaking the seal, and started to activate the hand gestures. Sealing the Shura of Gojosian in the graceful spiritual bow could be said to be a pioneering work of the Holy Emperor. In order to break the seal, two elements must be met. First, one must have the power of inheritance of the Holy Emperor and the hand gestures to break the seal. The second element was that one must be an expert of the Holy Emperor's level. If one was not an expert of the Holy Emperor's level, not to mention breaking the seal, one might even suffer a backlash. Under the activation of Qin Wushuang's Holy Emperor's qi, the graceful spiritual bow constantly emitted a dense weapon. An illusory shadow, like a phoenix that was reborn from the fire, desperately struggled to break free from the graceful spiritual bow. Boom! Suddenly, a ball of golden light surged, and the light engulfed the surroundings. Shura of Gojosian laughed complacently, ha ha ha, it's done. Kid, thank you so much this time. The emotions that had been suppressed for millions of years were finally released. Shura of Gojosian was as proud as a child, and his spirit was dancing non-stop. If he was not in the celestial ship, he would have already soared thousands of miles into the sky and roamed the universe. Shura of Gojosian, I think you should calm down a little. This is the celestial ship, and your spirit needs to be stabilized. You can't mess around. How could Shura of Gojosian not know this? It was just that after being trapped for millions of years, he suddenly regained his freedom. This kind of emotion was indeed uncontrollable. Hee, kid, can't you let me be proud for a while? Okay, you can be proud, but don't disturb the others. Also, the disciples of the Holy Emperor are all here, you better not ask for a rebuff. Shura of Gojosian laughed strangely, don't worry, I promised you that I wouldn't kill anyone, so why would I do something so treacherous? Besides, although I was sealed by old man Kai Yang, that old man is already dead, so why would I hate him? Speaking of which, I still have to thank him. Maybe if he didn't seal me, he would have bumped into other holy emperors who were more powerful than me and killed me directly. There aren't many holy emperors who are as kind-hearted as old man Kai Yang. Qin Wushuang sighed. It was because he was too kind-hearted that the holy emperor Kai Yang was plotted against and died in a foreign land, right? Shura of Gojosian chuckled. That's why most bad people don't die a good death, and most good people don't live a good life. Old man Kai Yang was too honest and didn't guard against others. What a pity. Although Shura of Gojosian was defeated by the Holy Emperor Kai Yang, to be honest, he still admired the Holy Emperor Kai Yang very much. At this time, after he controlled his excitement, he wandered around the celestial ship and sighed, "Old man Kai Yang is really generous. This celestial ship is too magnificent." Just when Qin Wushuang was about to speak, suddenly, he took out the observant finger jade plate and a strange smile spilled from the corner of his mouth. "Azura King, how much of your divine soul have you recovered?" "About 70 to 80%, it will take at least 10 days to fully recover." 10 days. "I'm afraid I can't wait that long." Qin Wushuang sighed. "What? Is someone invading?" Shura of Gojosian's eyes lit up. Although he did not have a corporeal body, his divine soul was powerful. Even if an elite warrior like the Holy Emperor came, he was confident that he could deal with him and even defeat him. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor and the Lord of 100 Battles are colluding. This is something new. At the same time, Bao Bao ran over quickly. "Boss, a celestial ship has entered the territory of the little cosmos Kai Yang. I suspect they are not friendly." Qin Wushuang said with a cold sneer, "No need to doubt, the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor and the Lord of 100 Battles are colluding." "What? How did they collude?" Bao Bao was shocked. "There's nothing strange, the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor must have encountered the Lord of 100 Battles. When the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor escaped, he did not have the celestial ship. Since the other party has the celestial ship, they must have at least one Holy Emperor with them. This way, we must deal with them carefully." However, Shura of Gojosian's eyebrows flashed as he revealed an eager expression. Clearly, he also had his own wishful thinking. For this matter, he had a plan. When the Holy Emperor came, this was a great opportunity to seize a corporeal body. If he could seize the corporeal body of an elite warrior like the Holy Emperor, it would be perfect. Most likely, he would need to borrow the power of Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda for this matter. Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda was the most ingenious weapon to deal with cautious enemies. It was much easier to use than the graceful spiritual bow. "Ha ha, Wushuang, let's make a deal." Shura of Gojosian said with a grin, "I will join hands with you and you will help me catch a Holy Emperor." "I need a corporeal body." Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "You and I are in the same trench, this is not a problem. When the time comes, I will use the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda and you will be in charge of the attack." "Okay, but I will have to use the graceful spiritual bow. Without my divine soul in it, the graceful spiritual bow will not have any effect on you. If I use it, it will be even more powerful than before." Shura of Gojosian still did not forget to take advantage of the situation. "Well said, but after we catch that Holy Emperor, his Holy Emperor divine weapon must belong to me. You don't have any problem with this, right?" Shura of Gojosian said with a smile, "Okay, deal." To show his sincerity, Shura of Gojosian said with a smile, "I will go ahead and you will be in charge of the rear. The rest of you don't need to go out, you will only be cannon fodder." Shura of Gojosian said that the rest of the people would not be able to participate in a battle at the level of the Holy Emperor. Two pieces of good news. Today is the end of the galaxy. Also, Old Bull's new book Immortal Godly King will be released at the same time. The book number is 213-6336. Brothers, please support me. To be continued. If you like this book, you are welcome to come to Chijian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Even if he died, he wouldn't let Qin Wushuang have an easy time. "Brother, just do as the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor said. Remember, 10 days, at most 10 days. If we don't come back in 10 days, don't investigate. Just run," the Blue Dome Holy Emperor said. "Big brother," the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor sneered, "Brother 100 Battles, this is not a joke. If we can't beat him, You will die if you go. You run and spread the news. The more people there are against Qin Wushuang, the safer you will be. As long as he is dead, you can live a peaceful life from now on, understand? The Lord of 100 Battles naturally understood this and nodded. The two holy emperors looked at each other and turned into rainbows, disappearing into the clouds. The two were extremely fast and arrived at the Crimson Sun microcosm in no time. After more than a month, Saint Emperor Shuiyun returned to this place again, but things had changed. The traces of him occupying this place for millions of years were completely erased in just over a month. It was truly a disgrace. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor knew that he was not popular. Force could make people submit, but it couldn't make them follow him. Now, who would listen to him in this Crimson Sun microcosm? The Blue Dome Holy Emperor knew that the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor was angry, so he quickly comforted him. Brother Blood Cloud, don't be angry. There was no point in being angry at this time. Qin Wushuang, if I don't kill him, I won't be able to rest easy. Brother Blue Dome, watch over me. I will go challenge him. Don't expose yourself. This was the strategy they had discussed. If the Blue Dome showed himself at the beginning, it wouldn't be effective. This time, the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor didn't dare to underestimate the enemy. He knew that he could handle both the Dao Yi Divine Sword and the graceful spiritual bow. However, the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda was really powerful. Once he was suppressed, it would be troublesome. It was almost a situation of life and death. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor followed closely. Although he was powerful, he didn't dare to be careless in the enemy's territory. I see it. It's this place. Qin Wushuang held a map and communicated with Shura of Gojosian through divine sense. I know. Shura of Gojosian laughed. Should we take the initiative to attack? Or catch the turtle in the jar? Wait for him to come. He must have a helper behind him. But I've never seen his helper before, so it's not shown in the Jade Finger Disc. Shura of Gojosian nodded. Okay, then let's wait for him. Remember, when I attack, don't attack him from both sides. When his helper comes out, you can attack him secretly. You must cooperate with my Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda. Whoever you shoot, I'll use Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda to suppress him. If there are two opponents, you must kill one or subdue the other as soon as possible. Shura of Gojosian laughed and nodded. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor slowly sneaked in. At the level of the Holy Emperor, although he couldn't determine the enemy's specific location, he could still sense each other. This kind of feeling might not be clear, but he could sense many details directly. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor said coldly, "Outsider boy, you stole my property when I wasn't paying attention. Today, I won't let you go." He deliberately didn't call Qin Wushuang's name. Obviously, there was a reason. If he called Qin Wushuang's name, he would be exposed. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor was very cunning, but Qin Wushuang was secretly amused. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor was so cunning, but he didn't expect that he had already known his whereabouts. Qin Wushuang activated the purple cloud yin-yang wings and pointed the Dao Yi Divine Sword in the air. He shouted, "Shuiyun, you dare to come again? Today, I'll send you to hell." The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor shouted angrily, "Let's see who will die first." The blood shadow spear in his hand stabbed out, and a cloud of blood rain directly rolled out and sprayed toward Qin Wushuang. The two holy emperors were fighting in the air. "Shuiyun, if I were you, I would run away and never show up again. You showed up today because you don't know how to write the word death, right? Boy, don't be stubborn. That day, I was in a hurry and didn't take precautions. If you can defeat me today, you're good." The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor was not to be outdone. The two holy emperors' divine weapons clashed, and the advantage of the Dao Yi Divine Sword was shown. The power of each weapon was not necessarily overbearing, but it was enough to make the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor's spear feel powerless. "Boy, you have some tricks up your sleeve. Tell me, what's the relationship between you and Kai Yang?" "Humph, I'll tell you after I take you down." "Haha, take me down? Are you sure you have the ability?" The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor laughed wildly. A sea of blood had begun to form around them. The smell of the sea of blood was very terrible. Once it spread, it was really fast. In a moment, the sea of blood was spreading at an unparalleled speed. Kill. The Green Sky Holy Emperor immediately received Shuiyun's signal. He shook his arms, and two huge balls of green airwaves rotated. The green light was like a giant blade, and the cutting power was so strong that it tore open a path in the sea of blood. Moreover, the attack was clearly coming from behind Qin Wushuang. A two-sided attack. In a moment, Qin Wushuang was surrounded on both sides. The Blood Cloud Holy Emperor sneered, "Boy, today is the day you die." Qin Wushuang deliberately said angrily, "Shuiyun, you're despicable. How dare you ask for help? Humph, a great man must be ruthless. You invaded my territory. How can you not be despicable? Today, not only will I kill you, but I will also take all of your treasures." Chapter 1032. The Blue Dome Holy Emperor saw the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor being swallowed by the Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda with his own eyes. He suddenly realized that the golden light was already in front of him. However, this golden light alone would not be able to hurt the Holy Emperor. The Blue Dome Holy Emperor reacted faster than the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor. He turned into a green ray of light and shot towards the sky. At this moment, he knew that the longer he stayed, the closer he would be to death. Before he set off, he had thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect that he would be so vulnerable. Not only did he fail to use his tactics, but he was also countered by his opponent's tactics. The green light surged and he had already escaped 100,000 miles away. It was just that he could walk 100,000 miles, but he still could not walk out of this trap. The divine soul of the Shura of Gojosian, who had been lying in ambush, suddenly pounced. The Holy Emperor of the Shura of Gojosian was best at this kind of demonic magic. This pounce was his killing move. The Blue Dome only felt that a wave of demonic fire suddenly covered the top of his head. At this moment, his body suddenly became numb, and he almost lost his footing and fell from the clouds. Qin Wushuang followed closely behind. His coordination was very skillful. The Daoyi divine sword slashed fiercely at the Blue Dome. The Blue Dome was really suffering, but he could not say anything. He forcibly dodged the sword. He leaped into the green light and jumped towards the clouds. At this moment, there was no time to hesitate. Qin Wushuang's sword immediately created a whirlpool in the void, showing the mark of the yin-yang Tai Chi fish. He activated it and shot it towards the back of the Blue Dome. The Shura of Gojosian laughed, "Watch out for my arrows." Once again, the graceful spiritual bow was activated. Whoosh! 9 shooting sun arrows once again attacked with an unstoppable force. The Blue Dome was being chased by these two people. It was difficult for him to dodge, let alone fight back. Qin Wushuang saw the opportunity. Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda was activated again and pressed down. Qingqiong complained incessantly. She knew that if she was pressed down by Kaiyang Golden Body Pagoda, she would definitely die. Gritting his teeth, he actually twisted to the side midway, wanting to avoid this wild blow. However, in this way, his speed was affected. The 9 shooting sun arrows behind him had already surrounded him. Unless one could completely sweep away these 9 shooting sun arrows, it would be impossible to escape unscathed. The Green Dome Holy Emperor was a ruthless person. He opened up a path with his fists, and a violent fist wind blasted out. This punch was not simple either. It actually smashed apart 2 shooting sun arrows. The other streams were also blocked by the defensive barrier created by the airflow. Suddenly, his face lit up with joy. From this jade plate, the spiritual perception of the Lord of 100 Battles had truly appeared. "It's in the northwest, let's go. Ha ha, boss, we are rich. There's also a celestial ship, Why don't you give it to me? Bao Bao was already concerned about the spoils of war. Suddenly, a plan emerged in Qin Wushuang's mind. In the past, his teacher had left a divine skill at the last loop of the 7 deadly arrays formation, the celestial spirits and earthly fiends transformation divine skill. Until now, he had not used it much. At this time, why not use it? When he thought here, Qin Wushuang stopped his footsteps and smiled proudly. Bao Bao, let's do it without shedding blood. Not only will we kill that Lord of 100 Battles, we can also prevent him from acting against the sound demon. After he had finished speaking, he transformed 3 times according to the appearance of the Green Dome Holy Emperor. Finally, he had transformed into the appearance of the Green Dome. Wow, boss, no way, this is so cool. What kind of skill is this? I want to learn. Bao Bao exclaimed. Let's go. Qin Wushuang had already seen the celestial ship when he descended from the clouds. It was hidden in the Milky Way and was surrounded by medium-sized whirlpools for easy concealment. That Lord of 100 Battles had been observing the changes outside all the time. Suddenly, he saw a figure drop down. It was Boss Green Dome. Only, he looked somewhat embarrassed. Without thinking, he went out to greet him. Big brother, how is it? Where is the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor? Let's talk inside. Qin Wushuang waved his hand and imitated the voice of the Green Dome. Lord of 100 Battles did not doubt him and followed him inside. He saw that heavenly venerable Yin Mo had been thrown into a corner, looking very wretched. Big brother, where is the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor? Did you get the primal chaos vital chi? Lord of 100 Battles looked very anxious. The primal chaos vital chi is with me, Qin Wushuang said with a smile. What about the Holy Emperor's divine weapons? Did you get them all? Is the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor dead? Haha. Well, the Holy Emperor's divine weapons are all here. Which one do you want? I want that bow, but didn't Big Brother say? The Celestial of 100 Battles was suddenly dumbfounded because he saw Big Brother Blue Sky unseal Celestial Venerable Sound Demon. What did he mean? After all, Lord of 100 Battles was not a fool. He immediately understood what was going on and was about to run away. A figure flashed outside the door, and a smiling figure blocked the door. Lord of 100 Battles, where do you think you are going? You. Lord of 100 Battles asked in a hoarse voice. His pupils kept dilating because of fear. Lord of 100 Battles, you shouldn't have broken your promise. Qin Wushuang showed his true face as he spoke. This time, he had really encountered a thorny problem. Husband, are you worried about the primal chaos chi? Yes, I've thought about it. There are only 3 choices. First, find a place to hide. This way, I can protect myself, but I will definitely implicate others. Second, give up the primal chaos chi. This way, I will have let down my master, who sacrificed his life to obtain this thing. Third. What's the third choice? Murongshu knew that this third choice might be the most important. The third choice is for me to take the primal chaos chi and go to the primal chaos realm to announce to the world that those who want to obtain the primal chaos chi can compete in the primal chaos realm. In this way, even the great Luo Supremes would support an open and above-board fight. Murongshu fell silent. If it was this choice, it would be very dangerous. The primal chaos realm was not a place where ordinary people could go. Husband, have you made up your mind? Qin Wushuang nodded. Shu apart from this, do you think I have any other choice? Murongshu thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, no matter what decision you make, I will support you. I only have one request, and that is to ask you to take me with you. We, mother and son, must be with you at all times. Yes, of course. With the celestial ship around, I believe that it will ensure your safety. However, if I fail to assimilate the primal chaos chi, then we will fail together. Even if we are reduced to ashes, we will never leave each other. Murongshu's voice was not loud, but her tone was unusually resolute. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was moved as he held his beloved wife's hand tightly. "Shu, although I have encountered many bumps and twists along the way, there is always an unexpected turning point for each major change. I believe that this time will not be an accident. I firmly believe that I can reach this place smoothly. The same goes for the path of assimilating the primal chaos chi. Those who dare to go to the primal chaos realm and plot against my holy emperor, I will make them regret it for the rest of their lives." After making up his mind, Qin Wushuang explained everything to Shura of Gojosian without hesitation. He also asked Shura of Gojosian to return to the Tianxian land and take care of it. Shura of Gojosian had never been convinced. This time, he could not help but say with admiration, "Little Wushuang, the first time you got the graceful spiritual bow, I knew you were not an ordinary person. Only, at that time, I never thought that you could reach this step. I must say that your decision is very great. If you don't succeed, you will die trying. The path of an elite warrior should have such determination. I support you. Don't worry, with me, Shura of Gojosian here, I will not let anyone touch the Tianxian land." Although it would take a long time to return to the Tianxian land, the future fight for the primal chaos chi would certainly take tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. After giving the Green Dome Holy Emperor's heavenly ship to Shura of Gojosian and sending him off, Qin Wushuang made arrangements for the Scarlet Sun Little Cosmos. Overall, the Scarlet Sun Little Cosmos was the safest place. Because the Scarlet Sun Little Cosmos was messed with by the Blood Cloud Holy Emperor, there were many things waiting to be done. There was nothing for the enemy to threaten. Qin Wushuang did not waste any time. After entrusting the God Illumination Heavenly Warrior, he left with his family. The God Illumination Heavenly Warrior knew that the situation was difficult. He could only silently bless Qin Wushuang. Either he died or he achieved the immortal Great Tao. For some reason, the God Illumination Heavenly Warrior firmly believed that his senior brother, whom he had not known for long, could create a miracle. A person who could cultivate to the level of the Holy Emperor within 10,000 years. What reason was there not to believe that he could integrate the primal chaos chi and achieve the immortal Great Tao? 3,000 years. It had been 3,000 years since Qin Wushuang left the Scarlet Sun Little Cosmos. However, he had only walked a small part of his journey. The primal chaos realm was in the source of the universe. In these 3,000 years, Qin Wushuang's name had spread throughout the great Luo universe. Now, there was almost no corner that did not know that there was a genius called Qin Wushuang who had reached the level of the Holy Emperor at 10,000 years old. This person also had the primal chaos chi. There were at least tens of thousands of Holy Emperors who had heard the news. Including those recognized experts, the top 100, the top 10, any name among them was enough to shock the entire great Luo universe. Now, these people flocked out. They only paid attention to one person, Qin Wushuang. Firstly, they wanted to see what this genius who had broken through to the level of the Holy Emperor at 10,000 years old looked like. Secondly, the primal chaos chi was really enviable. However, 3,000 years had passed. This Qin Wushuang seemed to have disappeared from the great Luo universe. After the brief appearance of the Scarlet Sun Little Cosmos, Qin Wushuang never appeared again. Various versions of guesses were bubbling in the great Luo universe. Some people said that he was cultivating in seclusion, preparing to comprehend the immortal Great Tao. Some people said that he had returned to his hometown, the Tianxian continent. Some people said that there was no such person as Qin Wushuang. However, the core theory was that Qin Wushuang had returned to the Tianxian continent. This made the Tianxian continent gradually become the focus. The three of them spoke one after another, but they seemed to be in a good mood. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. His figure flashed and disappeared again. In fact, he had only come out to buy time. Now, he was no longer at a loss as he was at the beginning when he merged with the chaotic chi in the realm of primal chaos. This was a good sign. What he needed now was time. As long as time allowed, he believed that he could create another miracle. Holy Emperor experts from all corners of the Deluo universe continued to swarm over. Outside the primordial realm, there were more and more of them. At first, there were only a few dozen, then hundreds and thousands, and finally tens of thousands. Almost all the Holy Emperor experts in the Deluo universe who were known by their names had rushed out. These experts had used all their means and finally arrived. Qin Wushuang knew that the primordial realm was indeed bustling with noise and excitement. He leisurely appeared and said, "Everyone, I invited all of you here for the sake of elegance. If the harmony between all of you is damaged because of this, it will be hard to explain. I know what you are thinking. You are all here for the primal chaos yuan qi. That's right, I only have one strand of it every eon. What do you think? How should we distribute them? Of course it's a martial arts competition. Only by defeating everyone can it be justified." Obviously, the weaker Holy Emperor experts were making a fuss. It was obviously impossible to defeat everyone. Qin Wushuang did not refute. He smiled and said, "The primal chaos yuan qi is in my hands. If you can choose the strongest person to fight with me, the primal chaos yuan qi will belong to him. If not, the primal chaos yuan qi will still belong to me. What if it's a draw? If we fight to the death, how can there be a draw?" Qin Wushuang said coldly. The tens of thousands of Holy Emperor experts looked at each other. Only the strongest person could fight with him? This condition seemed a little harsh. However, the primal chaos yuan qi was in his hands. If they fought for it, it seemed that he had an ultimate trump card. At worst, they would all die together. With so many Holy Emperor experts dying with him, he would not lose out. "Qin Wushuang, do you dare to swear a heavenly Dao oath? Otherwise, if we fight to the death, will you benefit in the end?" These people did not object to Qin Wushuang's suggestion, but they were worried that Qin Wushuang would change his mind. Qin Wushuang said indifferently, "If you want to swear a heavenly Dao oath, everyone has to do it. If the oath is only for me, it obviously won't work. Everyone has to be bound, then there is order. Of course. However, it's too harsh for so many of us to be the first. We will choose 7 people to fight with you. There will be 8 of us in total. In the end, we will fight in pairs. The first person will get the primal chaos yuan qi. How about it?" Qin Wushuang looked at the tens of thousands of Holy Emperor experts around him. He knew that it would not be easy to decide the 7 strongest. He smiled and said, "Then how do you plan to decide the 7 strongest?" "Galactic War, Millennium War. This is the only way to decide the strongest among the Holy Emperor experts. Anyway, for the sake of obtaining the primal chaos yuan qi, I believe that no one will mind staying here for tens of thousands of years, right? Hehe, I'm afraid that you will not come out until 100,000 years have passed." Qin Wushuang sneered. "That's our business. You don't have to worry about it. All right, then you decide yourselves. When the top 7 are decided, then come and talk to me." Qin Wushuang said and left, returning to the primordial realm. These tens of thousands of people were all Holy Emperor experts. If they did not fight, no one would admit defeat. Except for a few who knew their limits, everyone had the urge to give it a try. After all, the primal chaos yuan qi was too attractive. It was not completely impossible for them to compete for the top 7. If they were lucky, it was indeed extraordinarily difficult to determine the top 7 among several tens of thousands of Saint Kings. Just to decide on the plan, it took a full 100 years. After much debate, they finally finalized a constitution. When it was time to fight, the strength of each side was in a stalemate. Once the fight started, it would be difficult to determine the winner for decades or even centuries. Another 3,000 years passed, and only the top 5,000 were decided among the tens of thousands of Holy Emperor experts. When it came to the top 5,000, it was much easier to organize. Batch after batch, the competition finally reached the final 600th place. 5,000 years had already passed by. The closer it was to the end, the stronger the strength. These Holy Emperor experts now knew what it meant to ride a tiger and have no way to back down. They were fighting for their lives here, but Qin Wushuang was free inside, comprehending the supreme great Tao. But what could they do? Now, even if they did not want to fight, they did not have the face to back out. If they backed out now, they would be seen as cowards. Time passed, and before they knew it, another 8,000 years had passed. Suddenly, one day, everyone felt that the outside of the primordial realm was suddenly filled with colorful clouds. All kinds of strange phenomena suddenly appeared, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. A deep crack suddenly appeared at the entrance of the primordial realm, as if a door was slowly opening. All the Holy Emperor experts stared at this strange phenomenon, unable to take their eyes off it. The crack continued to expand, as if it was a huge gap in the universe. With a crashing sound, the gap collapsed from the middle, revealing a huge hole. A huge abyss appeared in front of everyone. The primordial realm was completely open. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Oh no, did Qin Wushuang escape? Someone shouted. That kid is slippery. Maybe he really did escape. When someone started to jeer, there would definitely be a second person who would respond. The continuous jeering caused the scene to become chaotic. Those Holy Emperor experts who had failed the competition but did not leave took the opportunity to clamor and squeeze in like a hive. For a moment, the order was completely out of control. Tens of thousands of Holy Emperor experts turned into streaks of light and rushed into the huge hole. A huge heavenly ship appeared in front of everyone. That's the Scarlet Sun heavenly ship. Those with sharp eyes recognized it. Not bad, good eyesight. This is indeed the Scarlet Sun heavenly ship. In the void, an ancient voice rang in everyone's ears like a great bell. Qin Wushuang. The crowd was in chaos, all looking at the heavenly ship in shock. Why aren't you fighting outside? What are you doing here? Qin Wushuang, don't play tricks. If you know what's good for you, quickly show yourself and hand over the Chaos Yuan Qi. If you want to fight, we can't let you hide here alone to comprehend the Chaos Yuan Qi. That's not fair. Yes, it's not fair at all. You're comprehending the great Tao here, and we're fighting outside. What's fair about this? Qin Wushuang smiled faintly. Fair. Everyone, the heavenly Tao is clear, and it's never biased. What you call fairness is just your selfish desires, and not the true fairness of the heavenly Tao. Ch, selfish desires. That's right, we have selfish desires. Don't you? If not, why are you occupying the Chaos Yuan Qi and not willing to hand it over? That's right, you make it sound nice. If you're pure, then hand it over. Qin Wushuang couldn't help but laugh. Hand it over. Why should I? Is this primal Chaos Yuan Qi your private property? Is it yours? Qin Wushuang's series of questions hit their hearts. Give me a reason to hand it over. Then give me a reason for not handing it over. What right do you have to possess it? Qin Wushuang smiled proudly. What right do I have to possess it? Because I already possess it. This is the heavenly Tao. You don't possess it. This is also the heavenly Tao. Everyone's opportunities are different. You didn't have it in the past, and you won't have it in the future. At this point, Qin Wushuang's figure suddenly turned into countless clones like a storm, flashing in and out of the primordial realm. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Qin Wushuang, since you have achieved the great Tao, you should not take revenge for personal reasons. You don't even have the slightest demeanor of a grand heavenly overlord. That's right. At the end of the day, you're just an upstart who's intoxicated by success. Supreme Grand Luo, you're not worthy. Who says he's not worthy? A loud voice suddenly rang out. In the clouds, it was as if a crack had opened in the sky. 3 figures appeared in front of everyone with a whoosh. Supreme Grand Luo. All the holy emperors knelt down when they saw the 3 of them. All of you have spoken rudely and disrespected Supreme Grand Luo. That is disrespecting the heavenly Tao. Supreme Grand Luo is the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao belongs to the heavenly Tao. Whether it's killing or rewards, everything is fixed. The holy emperors were all speechless. The Supreme Grand Luo's words were equivalent to sentencing them to death. Even if he was unwilling, even if he was angry, there was nothing he could do. The green-robed old man waved his sleeve. The giant net completely disappeared as if it had never appeared. It was as if it had been erased and never existed in this world. The heavenly Tao's ability was extremely powerful. The green-robed old man smiled and said, "The 3 of us old men can finally slack off. In this Grand Luo universe, the 3 of us are lazy. We're all like sheep and neglect management. Now that you've appeared, little brother, you've removed a lot of trouble for us." Haha, big brother is right. Brother, you're the Supreme Grand Luo who has truly achieved the heavenly Tao with the human Tao after the chaos was created. Congratulations. Hihi, eldest brother, 3rd brother, shouldn't we invite our little brother to play in our territory? The green-robed old man smiled and said, "My 2 brothers, you're too tactless. Brother Wushuang has cultivated in the chaotic realm for so long. There must be many worldly ties that need to be severed." Yes, yes. Hihi, brother Wushuang, the 4 of us are brothers in the future. Our territory is also your territory. Hihi, Wushuang, remember, we live in the Grand Luo Heavenly Palace. After the 3 figures finished speaking, they disappeared. Qin Wushuang looked at the 3 of them leaving and smiled. He understood tacitly. Supreme Grand Luo could see through any minute matter in the Grand Luo universe with a glance. He was omnipotent. There was no need to ask where the Grand Luo Heavenly Palace was. The remaining Holy Emperor felt awkward. Each of them bowed to the ground and begged for forgiveness. After all, they had been extremely rude to Qin Wushuang earlier. Qin Wushuang waved his hand. "I won't bicker over some conflicts when you're trying to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Thank you." As if receiving amnesty, those holy emperor were overjoyed at the unexpected good news and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Boss. Bao Bao and Lone scuttled out from the heavenly ship. Murong Shu had tears at the corner of her eyes. Indeed, she would remember this scene for eternity. It was not eternal, but it was better than eternity. Indeed, the Supreme Grand Luo possessed remarkable abilities. Crossing the space took only a blink of an eye. Qin Wushuang took everyone and left the primordial realm. They returned to the Tian Shen land. The Tian Shen land was already boiling. This was the eternal pride of the Tian Shen land. Up to this point, even if the Tian Shen land was lying alone in the most conspicuous place of the great Luo universe, no one would dare to touch it. No one even dared to approach it. Who would dare to touch the homeland of Qin Wushuang, the Supreme Grand Luo? On the side of the Tian Shen land, the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples also advanced by leaps and bounds. Naturally, Qin Wushuang did not spare any effort to nurture them. In less than 100,000 years, the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples had all become heavenly warriors. Qin Wushuang had turned stone into gold for Li Buyi and made him the holy emperor of the Sky Martial Arts sect. The 9 luminaries had been given to Shura of Gojosian and the Sound Demon. With the existence of an elite warrior like Shura of Gojosian, who had ambitions for hegemony, of course it would not be a problem to open up new territories. In the Kai Yang Little Cosmos, Qin Wushuang supported that heavenly warrior god and gave him the Kai Yang Golden Body Pagoda. It could be counted as returning the favor to the holy emperor of the Kai Yang Little Cosmos. Under Qin Wushuang's nurturing, it would not be a problem for the heavenly warrior god to ascend to the holy emperor stage. Due to the karma with Qin Wushuang, the Kai Yang Little Cosmos also had astonishing rallying power. Under the hard work of the holy emperor, the Kai Yang Little Cosmos also became more prosperous with each passing day. Of course, Qin Wushuang's family followed Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang accepted the suggestion of the three great supreme Grand Luo warriors to build the unparalleled Great Luo Palace in the Great Luo universe. They would be in charge of all worldly affairs. Qin Wushuang knew that those three big brothers had thrown away their responsibilities and preferred leisure. However, Qin Wushuang was not someone who preferred leisure. Naturally, he was willing to take on this task. On the other hand, Qin Lianshan, Qin Xiu, and the others did not feel comfortable staying at the unparalleled Great Luo Palace. They preferred to return to the Tian Xian land and hang out with the people of the Qin clan. This was the most suitable life for them. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not stop them. After all, the heavenly Tao was boundless and the universe was indestructible. They were also immortal existences and did not have any worries. As for Yang Yi, the disciple of the unparalleled Great Luo Palace, this little girl had outstanding talent. She also received Qin Wushuang's nurturing. In about 500,000 years, she had ascended to the Holy Emperor stage. She had expanded her territory and became the first Holy Emperor. Her reputation had already surpassed many veteran Holy Emperors. Bao Bao, Lone, and the others were people who were unwilling to be left out. Naturally, they were unwilling to do nothing under the protection of Qin Wushuang. They also did not stay long at the unparalleled Heavenly Palace and traveled around. Before Yang Yi had broken into the Holy Emperor stage, Bao Bao had become the first super elite warrior under Qin Wushuang to reach the Holy Emperor stage. Lone had only reached the Holy Emperor stage after 1,000,000 years. The two bloodlines of the immemorial Azure Dragon were on par with Lone in terms of talent. All of them had great fortune and finally reached the Holy Emperor stage. Among these divine beasts, Fire Kailin was the last to break through. Of course, Qin Wushuang did not have the leisure to wander around. He still had an important mission to complete. After struggling for all these years, in fact, his teacher Li Shenfeng had paved the path for him. After taking care of those worldly things, Qin Wushuang focused on comprehending the heavenly Tao and breaking through the great rules of life and death. He started to prepare for Li Xuanfeng's resurrection. To Qin Wushuang, it was enough for Li Shenfeng to have a trace of consciousness that was not destroyed. Since the great Luo martial artist possessed great power, as long as a trace of consciousness was not destroyed, he could nurture it and gather the divine soul again. Only, it was extremely difficult to find a physical body. Qin Wushuang traveled the world and picked the tens and thousands of spiritual roots of the Great Luo universe. He reconstructed Li Xuanfeng's golden body and used his own flesh and blood as a medium to nurture a golden body. This was also to remember Li Xuanfeng's virtue of inheriting the bloodline. Now, it was his duty to repay his teacher. After spending 100,000 years, he finally revived Li Shenfeng successfully. He looked just like the past. When the heavenly mysterious 7 disciples saw Li Shenfeng again, they found it unbelievable. Their teacher's appearance had not changed in the slightest. They could not help but admire the methods of the great Luo martial artist. Naturally, Li Shenfeng was deeply moved. Indeed, he had not expected this legacy disciple. Sure enough, everything was predetermined. Li Shenfeng returned to the body of the Holy Emperor and traveled the great Luo universe. He was extremely free and unfettered. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 years had passed. Although the entire Great Luo universe did not change much, to a plane like the Tian Xian land, many cycles of merciless time had passed. For those clansmen of the Qin clan, besides those who had attained the heavenly supreme Tao stage, most of them were still alive. The rest had become the dust of history and were sleeping in the sacrificial valley. On this day, Qin Wushuang brought his wife back to the old haunt. When they were traveling the Eastern Sea, they saw a fiery red beautiful figure flying over from the surface of the Eastern Sea. This woman had a beautiful appearance, yet she was dressed as a man. 1,000,000 years of time did not seem to have left many traces on her body. When she saw Qin Wushuang, this woman was stunned at first. Then, she chuckled. "Wushuang, little sister Murong? Miss Mi Jiao, I didn't expect that after 1,000,000 years, you still have the same graceful bearing." Clearly, This Mi Jia was also at the Heavenly Supreme Tao stage. Only, judging from her personality, she was still energetic and alone. It seemed that she had not married herself off. Murongshu held Mi Jia's arm lightly and asked kindly, "Sister Mi Jia, in these million years, you really did not change at all. Did you marry yourself off?" Mi Jia said casually, "What's so fun about marrying? The best man is by your side, little sister Shu Er. Ha ha, if I can't find someone as good as him, I will not marry." After she finished speaking, she shot a glance at Qin Wushuang with ridicule. "Wushuang, you are now the great Luo paramount warrior, it's really hard to see you. Do you still remember that girl who applied medicine to you in the Bowl Valley?" Qin Wushuang was moved inwardly. "You mean Ruo Lan? Ha ha, you do remember. A while ago, she came to find me. She seemed to want to return something to you. Didn't she go to the Wushuang Palace?" Qin Wushuang shook his head. "She didn't go." Murongshu asked with concern, "Is little sister Ruo Lan all right?" "She is all right. She has also become a master god now. However, although this girl looks soft and weak, she has a heavy heart. I feel that in her heart, there seems to be something that she can't let go of." Speaking of this, she shot a meaningful glance at Qin Wushuang again. Qin Wushuang could not help but be stunned. He noticed that the two girls' eyes were focused on his face at the same time. There was a kind of friendly and mischievous smile on their faces. Murongshu suddenly said leisurely, "Brother Wushuang, the heavenly Tao is eternal. We can't let the regret of the two sisters be eternal, right?" Mi Jia was stunned and looked at Murongshu in disbelief. This was no longer a hint. Qin Wushuang's heart rippled. He looked at his lovely wife and then at Mi Jia. The moment the three of them exchanged glances, the heavenly Tao incarnation of the peerless great heavenly god blushed like a mortal. The 13-month-long journey has finally come to an end. Brothers and sisters, thank you for your companionship. Although the Milky Way has arrived, the journey continues. The Milky Way has now entered the immortal God King space. Welcome to a new journey. Old Bull's new book, Immortal God King. Book number 213-6336. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1036. Regarding Xinghe, there were too many memories and too many thanks. Now, in the ending, no matter what, I have to say again, thank you to all the friends who supported Xinghe. No matter if it was clicks, subscriptions, gifts, or support in other ways, Old Nyo's gratitude to you will always be buried in my heart. The only people I don't want to thank are those immoral people who pollute the page with vicious words and show their immorality. I can even tolerate other people's attacks on me, but I can't tolerate those who attack my family and friends. Of course, I shouldn't say such disappointing words in the ending. Let's talk about some things that are final. Firstly, Xinghe's results were not bad. No matter if it was high or average, it was the best book in Old Nyo's history. Secondly, there were more than 20 alliance leaders. This was an honor that many works couldn't get. Thirdly, there was a crown in the evaluation. At Chidian, there were no more than 50 books that had a crown in the history. Fourthly, during the new book period, Xinghe won the first place in the monthly votes for new books with a huge advantage. It stayed on the monthly votes list for about 10 months, maintaining enough competitiveness. There were many other honors, too many to mention. Obviously, Old Nyo didn't get all these achievements by himself. Similarly, he couldn't do without the support of many friends. Here, he especially wanted to thank the warm-hearted deputy editor, Chun Kun. His contribution to Xinghe sometimes made Old Nyo feel ashamed. If Xinghe was Old Nyo's son, then Chun Kun was at least his godfather. Of course, there were many lovely people, including the deputy editor, the group manager, and the YY manager. Every one of them, in many moments, made old Nyo feel what was called warmth. Old Nyo was really grateful. Thank you for your contribution to Xinghe. Xinghe was more dazzling because of you. Of course, there was no banquet that didn't end. It was finally time for the Xinghe Dao banquet to end. Old Nyo's heart was filled with sadness. Because old Nyo knew that Xinghe's ending meant that he had to send away a large number of book friends. No matter how wonderful old Nyo's new book was, only a part of it would stay. If Xinghe was old Nyo's eldest son, he had already married and started a family, living a stable life. Then the new book, Immortal King, was the second son who had just been born. He needed more care and attention. If you feel that old Nyo's banquet is not bad, you don't have to leave. You can just change to another banquet. Immortal Godly King, book number 213-6336. Heaven and earth can be destroyed, but only I can't. This is an undying God King. The genius Ren Tsungcheong was unable to protect his family during the calamity. With deep regret and unwillingness, he was reborn 5 years ago. The tragic fate of his previous life had taken a turn for the better. The beginning of the new book was in the mode of rebirth, which was not unusual. However, he believed that Old Cow's story framework and subsequent content were worth looking forward to. If you like it, please follow me. The new book's ranking will begin immediately. If you still support Old Cow, please lend me your recommendation tickets and quickly come to my aid to push Immortal Divine King up. Immortal God King, book number 213-6336. You can find this book from the author information in Star River, or you can find it through the book number. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1037. There were some things that should be said. First of all, the ending. Li Xianfeng was indeed old Nyo's mistake. Now, it had been revised in the ending chapter. The content of reviving Li Xianfeng was added, and some hints were added to the ending. Everyone could read it without worry, there would be no new fees. Next, the update in September was definitely old Nyo's fault. He always wanted to explain, but he was worried that everyone would be angry and unable to accept it. When everyone calmed down and was calm, it would be easier to reason things out. Actually, during the half-a-month break, old Nyo more or less had some time to surf the net every day. Everyone knew that old Nyo was busy with renovations. The renovations were completed in September, and it was the time to buy various furniture, electrical appliances, and settle the bill. Old Nyo's new house was 100 miles away from the place where he lived. In the end, he had to run almost every day. Because furniture and other things were not bought from the same place, he had to make a trip every time he delivered a piece. During that period, he was running almost every day. He ran to the furniture, electrical appliances, and building materials market to settle the bill. Of course, this did not mean that old Nyo did not have time. In fact, he still had time to write at night. But old Nyo had a bad habit, he was too tired during the day, and could not lift his spirits at night. He thought about writing every day, thinking about the ending, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had no clue. At first, he did not feel anything for 1 or 2 days, but later he realized that he had stopped updating for 3 days. Old Nyo thought that if he went to ask for leave at this time, he would be scolded to death by everyone. This was probably a weakness of old Nyo's character. He was afraid of asking for leave, afraid of disappointing everyone. Then he would comfort himself, anyway, it was the last 10 chapters, he would just write them all together. Every time he comforted himself like this, but he always had no free time to finish writing these 10 chapters. This resulted in an awkward situation later on. Old Nyo did not need to report Xinghe's results, he was indeed very satisfied. Under such results, old Nyo had no reason to destroy his own future. Some people said that old Nyo was a eunuch. Old Nyo clearly knew that there were less than 20 chapters left. How could he be a eunuch? Some people said that Old Nyo was writing a new book. Old Nyo admitted that during this period of time when he stopped updating, Old Nyo pondered about the new book and wrote a little, but because he did not have enough time and energy, there were not many manuscripts for the new book. If Old Bull really had that much time and energy, he would be able to finish writing more than 10 chapters of content in 3 days at most. He had indeed stopped for a few days. He had no idea what to do, and the ending was stuck here. Without a doubt, this was Old Bull's fault. He was still inexperienced. He had never written a book with more than 3 million words. After the explosion of enthusiasm in the middle and early stages, his creative energy in the later stages had declined. This was completely a matter of control. This was a very costly tuition. If Old Cow had written a work of a few million words in the past, I believe that it wouldn't have been so bad when dealing with it. The Milky Way had finally come to an end. Whether it was good or bad, the dust should have settled. Old Cow did not stop writing, and his new book was already on its way. He believed that with the lesson of the Milky Way, Old Bull would be able to deal with the new book Immortal God King more easily. He was a firstborn, so he had no experience. When the immortal godly king reached the second child, many detours could be avoided. Now that the second child was trying to break through the rankings, it was still a hot-blooded Eastern fantasy work. Ask the Galactic Warriors to rush to the rescue. Book number 213-6336. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.